Hello, good morning. It is 10 o'clock and you're watching coverage of the VE Day anniversary here on Sky News, celebrating victory in Europe 80 years on and the remaining veterans who helped deliver an end to the Second World War. In the coming hours, there will be a military procession and flypast in front of the royal family, starting 4 days of commemorative events. A final chance to capture the memories of those who served, including one of the women who worked cracking Germany's codes. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, VE Day meant a great deal.
And the royal family fully focused, we're told, on the events to mark VE Day, as Prince Harry claims his father won't speak to him. Hello and a very good morning to you from Buckingham Palace. It was the day those present would never forget. The day people right across Britain, including a young future Queen Elizabeth, flooded onto the streets to celebrate Germany's surrender in the Second World War. It is now 80 years on since Victory in Europe Day, and that momentous moment will be remembered publicly and privately this week. VE Day is marked across Europe, not only here in the UK, but also in Germany, France and Poland. In London, the ceremony starts at Parliament Square ahead of the strike of noon by Big Ben. After which, hundreds of members of the UK Armed Forces will take part in a military procession from Whitehall, progressing along the Mall to Buckingham Palace here behind me. Then we will witness a flypast with the royal family watching on. It will include the Red Arrows and a surviving Lancaster bomber. Well, this is the scene here in central London right now. Lots of people getting into the capital early to take their positions along the procession route. As I was just saying, it starts on the stroke of noon in Parliament Square. The military procession then heading through London, down the Mall, you can see behind me, to Buckingham Palace. I understand kicking off proceedings, excerpts of Winston Churchill's victory speech that day will be read by the actor Timothy Spall, who our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills reliably informed me was Winston Churchill in the film The King's Speech. This is the scene at the Cenotaph. The procession will be passing there this afternoon. It's always a focal point for moments of reflection and remembrance for those who were lost in World War II and other conflicts around the world. Well, it promises to be a special afternoon. Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is here with me, and it really is very calm here at the moment. We see lots of scout troops and cadets behind us here at Buckingham Palace, bagging their position here by Canada Gate for the procession that will get underway. Talk to me about the significance of today, because it's the 80th anniversary.
It is, and I think what we're going to see over the next 4 days are two things, I think, running concurrently. Kind of the celebrations that we had 80 years ago, but also the fact that for some, this was ultimately a bittersweet moment. Yes, they all came out in their droves to celebrate the moment that they found out that war was over in Europe, but alongside them were not many of the people that they would have loved to have been alongside them, because they had sadly lost them during that wartime period. I think for the royal family, of course, always front and centre of these big events, but for them, their participation really is about reflecting the attention back onto those who really matter. And today, the most important people at the centre of these commemorations are going to be the veterans that we will see alongside them on that platform behind us. The veterans who, many of them in their late 90s, some of them into their hundreds even. And they are the ones that many would say are so important today, because only they can tell us what it was like 80 years ago. Only they can really talk about the feelings on that day that war had finally come to an end and that the Nazis had been defeated.
Rhiannon, I had a lovely conversation with a veteran, Pat Outram, 101 years young. He was a codebreaker during World War II. You can see our conversation a little later this hour. And she was talking about the fact that she was here at this very spot when the victory was announced. There was the urge. People didn't know where to go. They wanted to go somewhere to commemorate and celebrate. And of course, they came to the palace shouting, "We want the king." And the king did come out onto that balcony to celebrate with them. And I was reading up ahead of today just about the history of this event. And it's the first time that there won't be a member of the royal family present here today that was around at that time. And that's quite a significant moment for the family itself.
I know the royal family, of course, they are very different from many of us. However, what they do share with people right up and down the country is the fact that among them, they had members of that very important wartime generation. And actually, I remember 5 years ago, it was the 75th anniversary. And sadly, at the time, it was COVID. So all of the events had to be very much kept behind closed doors. This time, at least, people can come together in the open to kind of celebrate this important 80th anniversary. But you're right, for the first time, the royal family will not have the likes of Queen Elizabeth II there with them. They will not have Prince Philip there, both of whom served during the Second World War and were ultimately kind of the living history for that family. And it's the same for many families up and down the country who will be doing what they can to try and again kind of bring to life what they remember from their relatives.
Yeah, so many families are heading into London today to remember members of their family who are no longer with us, who played their part in the war. Let's head down to the Mall now. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is not far away from us, actually. I can't see her behind me, but I'm reliably informed she's on the Mall, alongside a family who have a family member taking part in the procession today, Laura.
Yeah, hi SJ. Let me introduce you to the Brown family from Cambridgeshire. A very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Neil, tell me about your connection and your dad, basically.
Well, today we're here. My dad is 101 years old. He's going to be in the box day today. He's very excited.
Sat with the royals,
He's going to be sat with the royals, and today was Why Me? And it is all about him today. What he did for his country and these people, we must remember them. But he's very, very excited. He was up at 4 o'clock, polishing his boots like he always has from his days in the RAF. So he's had a very early start.
So we're looking at the photo here. Tell me about where he was and what he did in the war.
So my dad, Norman Brown, he's 101. He is from Newcastle and was in the RAF during the Second World War. He was stationed in South Africa and he was at a flight training school. So he was training all the mechanics that were working on the aircraft. And he was there for the duration of the war and then was a peacekeeper in Germany after the Second World War. So a very mixed time during the wartime.
And on VE Day itself, obviously he wasn't here in the UK. How did he hear of it?
Well, he was so far away from it all. They heard about it on the radio. And for the actual VE Day itself, they had an air display from Johannesburg that went round. So he recalls the aircraft all going up and put on an air display. But it was business as normal. They were still training the pilots and then straight off to Germany. It was very, very quick.
Let me have a chat with your son, who's 10, Xander. Hello, you're holding up your granddad's photo there. You want to be a cadet in the Air Force when you're a bit bigger. You chat to your granddad, don't you, about the war? What does he tell you?
A lot of stuff, like when he went off to Africa, when he went to all sorts of places, and yeah.
How proud do you feel today, knowing he's going to be sat there watching this big parade and the Flypast?
He'll probably be really proud because
it's a big day, isn't it? And you want to follow in his footsteps. What made you want to do the same things he did?
because he worked in the RAF, so I want to follow his footsteps and join the RAF when I'm older.
Yeah.
So his granddad was one of the very first air cadets in 1930. His granddad was one of the very first air cadets in 1938. And he's always spoken to Zan about the air cadets, and he's eager to turn 14 so we can join them. He's very excited about joining the air cadets.
And obviously a big day for Norman, your dad, your granddad. How does it feel for you personally, though, to be here seeing it all?
It's very emotional. I think when you see the parade come down, and when you see the Lancaster flyover, I think it gets everyone a lump in the throat, and I know that's what my dad will be like when he sees it.
Yeah. with his polished shoes, the roar of those engines we will hear. And so plenty of stories like that along the Mall. People with relatives who were there back 80 years ago, people just wanting to hear about these stories, and people here to see the spectacle that will unfold in a few hours' time, SJ.
Laura, thank you so much. The build-up is beginning. Families like the Browns taking their position to make sure they get the perfect view of what promises to be a very special and poignant afternoon. Let's take you through the sort of events we can expect to see here in the capital throughout the course of the day and further afield. And in fact, for the rest of this week, remembering VE Day, which is, of course, on Thursday. Our events commentator, Alastair Bruce, has the details for you.
This year is the 80th anniversary of VE Day, when victory came to Europe at the end of the Second World War. Here's everything you need to know. VE Day stands for Victory in Europe Day. But what exactly is it? To understand it, we need to go back to the Second World War. Following Germany's invasion of Poland in 1939, the Allied forces and Axis powers were locked in a bloody battle, estimated to have claimed between 70 and 85 million lives.
This country is at war with Germany.
The key players for the Allied forces were Great Britain, France, the United States and the Soviet Union. Their enemies, Germany, Italy and Japan. And where does VE Day come into this? After 6 long years of war, Germany surrendered on the 7th of May 1945.
This unconditional surrender has been achieved by teamwork.
The following day, the Allied forces officially accepted the German surrender, therefore giving us Victory in Europe Day.
The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
Long live the cause of freedom.
But, and this is important, VE Day didn't end the Second World War. The conflict with Japan would rage on until their surrender after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, giving us Victory over Japan Day on the 15th of August.
Today is Victory in Europe Day.
Winston Churchill announced the end of war in Europe with a broadcast from Downing Street.
From early morning until late at night, tremendous crowds make their pilgrimage to Buckingham Palace.
King George VI also thanked the nation for their wartime sacrifices from Buckingham Palace. Thousands flocked to Buckingham Palace and spontaneous street parties broke out across the UK. And this historic moment has been a cause for celebration ever since. Across Western Europe and countries that were part of the Allied forces, different versions of VE Day have been marked with public holidays and annual commemorations. And this year is no exception. And what can we expect to see? Celebrations to mark 80 years since VE Day will take place between the 5th and the 8th of May. There'll be parties, poppies and processions on the programme. To kick off the landmark celebrations on the early May bank holiday, a military band will play 1940s classics and an actor will perform Winston Churchill's speech. There'll be a procession made up of 900 military personnel making their way from Parliament Square, through Trafalgar Square, under Admiralty Arch and down the Mall to Buckingham Palace. Of course, no British commemoration would be complete without a flypast, made up of military and historic aircraft alongside the famous Red Arrows. And the moment we'll be watching out for, that royal balcony appearance. After that, HMS Belfast, the most significant warship from the Second World War, will host a street party. Britons have been urged to organise their own street parties to mark the occasion with barbecues and get-togethers to echo the celebrations 80 years ago. And that's just day one. Historic landmarks, like the Tower of London, will be lit up in a symbol of remembrance on Tuesday the 6th of May. And who remembers the striking poppy display there in 2014? Originally designed to commemorate 100 years since Britain's involvement in the First World War, some 30,000 ceramic poppies are set to make a return to the famous tower in the lead-up to the anniversary day.
Within 48 hours, the surrender terms were ratified in Berlin.
And on the Wednesday, to commemorate the newsflash announcement on the 7th of May 1945 that Germany had unilaterally surrendered, the Parliament Choir will host a concert in Westminster Hall. On the day of the 80th anniversary, Westminster Abbey will hold a remembrance service with the King, politicians and veterans' charities in attendance. There will also be a tea party for World War II veterans. Not to be left out, 10,000 members of the public will be treated to a concert where all the stars of stage and screen will join up with military musicians at Horse Guards Parade. And there they will evoke the thoughts and music of World War II. And it doesn't stop there. Acts of commemoration will reach beyond the UK shores, with beacons being lit at 9 p.m. You can catch a glimpse of one of the beacons being lit on the Thames at Tower Bridge. Alongside the jovial celebrations are the poignant undertones that this is a reflection of the cost of war. And at a time when the world is facing conflicts in places like Gaza and Ukraine, among other places, it is a chance for people to stop and think about that cost. So whether it be celebrations, reflection or remembrance, what will you be doing this VE Day?
Well, it is the start of a busy week. This morning, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has paid his respects to the veterans at the beginning of these VE Day celebrations. He has said this on social media: "We owe a debt of gratitude to those prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for our country. That is why we are giving veterans better access to housing, employment, health and welfare support. As we celebrate VE Day, we honour all those who have served in our armed forces." A post from the Prime Minister to mark the start of VE Day commemorations. I'm joined now by Mark Atkinson, Director General of the Royal British Legion. Mark, really good to see you.
Good morning.
Very much calm and quiet at the moment. People beginning to take their places along the parade route for what is going to be a remarkable day.
I think so. I think it's going to be a really special day, very poignant, and probably our last opportunity to pay tribute to the men and women of the Second World War who delivered the freedoms that we enjoy today. So for us at the Royal British Legion, our job is to support these individuals, to make sure that they are front and centre, the real guests of honour at today's events. And we're really delighted we've got 31 Second World War veterans who'll be sat on the stage here alongside our patron, His Majesty the King, and other members of the royal family. So really special, incredibly poignant day ahead, I think.
My colleague Jonathan Samuels and I both had the privilege of speaking to veterans in the build-up to today's coverage. You can see our conversations here on Sky News. Pat Outram, who was a codebreaker on the South Coast during the war, and Colin Bell, who took part in bombing raids across Germany. And they're over 100 years old, and there aren't many of these veterans left. And like you said, they are front and centre today. How many of them have been able to make the trip to the capital to take part?
So we've got 31 Second World War veterans with us today, also some evacuee children, some poppy sellers from that time as well. So they're going to be here, they are going to be front and centre, they're going to be the guests of honour, as I say. But actually right across the UK, in villages and towns and cities, the Royal British Legion is supporting local celebrations, including some veterans as well. So street parties, afternoon teas, all sorts of things are going on. Today is really the start of a week of celebration and commemorations, and as you'll know, VE Day tends to have a slightly different feel to many of our national remembrance events. It is celebratory in tone, and you'll see that happening right across the country this week.
And for the veterans who are here, I don't know if you can see the stage behind us, which is set. The veterans will be, a number of them will be watching from the stage that's behind us. They've got a front row seat. And then they will join the King and Queen in Buckingham Palace.
Indeed. So about 27 of the veterans will be sat on the stage with members of the royal family, including 104-year-old Henry Ducker, who's the oldest veteran that's here today. And he's a remarkable individual, ex-Royal Air Force. And it was only in recent weeks that he started to tell his story of serving in the Second World War. So he'll be sat on the stage today, and you're right, at the end of the military procession, we'll all go inside. All of the veterans are going to be on the west terrace of Buckingham Palace. They'll watch the military fly past, and then they'll go upstairs and have afternoon tea with our patron, the Royal British Legion patron, King Charles.
Yeah, and the fly past, always a special moment in any of these parades that we do so well in this country to commemorate and remember. The Red Arrows, of course, but military aircraft past and present, I understand.
I think that's right. So it's going to be a really special day. The procession itself is 42 minutes long, so 1,300 men and women in today's armed forces who'll be marching from Parliament Square, up Whitehall, through Admiralty March and down the Mall. So that will take about 42 minutes. Then, as you say, the Flypast that will follow. So I think for the veterans, it's a really special day. I spent some time with them this morning. I'm leaving you in a second to go and spend more time with them. There's a little bit of trepidation, but a lot of excitement. And for many of them, you know, to be front and centre, to sit alongside members of the royal family, supported by the Royal British Legion, lots of excitement, I think.
Yeah, the Royal British Legion obviously supporting veterans always, but particularly this week, because it's not just today. VE Day is actually on Thursday, and we see the Tower of London, the poppies returning, which was such a special moment back in 2015. People travelling from all over the country to see that display. It really struck a chord with people, didn't it? So tell us a bit more about your involvement and what else is going on.
So there's a whole week of activities, as you say. Some of those are the national events and some of those are local events. In terms of local events, lots of street parties, hundreds and hundreds of street parties and afternoon teas that are taking place in villages, towns and cities across the UK and overseas as well. In terms of the national events, you're right, tomorrow will be at the Tower of London. The Royal British Legion will be supporting veterans to be there, again, to be front and centre of those commemorations. We've got the Westminster Abbey service on Thursday, and the Royal British Legion is also bringing veterans together at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire on Thursday. We'll have a large number of Second World War veterans there, so lots of celebrations throughout the week. And as I say, our job is just to make sure those veterans are well looked after, well cared for. We've supported them to travel from all different parts of the UK, and indeed some that have travelled into the UK from overseas. And we want to make sure that we all have this opportunity to say thank you and to pay tribute.
Say thank you and to hear from them as well, because, you know, they are the last few remaining. They are extremely special. So to hear their stories, and like you said, the gentleman Henry, who had only just started to tell his story. You know, this is a day of celebration, but there's so much trauma tied up in all of that, and it can be easy to forget that when you're talking about victory, but you know what they went through, it can be difficult for some veterans.
I think that's absolutely right. So another of the veterans that we're supporting today, Joe Mines, he's 100 years old, he's from Essex. He was with us last year in Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. He's with us again today. It was only in recent years that he started to tell his story. For many decades, it was sort of locked away, the horrors of the D-Day landings. And it's only in recent times that he's felt he wanted to share his story. And there's quite a lot of that you'll see from veterans today, that, you know, they've got to a point where they're 98, 99, 100 years old, and they're beginning to tell their story. And that's part of our job at the Royal British Legion, is to give them a platform to make sure their stories are heard. And, you know, as you say, in a few years' time, they won't be with us. This really is one of the last opportunities we all have to hear those stories firsthand.
Yeah. It really is fascinating and a huge privilege to be able to hear those stories firsthand still. Mark, thank you for coming to see us ahead of what's going to be a very poignant and special day. Mark Atkinson there from the Royal British Legion. Appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll stay with us here on Sky News. Our special coverage of the VE Day anniversary continues on the way. We'll bring you our interview with a World War II veteran, 104 years old, who survived 50 bombing raids over Germany. You're watching Sky News with special coverage of VE Day commemorations here in central London. People flooding in from all over the country here to central London. This is the scene just above Buckingham Palace, where you can see us. We're just in those tents there on the left, actually, prime position for what promises to be a very special and poignant day. We have a procession coming up at noon. The moment Big Ben strikes, the procession will start in Parliament Square. It will head past the Cenotaph, the procession then proceeding through Admiralty Arch and up the Mall here to Buckingham Palace. It will be watched by the King and Queen and other members by the royal family, the Prime Minister, and most importantly of all, veterans. A stage has been set up just in front of the Queen Victoria Memorial. You can see at the bottom of your screen there. Well, among those taking part in the celebrations is 104-year-old veteran Colin Bell. The RAF hero flew a Mosquito bomber and survived 50 bombing raids over Germany. He's been sharing his memory of VE Day with my colleague Jonathan Samuels.
A memorial to Bomber Command, the brave pilots and crew who 80 years ago risked their lives on raids over Europe. Amongst them, Colin Bell, now 104 years old.
What goes through your mind, Colin, when you look at this memorial?
Sadness. Sadness that so many brave young men lost their lives fighting against a war, against an enemy that it should never have been. Sadness.
During the war, Colin flew 50 missions over Europe in an RAF Mosquito, some of them over Berlin. He was at an airbase in Canada when news of VE Day came through early in the morning.
I heard all this palaver of people shouting and firing pistols, and I said to the guy in the next bed, "What the hell's going on?" And he said, "I think it was celebrating VE Day, the end of war in Europe." And I said, "Well, that's nice. Now let's get back to sleep." That's the pilot's position.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, and a bit lower down, was the navigator's seat.
Right.
On one of his first raids, a shell exploded under his aircraft. After just making it home, an engineer inspected the plane, which was riddled with holes, and revealed how close Colin and his navigator had come to dying.
He handed me 2 slivers of shrapnel, each a bit about 4 or 5 inches long. And I said, "Yeah, interesting. Where did you find them?" He said, "Well, they were in your parachute that you were sitting on," which made me thoughtful.
At the RAF Club in London, Colin regularly pops into the Churchill bar for a drink and a chat.
It's an experience of a lifetime.
Inevitably, conversation turns to conflicts of today. He worries about defence spending, NATO, and hesitating to confront aggression decisively.
Bear in mind that I've seen all this happen before, from the time that I was a teenager, living, as Churchill put it, in the wilderness years, and at the time when appeasement was rife. The situation is different now, but the dangers are the same.
Back at the memorial, Colin has this message for those of us lucky enough not to have lived through a war.
People talk too much about their rights and not enough about their duties.
Colin more than carried out his duty. On the anniversary of VE Day, he will honour the fallen and remind us of the price of peace. Jonathan Samuels, Sky News.
Stay with us here on Sky News and our special coverage of the VE Day anniversary coming up. We'll cross live to Wellington Barracks, where I'll be speaking to Garrison Sergeant Major Andrew Stokes on what we can expect from today's military ceremony. Hello, welcome back. You're watching Sky News special coverage of the start of VE Day celebrations that will take course throughout this week, right across the country, the heart of events here in central London. We're just outside Buckingham Palace, which will be along the parade route this afternoon. The procession starting in Parliament Square at the strike of noon by Big Ben. It's then going to go past the Cenotaph, proceeding through Admiralty Arch and up the Mall to Buckingham Palace here, watched by the King and Queen, veterans and the Prime Minister. Well, let's speak now to Garrison Sergeant Major Andrew Stokes, who's at Wellington Barracks. He is the senior warrant officer responsible for the ceremonial duties of the Household Division and heavily involved in today's procession. Good to speak to you this morning. How are you feeling ahead of the start of proceedings?
Well, it's all calm here. There's a lot of excitement about delivering this event. We're all, behind the scenes. We're all about getting ready now. The mounted troops have all left their barracks in Regent's Park Barracks and Hyde Park Barracks. And in about 30 or 40 minutes, it'll all start to come together and we'll all start to descend on Parliament Square.
So talk to me about your role in the procession.
So I designed the parade and delivered the briefings and trained everybody to understand what they've got to deliver. But essentially, we're going to form up on Parliament Square, that iconic location in London. And at midday, we'll hear the chimes of Big Ben, just as they did 80 years ago, and a speech from Sir Winston Churchill. There's a wonderful veteran that's going to be present there who will be handed a torch of peace from a young person, and then I will ask Alan for permission to start the parade, and we will march about 1,300 troops, including horses and guns, from Parliament Square past the Cenotaph, which will be draped in huge, enormous Union flags, to Buckingham Palace, where His Majesty the King and Queen, the Prime Minister and veterans will be to take a salute. A lot of those soldiers, sailors and airmen will go back to Wellington Barracks, but a number of bands will go into Buckingham Palace and support then second bit of activity, and that's really to focus on the veterans. They're going to be in Buckingham Palace Gardens to watch the Flypast from the Royal Air Force at 13:45, and then that will culminate the day. But the VVIPs today are those veterans that gave so much 80 years ago, and we're here to support them.
Yes, you mentioned Alan there. That's Alan Kennett, a 100-year-old Second World War veteran who served in Normandy, who's going to be handed that torch for peace from a young person before the Household Cavalry, Mounted Regiment and the King's Troop, Royal Horse Artillery start that procession from Parliament Square down to Whitehall. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, I've almost done 40 years in the armed forces, and I was inspired by that generation to really commit to the armed forces, and I think their legacy lives on, their example, their reputation from 80 years ago, that's still very visible across all the armed forces today. We've learned an awful lot from what they delivered. For me, it's a celebration for the nation, for the Commonwealth, for the Allies, to get together. We were secured peace, we were handed freedom 80 years ago. And that was absolutely a team effort. And today we've got an awful lot of different countries on parade as well. So we've got troops representing the Commonwealth, NATO forces, and Ukraine. And it sends a message that together we are stronger.
The Flypast, of course, happening as part of the parade. The Red Arrows are more than 20 current and historic military aircraft set to fly over the skies here at Buckingham Palace. It promises to be a truly special day. We were just looking at scenes of people lining the Mall, families, young children. There's a young boy there dressed up as a World War II soldier with his tin hat on. I think it was made out of plastic, draped in the Union flag. How special is it for serving military personnel to see people come out to line the streets, to reflect as you are today on the sacrifices that were made and the special moment we have for the veterans that are still with us today? What does it mean? Oh, there he is. Look, we'll give him another styling role, because that is definitely, we'll wave back at him. That's definitely the best dress-up I've seen today. What does it mean for you to see all these people turn out to join you?
Well, it's a great feeling to know that the public are behind the armed forces. When you join the armed forces, it's a vocation, it's not a job. Your family come with you, they share the experience, and just to know that the country unites behind the armed forces on days like this is a huge comfort. So it's great, and you know, just to see the nation come together, to see everybody in solidarity, supporting what we are doing today in support of our World War II veterans, it's a great feeling. Everybody's excited to deliver that.
Yeah, it's supporting the veterans and the current armed forces as well. And I can't help but remark on how smart you look today. I'm sure that's very much a part of the build-up to the parade, checking everybody's smart, shoes are polished, hat's perfect, medals are shining. Can you talk us through some of your medals? Because that's a rather fantastic collection you have there.
Yes, indeed. So I've been fortunate enough to have a long and distinguished career in the armed forces, and some of my medals are campaign medals from all the campaigns that you would have heard about over the last 30 or 40 years, Northern Ireland, Bosnia, Iraq and Afghanistan. There's a couple of medals there for meritorious service. I'm an officer of the Order of the British Empire and a member of the Victorian Order, and that is really from my roles in previous ceremonial events, so delivering the funeral of the late Duke of Edinburgh and also Her Majesty the Queen.
Well, look, I know you will say that it's not about you today, it is very much about the veterans, but those lining the streets today are very much, as you said, here to see the current armed forces, as well as remember the sacrifices made by those in World War II and celebrate the veterans that we have with us. Garrison Sergeant Major Andrew Stokes, really appreciate your time today and best of luck for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Speaks so calmly, doesn't he, about organising such an enormous parade that's going to get underway today. 1,300 members of the armed forces will be parading through central London today. That is no mean feat. Now, at the time, it was one of the war's most closely guarded secrets, the code-breaking effort led from Bletchley Park that intercepted Germany's communications and helped the Allies win the war. Last week, I was privileged enough to speak to one of the surviving codebreakers who contributed to that work, Pat Outram, and she told me about her role.
We spent a lot of nights going down to the cellar or to an air raid shelter, and it was tiring, the blitz, because you did lose a good deal of sleep, and as soon as you heard this warning siren, you know, you knew this is going to be another interrupted night.
You worked with Bletchley Park. You were a codebreaker because you could speak and understand German. Where were you posted? What did you do?
Well, I joined the Women's Royal Naval Service, the Wrens, because there was a bit of a naval tradition on one side of the family. And after training, they sent me to the northeast Yorkshire and the coast up there. Because I had conversational German, I could listen to the German naval ships talking, because they tended to talk as they went in and out of the Baltic into the North Sea. So the Yorkshire coast was quite a good place to do a listening watch.
What was it like to be there on the coast? Because you were in the danger zone, effectively. You could have been bombed, and you actually think that it's a miracle you weren't.
I suppose in a way it was, because, yes, we were right opposite enemy territory. I don't think we thought a lot about that, actually. Of course, you had blackout and everything. You didn't show any lights, and they probably wouldn't have known what our little remote stations actually were doing, because they'd taken over guest houses and places like that for us. It was quite a could be very boring if there was no traffic that night, or it could be all go and you were writing down as fast as you could, particularly coded messages.
You were stationed on the coast, and on the south coast, I think this was, and you had a special chance encounter on the cliffs in the build-up to D-Day with Winston Churchill. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened there?
Well, I used to like to go and sit in a quiet corner of the cliffs at Dover if I'd been on a night watch, say. And I think it was one morning about breakfast time that I was sitting with my library book, and a little file of people came up the path from the car park way down below on the road. And I was rather surprised to see Winston Churchill at the head of this little group of officers and civilians. And so they came past and they said, "Good morning." So I said, "Good morning." And they went and stood on our cliff, looked across at Calais, which was directly opposite the white cliffs over there. And then they went away again. And I thought that was rather odd. What was our Prime Minister doing at breakfast time on our cliff? But they went on to other places round there, and it was all very carefully planned that it would be reported back to the Germans. And because they were looking at that east end of the Channel, that's where the invasion of Europe was going to be. And of course it was going to be way down to the west in Normandy. So it was a very deliberate ruse, actually. A little bit of history, really.
Yeah, and you had a front row seat, you and your library book, just looking for a bit of peace and quiet, and you're there for one of the most pivotal points of the war. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, VE Day meant a great deal because we were, listening to the German occupation of France, and VE Day was very important, but VJ Day was more important for our family because of my father, who'd been taken prisoner in the Far East when he was out there with the British Army. So we still had a few months to wait before the Far East was settled, and he did actually come home.
You did keep a small diary, and I'm just interested in this entry from VE Day, which says, "Great tension. Victory announcement expected all day, but it was delayed. Very hot. It has been postponed, and we went to Whitehall and Piccadilly." Then on the 8th, which is, of course, VE Day. Lovely day. Staff only allowed us half a day off. Enormous crowds. Saw royal family and Churchill at the Palace. Dined at Prunière and saw all the floodlighting. Lovely.
We sort of instinctively headed for the palace because we thought the king would appear, and a lot of people were shouting, "We want the king," and things like that. And they did come out on the balcony, and everybody cheered, and, a great feeling of celebration. And they did a sort of walkabout, I think, and met ordinary people in the forces. And, it was a really wonderful time because the war had been going on for, I think, 4 years. And at times you wondered, would it ever end?
We've also got a letter from your sister as well.
Oh, yes.
"My double darling Patsy, isn't this just so wonderful and overwhelming? We knew it was on its way, but wow, it just leaves me feeling mentally exhausted. I wish I had been in London. It must have been," underlined, "colossal."
Yes.
The enormity of it.
Well, Jean and I always kept in touch very much. And she was in North Africa and Mediterranean.
I want to ask you about your medals that you're wearing. Perhaps you can talk us through them. What are they?
Well, I've got the standard British ones for being in the forces in the war, and then a rather beautiful French medal.
The Légion d'honneur.
The Légion d'honneur. It's their top military medal, and originally given, I think, by Napoleon to his troops for their success against the British. However, the French, very kindly at the end of the war, gave some of us this, I think, for our contribution in the liberation of Europe, really. And, of course, France was occupied for a long time, and it must have been enormously relieved to be independent again. So I think it's a very kind and courteous gesture. They gave some of us a Légion d'honneur, which I do prize.
Stay with us here on Sky News and our special coverage of the VE Day anniversary. Coming up, we'll cross to the Mall, where more people are continuing to arrive for the start of VE Day celebrations. We'll be back shortly.
Date 1945, the day of victory in Europe.
Hostilities will end the 8th of May. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
80 years on from that historic moment, we will be at the heart of the events as we reflect, remember and celebrate together. Join us for the full story of VE Day on Sky News.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then.
There's a lot of action going on, a lot of hits coming in still.
We were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, boat seriously overcrowded.
This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all. A lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa!
Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching Sky News special coverage of the start of VE Day celebrations this week. We're outside Buckingham Palace. The parade is going to make its way down the Mall here from Parliament Square. The Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace, which of course means that the reigning monarch is in residence. The King and Queen set to watch the parade from a stage just below the Queen Victoria statue memorial, alongside the Prime Minister and of course the special guests. Veterans, over 30 of them today, have made the journey to London to be front and centre as they are celebrated, and those lost in World War II are remembered. We'll be following events throughout the day live here on Sky News. It promises to be a poignant and memorable day. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is not far away from me. She is down on the Mall amongst the crowds somewhere. Laura.
Yes, hello from the Mall, where the crowds are sort of 4 or 5 people deep. Some brave few had camped overnight, others getting here at the crack of dawn. I want to introduce someone for whom this parade means a little bit more. David Mitchell, hello.
Hi.
Tell me about your daughter Ellie.
She's riding lead for the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery today at the front of the parade.
So she'll be one of the first we'll see in that
Yes,
parade.
Yes, and it's her very first time riding in the lead position as well, so it's quite a moment for her.
And for you as her dad, what kind of a moment is it?
Oh, it's very nice. Very proud indeed.
And what kind of preparation has she had to go through to get here?
Oh, they rehearsed so hard, they worked so hard with the horses. So yeah, they get everything buttoned down right to the last minute detail. So yes, they work really, really hard to make it look as seamless and as easy as it is out there.
And has she spoken about the significance of taking part in an event like this, VE Day?
She enjoys taking part. I don't know if she really gets a full gravitas of it at the moment, but she'll look back one day, I'm sure, and understand it. But the work involved, getting up there, the early morning rehearsals and everything else, it's quite hard work, quite strenuous, getting all the kit turned around regular, so they're spotless.
Well turned out for the moment. And she's told you where to stand, basically, hasn't she? Tell me about that.
Well, basically, what's going to happen is when they do the actual parade, they're going to come up here in side by side, A sub and B sub, and she's going to be on this side of the Mall. So I've been told specifically to stand right by this side to get the best photo opportunity.
Is she going to glance across, or is it eyes straight to the front?
Eyes straight. She will not even acknowledge me. Not a bean.
It's not going to stop you waving, though, I bet.
No, or shouting. Yes. And embarrassing Dad.
Being among the crowds, and this is probably the last big gathering of certainly of veterans who were there 80 years ago. And you're from a military background yourself, others in your family too. Does it feel special today?
Yes, it does feel very special, and it feels very nice to be able to be here to celebrate and honour those people that went before, really. At the end of the day, it's nice to have the celebrations, but it's for them we really need to be thinking about and celebrating what they gave as well.
And that's very much the focus of today. David, thank you. All your eyes are on that parade then. Ellie Mitchell, who'll be among the very first of those military personnel we'll see in the parade a little bit later on today. Sarah-Jane.
Laura, thank you so much. Yes, lots of proud relatives lining the route today here in central London with that parade due to get underway. At the stroke of midday, Big Ben will signal the official start to today's events. You can see some of those taking part, preparing and getting into position. As I said, it all gets underway at Parliament Square. You can follow the procession here with us on Sky News. Timothy Spall, who played Winston Churchill in The King's Speech, that wonderful film, will read extracts from Churchill's speech on that day 80 years ago. Alan Kennett, a 100-year-old veteran, will then be handed the torch for peace from a young person before the military parade begins. Stay with us here on Sky News. Hello, good morning. It is 11 o'clock and you're watching Sky News coverage of the VE Day anniversary.
Today is Victory in Europe Day.
Celebrating victory in Europe 80 years on, and the remaining veterans who helped deliver an end to the Second World War. Just before midday, a military procession will begin, ending with a flypast in front of the royal family. It starts 4 days of commemorative events. A final chance to capture the memories of those who served, including one of the women who worked cracking Germany's Enigma code. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, VE Day meant a great deal.
And the royal family fully focused, we are told, on the events to mark VE Day after Prince Harry's claims his father won't speak to him. Hello, a very good morning to you, live from Buckingham Palace. Now, it was the day those present would never forget. The day people right across Britain, including a young future Queen Elizabeth, flooded onto the streets to celebrate Nazi Germany's surrender in the Second World War. It is now 80 years on since Victory in Europe Day, and that momentous moment will be remembered publicly and privately this week. VE Day is marked across Europe, not only in the UK, but also in Germany, France and Poland. In London, the ceremonies start at Parliament Square, ahead of the strike of noon by Big Ben. After which, hundreds of members of the UK Armed Forces will take part in a military procession from Whitehall, progressing along the Mall here to Buckingham Palace. Then there will be a flypast with the royal family watching on. It includes the Red Arrows and a surviving Lancaster bomber. Well, this is the scene here in central London right now. As you can see, those taking part in that military procession, making their way to the start to take their position. As ever, so much preparation goes into events like this, and it promises to be a special and poignant day for all those involved and those watching on. Around 30 veterans have made the journey here to central London. They will be watching proceedings from a special stage that has been erected at the foot of the Queen Victoria Memorial statue here at Buckingham Palace. Lots of faces, young and old, heading here to line the procession route to remember VE Day and celebrate the armed forces that are taking part. It's a moment when the nation comes together, these kind of occasions. And joining me to talk through today's events, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills and our events commentator, Alastair Bruce.
Hello.
Hello. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
Look, we've got some of the procession giving us
right
an early
cue.
glimpse, right on cue. It's almost like we planned it, getting an insight into what we can expect later on. I'll come to you first, if I may, Alastair. These occasions, always so big and vibrant. This one, the 80th anniversary of VE Day, a really special one.
Well, with the steady thunder of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery rumbling behind us, it's a reminder, I think, of how utterly delightful it was for Europe that the war had finally come to an end. And that generation that gave us victory have provided Europe with really, arguably, the longest period of peace that has ever existed. And so when we look back and mark this moment, we also have to represent the huge loss and cost of the whole thing. But in addition to that, we remember those who celebrated on that day and had the joy of knowing that their family had survived, or to reflect on the cost of losing people in their families, but always remembering what they left behind. And I think here we can hear the trot. They've started the trot, and when they start the trot, it's a wonderful sound.
Well, yeah, they haven't got long to go, have they, to get into position? Things starting just before midday, final preparations taking place. Rhiannon, the royal family, the King and Queen, of course, the royal standard flying high above Buckingham Palace. The King and Queen will be on that stage with the veterans and the Prime Minister. The veterans really at the heart of today's events, and in fact the entire week of events to commemorate VE Day, and the royal family with their own special connection to that era, of course, as well.
And I think that's what we have to always remember is yes, that the royal family, they are always there front and centre for these big moments of national commemoration. But for them, their involvement is really about reflecting the attention onto those who really matter. And today, that is the veterans who we are so fortunate are still with us. They are starting to decline in numbers, clearly, because they're now in their 90s, their early hundreds. You've spoken to one of them, I've spoken to another this week. They are truly remarkable people. And for the royal family, they will want to make sure that the stories from the veterans are the stories that really matter and count over the next 4 days. The veterans will join members of the royal family on the stage there in front of Buckingham Palace. The royal family will then, of course, go onto the balcony for that spectacular flypast. But also, I think the moment that probably the King, the Queen, the Prince and Princess of Wales will enjoy the most is time then in Buckingham Palace, able to sit down and over a cup of tea, talk to those veterans about what it really meant to be there 80 years ago. And also that mixture of feelings that Alastair was talking about. Yes, a huge moment of celebration where people wanted to come out and sing and dance and celebrate that the Nazis have been defeated, but also a time of bittersweet memories, because for many of those individuals, they didn't have many of their loved ones around them because they'd sadly lost them during the Second World War. And I think what will be really important is the start of this procession is going to be there at the cenotaph, that huge memorial to those who gave that ultimate sacrifice for the peace that we enjoy today.
Alastair, what does it mean for serving members of the armed forces? 1,300 of them taking part in today's parade. What does it mean for them to be a part of this 80th anniversary?
Well, it's on their shoulders to maintain the peace. I was talking about the great gift of peace that the generation who fought the Second World War left us with. And generation after generation of young men and women who sign up to serve in the armed forces are putting their lives on the line in order to make sure that we continue to hold that peace. And as we know, there will be marching past a number of Ukrainian service people who are being trained by the United Kingdom's armed forces. And it's a reminder that, you know, for one of the first occasions when we mark VE Day on such a big scale, you have to also bear in mind that there is, again, war in Europe. And so I think that's poignant because the cost of peace is one that you've always got to protect.
Rhiannon and Alastair, thank you for the moment. You're with us throughout the course of the day. Alastair talking through proceedings, that procession that will last around 2 hours. Alastair will be taking you right through everything and pointing out the bits to look out for. Anything we should look out for? Any points of interest that people watching at home should look out for, Alastair? I know you're alert as to it as we go, but...
Everything has been rehearsed so perfectly. We just saw pass behind us on a single white horse, the Major General commanding the Household Division, who's commanding this whole parade. And I don't know if our cameras will pick him up further down the mall, but he is in command with his senior officers. They put so much planning into this, bringing the Army, Navy and Air Force together to make sure that on behalf of the memory of what the whole success of victory in Europe was all about is marked and celebrated with today's armed forces.
OK, right, let's go to Laura Bundock, who is not far away from us here outside Buckingham Palace. She's on the Mall, and as I said, young and old coming out today. Laura, some really young little people, some of them dressed up, who perhaps don't really fully understand the significance of today, but it's part of passing the story on, isn't it, and keeping the history alive.
Absolutely. And, you know, for many young people here, they might not have a living relative who has the stories to pass on, but through their parents, their grandparents, the stories are being retold and remembered today. You've got young, you've got old, you've got an international crowd here as well. Let me introduce you to Michelle from Nova Scotia in Canada. Nice to see you. You're here on holiday, but what's it like to be part of the VE Day commemorations?
We knew it was going to be happening before we arrived, so we were very excited. It's phenomenal, like, to be here on a day like this, especially in everything going on in the world right now. To acknowledge everything that was done at that time, yeah, we were pretty chuffed.
And of course, Canada very much part of that as well.
Yes, very much so. I have relatives in my own family who have passed, but we're very much part of it. I'm very proud of all that, and definitely excited to see everyone out today.
What does Canada do on a day like today?
Well, we still remember. We still have our moments. We do remember.
That's such a shame. We've lost communications to Laura down there on the Mall. It's always fascinating to hear why people have turned out today, so many of them with personal connections either to VE Day or to the armed forces. Many just turning out to commemorate and celebrate the 80th anniversary. If you're thinking of heading into London today, the ceremony doesn't get underway until midday. There's still quite a bit of room along the route. So if you were thinking, oh, should I go down and have a look? Come down. You won't be sorry. It promises to be a really special day. And we're just getting a little taster of it here as everybody moves into position. We can have a look actually now at the sort of events we can expect to see here in central London throughout the day and further afield. The celebrations and commemorations happening for the rest of this week, remembering VE Day. Our events commentator, Alastair Bruce, has been taking a look at some of the details for you.
This year is the 80th anniversary of VE Day, when victory came to Europe at the end of the Second World War. Here's everything you need to know. VE Day stands for Victory in Europe Day. But what exactly is it? To understand it, we need to go back to the Second World War. Following Germany's invasion of Poland in 1939, the Allied forces and Axis powers were locked in a bloody battle, estimated to have claimed between 70 and 85 million lives.
This country is at war with Germany.
The key players for the Allied forces were Great Britain, France, the United States and the Soviet Union. Their enemies, Germany, Italy and Japan. And where does VE Day come into this? After 6 long years of war, Germany surrendered on the 7th of May 1945.
This unconditional surrender has been achieved by teamwork.
The following day, the Allied forces officially accepted the German surrender, therefore giving us Victory in Europe Day.
The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
Long live the cause of freedom.
But, and this is important, VE Day didn't end the Second World War. The conflict with Japan would rage on until their surrender after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, giving us Victory over Japan Day on the 15th of August.
Today is Victory in Europe Day.
Winston Churchill announced the end of war in Europe with a broadcast from Downing
From
Street.
early morning until late at night, tremendous crowds make their pilgrimage to Buckingham Palace.
King George VI also thanked the nation for their wartime sacrifices from Buckingham Palace. Thousands flocked to Buckingham Palace and spontaneous street parties broke out across the UK. And this historic moment has been a cause for celebration ever since. Across Western Europe and countries that were part of the Allied forces, different versions of VE Day have been marked with public holidays and annual commemorations. And this year is no exception. And what can we expect to see? Celebrations to mark 80 years since VE Day will take place between the 5th and the 8th of May. There'll be parties, poppies and processions on the programme. To kick off the landmark celebrations on the early May bank holiday, a military band will play 1940s classics and an actor will perform Winston Churchill's speech. There'll be a procession made up of 900 military personnel making their way from Parliament Square through Trafalgar Square, under Admiralty Arch and down the Mall to Buckingham Palace. Of course, no British commemoration would be complete without a flypast, made up of military and historic aircraft alongside the famous Red Arrows. And the moment we'll be watching out for, that royal balcony appearance. After that, HMS Belfast, the most significant warship from the Second World War, will host a street party. Britons have been urged to organise their own street parties to mark the occasion, with barbecues and get-togethers to echo the celebrations 80 years ago. And that's just day one. Historic landmarks, like the Tower of London, will be lit up in a symbol of remembrance on Tuesday the 6th of May. And who remembers the striking poppy display there in 2014? Originally designed to commemorate 100 years since Britain's involvement in the First World War, some 30,000 ceramic poppies are set to make a return to the famous tower in the lead-up to the anniversary day.
Within 48 hours, the surrender terms were ratified in Berlin.
And on the Wednesday, to commemorate the newsflash announcement on the 7th of May 1945 that Germany had unilaterally surrendered, the Parliament Choir will host a concert in Westminster Hall. On the day of the 80th anniversary, Westminster Abbey will hold a remembrance service with the King, politicians and veterans' charities in attendance. There will also be a tea party for World War II veterans. Not to be left out, 10,000 members of the public will be treated to a concert where all the stars of stage and screen will join up with military musicians at Horse Guards Parade. And there they will evoke the thoughts and music of World War II. And it doesn't stop there. Acts of commemoration will reach beyond the UK shores, with beacons being lit at 9 p.m. You can catch a glimpse of one of the beacons being lit on the Thames at Tower Bridge. Alongside the jovial celebrations are the poignant undertones that this is a reflection of the cost of war. And at a time when the world is facing conflicts in places like Gaza and Ukraine, among other places, it is a chance for people to stop and think about that cost. So whether it be celebrations, reflection or remembrance, what will you be doing this VE Day?
Well, thousands of people are lining the streets of central London today for a very special VE Day procession to mark the 80th anniversary of Victory Day in Europe. You'll see a lot of the regiments moving around at the moment to take their positions for the start of the parade. I'm joined by our Royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills, who's with me for today's event. Rhiannon, where we are now, Buckingham Palace, is the culmination of the parade. It's where the Flypast will happen later to round off this beginning of a week-long series of events. And it's where the King and Queen, alongside veterans, will take it all in, because this is a special, poignant day for the King himself. And given what's happened with his health, he really wanted to be here. This really means a lot to him, doesn't it?
He did. Really, since last week, throughout the weekend, despite everything else that's been going on regarding the royal family, Palisades were very keen to say, look, the royal family are fully focused on these VE Day events and their participation. A Palisade saying that they were very much looking forward to the events when they'll unite with the rest of the nation and those across the Commonwealth and the wider world in celebrating, commemorating and giving thanks to the wartime generation. I think at the front of the King's mind, no doubt, will be his own parents. This will be the first significant VE Day commemorations where Queen Elizabeth II is not with us. Prince Philip, who, don't forget, was mentioned in dispatches for his own wartime service, is not with us. And in some ways, that is why they are like so many families up and down the country who will be hoping to continue the legacy and the incredible contribution that was made by their own relatives. Of course, for the King, he will also, I think, throughout this week, be remembering his own grandfather, who, in the same
we
role...
just saw there, the Queen Mother, the statue's not too far from where we stand now.
Who, in the role that the King holds now, was so central to addressing the nation, thanking those who had given the ultimate sacrifice and their families who had been there to support that wartime effort. So, look, don't underestimate how significant this is going to be from a personal perspective for the King. Last year, he made every effort to travel to Normandy, despite that very recent cancer diagnosis, because he wanted to be there with the veterans. And we had wonderful pictures of him holding hands with the veterans, him beaming from ear to ear, because he wanted to hear their stories. And we're going to see plenty more of that today when they host a tea party for veterans in the back garden.
Rhiannon, thank you for the moment. Rhiannon Mills there, our Royal correspondent here alongside me, and our events commentator, Alastair Bruce, talking you through proceedings today, this special VE Day anniversary celebration, a military procession and Flypast taking place this afternoon. You can watch it live here on Sky News. Let's speak now to General Lord Richard Dannett, the former Chief of the Defence Staff, who joins us from Norfolk this morning. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us here on Sky News. I'll first start by asking you what VE Day means to you on this 80th anniversary.
Well, it's very special, of course, and one just stops to think that it was yesterday evening, 80 years ago, that Field Marshal Montgomery took the surrender of all German forces in northwest Germany, Denmark and Holland, and news of that began to trickle through, which triggered off the celebrations that began 80 years ago today on the 5th of May. And then, of course, fast forward to Thursday, to the 8th of May. That's when the official VE Day was and is. And of course, it's really important that we celebrate, we commemorate, but I think we also give thanks for the service and sacrifice of that generation that fought their way for our values and for freedom 80 years ago in what was an extraordinarily bloody and protracted and difficult war. So it's absolutely right that whereas 80 years ago the celebrations were spontaneous, these are a little bit more planned, but that doesn't make it any less valid that we stop, remember, give thanks, and we celebrate.
Yeah, the echoes of history will be felt today and very much recognised, because aircraft used to support Ukraine will form part of the Flypast alongside the Red Arrows, and aircraft past and present, and troops that were trained by UK armed forces for that conflict will also form part of the procession. How poignant is that today, given that victory was celebrated 80 years ago this week, yet there are still wars globally and a conflict in Europe?
Well, Sarah-Jane, of course, you're right. And what's really tragic is that it's not just the continuation of wars variously around the world. It's the return of a bloody land war to Europe. That's what we really thought we had seen the back of on the 8th of May 1945, when the Grand Alliance of the Soviet Union, United States of America and Great Britain defeated and destroyed the fascism and Nazism of Germany and Italy. And therefore it's tragic that come February 2022, Vladimir Putin and his Russia, for their own reasons, have decided to attack another sovereign country, Ukraine, and bring a bloody land war back to Europe. That's a real tragedy, and I think we have to keep that in mind. And I think that's why today's parade, today's ceremony, has echoes of the past, of course, but actually has very sharp images and immediate recollections of what is going on today. It's a tragedy that there is this vicious land war in Europe now, 80 years after we thought we'd seen the back of it.
How precarious does peace in Europe feel to you right now? Because, as you said, there is a bloody land war going on in Europe. Today pulls World War II into sharp focus, and that phrase, never again, has echoed through the ages, yet here we are today. How precarious does it feel right now to you?
Well, it's precarious if we don't do the right things in the next few years to make sure that there isn't a repeat of a wider war in Europe. And by that I mean that our government is signalling the right thing by increasing defence expenditure from 2.3 to 2.5% of GDP to be spent on defence. But many commentators, myself included, believe it should be more like 3 or 3.5%. Not so that we're better able to fight a war, but that we have a strong enough deterrent capability to contain any further aggressive and expansionist Russian ideas that Vladimir Putin might have, to make sure that not only is this war concluded at some point in Ukraine, but it doesn't spread to Poland, to Finland, to Sweden, to the Baltic states, all those states that have a common boundary with Russia and are feeling very threatened at the present moment. And it's really important, with the Americans signaling that they're going to do less towards European security, that we Europeans step up and do more. And I'm afraid there's no getting away from the fact we'll have to spend more on our defence.
Look, Dana, I know you're in Norfolk today. A lot of the celebrations happening here in London, but they are nationwide throughout the course of the week. How will you be marking today's street party?
Well, we haven't got a street party today. At least I'm not involved in the street party, but we've got a lot of events in Norfolk. My wife, who's Lord Lieutenant, will be flag-raising ceremony on Thursday morning. We'll both be laying wreaths at the City War Memorial on Thursday morning in Norwich. And then we're actually up in London, not at the concert on Horse Guards Parade, but another concert in the Royal Albert Hall. So it's really important that we do celebrate. And then in Norwich Cathedral, next Sunday, we have a major service of commemoration at 3:30 in the afternoon. We planned it that way so as not to conflict with the service going on Thursday in Westminster Abbey.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this week, and as our events commentator Alastair Bruce pointed out, of course it is a day of celebration as it was that day 80 years ago, but the events that led up to that celebration, the sacrifices that were made and the loss of life running into over 50 million is not forgotten, and that is the undercurrent of today. Lord Dannatt, really good to talk to you, former Chief of the Defence Staff there, joining us from Norfolk as we prepare to start the VE Day celebrations. In the last hour, the Prime Minister has put this out on social media. We owe a debt of gratitude to those prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for our country. That's why we are giving veterans better access to housing, employment, health and welfare support. As we celebrate VE Day, we honour all those who have served in our armed forces. That's the Prime Minister putting that out on X a little earlier this morning. The Prime Minister who will be on the stage behind us, Rhiannon, alongside the King and Queen and the veterans, some 30 of them making the journey to the capital. They're taking their seats nice and early. I would imagine it's the coldest day of the week so far. We've had so many days of sunshine. I would imagine there'll be a fair few blankets up there and maybe a sherry or two. Every veteran I meet either offers me a cup of tea or a sherry.
Which do you go for then? That's the thing.
That would be telling.
Can't tell anyone that. I think, well, actually, someone from the Royal British Legion was saying at least it's not too hot today, which actually is probably better for the veterans.
They'll be well looked after today.
But yeah, look, they are the extraordinary ones, aren't they? And both you and I have had the pleasure of being able to sit down and spend important time with veterans who were there on that day. And for me, I think I spoke to a lady who's 101. That interview will air later in the week. And for her, and this really summed it up for me, because today will be a lot about the celebrations. And as we see the crowds rush down the Mall later for the balcony moment, it will be in some ways kind of a reflection of what happened 80 years ago. But she said to me that at the end of the war, they'd started the war as a family of 7. They ended the war as a family of 3. And it's that sense of loss that I think that many of us will never be able to fully comprehend. She was also saying to me that their generation, they just got on with it. Yeah. And that, I think, is also the incredible thing, is she'd never spoken about her story. And I said, well, why have you never spoken about it before? And she said, well, you just have to get on with it. That was
Keep
life.
calm and carry on. That's where that phrase came from.
Absolutely. And it was also a similar thing that I was hearing from D-Day veterans last year when we marked the 80th anniversary of the D-Day commemorations as well. They simply got on with it. But also they do reflect back on that day 80 years ago and that sense of relief that finally the Nazis had been defeated, but also realised that life had changed forever. And how did they get through that as a generation? I just still find remarkable. And I think when people say we will never see a generation like them, I think we are absolutely right when they say that. And today, the royal family really reflecting back the importance of those stories, I think.
Well, Rhiannon, as you said, you and I have been lucky enough to be able to speak to a number of the surviving veterans, dwindling in number. Yeah. But I spoke to Pat Outram, 101 years old. She recounted her tale, opened up her well-worn photo album to talk to me about her life during World War II. She was a codebreaker on the south coast of England, intercepting messages between German U-boats, passing that Enigma code onto Bletchley Park. And of course, the rest is history. And let's listen now to some of the conversation I had with her last week.
We spent a lot of nights going down to the cellar or to an air raid shelter. And it was tiring, the Blitz, because you did lose a good deal of sleep. And as soon as you heard this warning siren, you know, you knew this is going to be another interrupted night.
You were stationed on the coast, and on the south coast, I think this was, and you had a special chance encounter on the cliffs in the build-up to D-Day with Winston Churchill. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened there?
Well, I used to like to go and sit in a quiet corner of the cliffs near Dover, if I'd been on a night watch, say. And I think it was one morning about breakfast time that I was sitting with my library book, and a little file of people came up the path from the car park way down below on the road. And I was rather surprised to see Winston Churchill at the head of this little group of officers and civilians. And so they came past and they said, "Good morning." So I said, "Good morning." And they went and stood on our cliff, looked across at Calais, which was directly opposite the white cliffs over there. And then they went away again. And I thought that was rather odd. What was our Prime Minister doing at breakfast time on our cliff? But they went on to other places round there, and it was all very carefully planned that it would be reported back to the Germans. And because they were looking at that east end of the channel, that's where the invasion of Europe was going to be. And of course it was going to be way down to the west in Normandy. So it was a very deliberate ruse, actually. A little bit of history, really.
Yeah, and you had a front row seat, you and your library book, just looking for a bit of peace and quiet, and you're there for one of the most pivotal points of the war. You did keep a small diary, and I'm just interested in this entry from VE Day, which says, "Great tension. Victory announcement expected all day, but it was delayed. Very hot. It has been postponed, and we went to Whitehall and Piccadilly." Then on the 8th, which is, of course, VE Day. Lovely day. Staff only allowed us half a day off. Enormous crowds. Saw royal family and Churchill at the Palace. Dined at Prunière and saw all the floodlighting. Lovely.
We sort of instinctively headed for the palace because we thought the king would appear, and a lot of people were shouting, "We want the king," and things like that. And they did come out on the balcony, and everybody cheered, and, a great feeling of celebration. And they did a sort of walkabout, I think, and met ordinary people in the forces. And, it was a really wonderful time because the war had been going on for, I think, 4 years. And at times you wondered, would it ever end?
Well, it's worth running you through what's happening today. The procession is going to start in Parliament Square in Westminster. Events happening after the stroke of midday from Big Ben. The actor Timothy Spall, who Rhiannon kindly told me played Winston Churchill in that fabulous film, The King's Speech. He's going to read extracts of Winston Churchill's victory speech. And then the procession begins. It will go past the Cenotaph, of course, always such a focal point on occasions like this, through Admiralty Arch, down the Mall, and we'll end up here at Buckingham Palace behind us, where the royal family will be, the veterans, the Prime Minister, and of course the Flypast, which is always a culmination of pomp and pageantry here in London. And Rhiannon, we were just reflecting earlier on how, yes, this is very much a look at the past and the celebratory events then, but it's also very much today, particularly as part of the procession, the military procession, an eye on now and the future.
I think also what you're going to see with the procession is kind of those two feelings that we're going to have throughout the next 4 days, starting at the Cenotaph, so remembering those who paid that ultimate sacrifice, and then finishing here at Buckingham Palace, where Look, we've all looked back, haven't we, at that amazing archive footage of the huge celebrations here. So you're going to have those two kind of mixture of emotions kind of featured right through that procession. But yeah, also featuring in the procession, serving members of the armed forces, but also alongside them, Ukrainian troops and also NATO troops as well. And I think for the royal family and for the Prime Minister and for everyone involved, they want to make sure that we look back at what that amazing wartime generation did at the time to secure peace. But also, and we often hear this, that we don't forget the lessons of the past. I was in Italy recently with the King, where he addressed the Italian Parliament, and he specifically talked about how young people today, when they're watching it on their mobile phones or on television, they are constantly being reminded of conflicts happening around the world at this moment. And as he said, we cannot take peace for granted. And I think that is going to be kind of the overriding message throughout the next 4 days, really. Yes, look back and do not forget what the veterans and their families and their relatives went through. But remember what it means to us today. They secured peace for us, but we should not take that for granted.
And it's also a big day for those serving members of the armed forces who are taking place in the recession. People coming out here, yes, to remember, but also to support them as well, the current serving members of the armed forces who keep us safe. Earlier I spoke to Garrison Sergeant Major Andrew Stokes, who is behind today's parade, responsible for the ceremonial duties of the Household Division. He helped put it all together. He told me about his role.
I designed the parade and delivered the briefings and trained everybody to understand what they've got to deliver. But essentially, we're going to form up on Parliament Square, that iconic location in London. And at midday, we'll hear the chimes of Big Ben, just as they did 80 years ago, and a speech from Sir Winston Churchill. There's a wonderful veteran that's going to be present there who will be handed a torch of peace from a young person, and then I will ask Alan for permission to start the parade, and we will march about 1,300 troops, including horses and guns, from Parliament Square past the cenotaph, which will be draped in huge, enormous Union flags, to Buckingham Palace, where His Majesty the King and Queen, the Prime Minister and veterans will be to take a salute. A lot of those soldiers, sailors and airmen, will go back to Wellington Barracks, but a number of bands will go into Buckingham Palace and support then second bit of activity, and that's really to focus on the veterans. They're going to be in Buckingham Palace Gardens to watch the Flypast from the Royal Air Force at 13:45, and then that will culminate the day. But you know, the VVIPs today are those veterans that gave so much 80 years ago, and we're here to support them.
Yes, you mentioned Alan there. That's Alan Kennett, a 100-year-old Second World War veteran who served in Normandy, who's going to be handed that torch for peace from a young person before the Household Cavalry, Mounted Regiment and the King's Troop, Royal Horse Artillery start that procession from Parliament Square down to Whitehall. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, I've almost done 40 years in the armed forces, and you know, I was inspired by that generation to really commit to the armed forces, and I think their legacy lives on, their example, their reputation from 80 years ago, that's still very visible across all the armed forces today. We've learned an awful lot from what they delivered. For me, it's a celebration for the nation, for the Commonwealth, for the Allies, to get together. You know, we were secured peace, we were handed freedom 80 years ago. And that was absolutely a team effort. And today we've got an awful lot of different countries on parade as well. So we've got troops representing the Commonwealth, NATO forces, and Ukraine. And it sends a message that together we are stronger.
The Flypast, of course, happening as part of the parade. The Red Arrows are more than 20 current and historic military aircraft set to fly over the skies here at Buckingham Palace. It promises to be a truly special day. We were just looking at scenes of people lining the Mall, families, young children. There's a young boy there dressed up as a World War II soldier with his tin hat on. I think it was made out of plastic, draped in the Union flag. How special is it for serving military personnel to see people come out to line the streets, to reflect as you are today on the sacrifices that were made and the special moment we have for the veterans that are still with us today? What does it mean? Oh, there he is. Look, we'll give him another styling role, because that is definitely, we'll wave back at him. That's definitely the best dress-up I've seen today. What does it mean for you to see all these people turn out to join you?
Well, it's a great feeling to know that the public are behind the armed forces. When you join the armed forces, it's a vocation, it's not a job. Your family come with you, they share the experience, and just to know that the country unites behind the armed forces on days like this is a huge comfort. So it's great, and just to see the nation come together, to see everybody in solidarity, supporting what we are doing today in support of our World War II veterans, it's a great feeling. Everybody's excited to deliver that.
Yeah, it's supporting the veterans and the current armed forces as well. And I can't help but remark on how smart you look today. I'm sure that's very much a part of the build-up to the parade, checking everybody's smart, shoes are polished, hat's perfect, medals are shining. Can you talk us through some of your medals? Because that's a rather fantastic collection you have there.
Yes, indeed. So I've been fortunate enough to have a long and distinguished career in the armed forces, and some of my medals are campaign medals from all the campaigns that you would have heard about over the last 30 or 40 years, Northern Ireland, Bosnia, Iraq and Afghanistan. There's a couple of medals there for meritorious service. I'm an officer of the Order of the British Empire and a member of the Victorian Order, and that is really from my roles in previous ceremonial events, so delivering the funeral of the late Duke of Edinburgh and also Her Majesty the Queen.
So calm and collected there, but I suppose that's his job when he just says, I designed the parade. It's quite the undertaking, quite the feat.
The 1,300 troops that you just have to organise.
Yeah, just get them all in a row. That was so impressive, and we also saw some pictures from RAF Coningsby there with some of the aircraft getting ready to take part in the Flypast, which of course is going to be the culmination of today's events. I mean, it is worth saying there are events all week building up to VE Day itself on Thursday. And Rhiannon, we were reflecting earlier on about the 75th anniversary of VE Day, which took place under very different circumstances. And you were talking to me about something that happened at Windsor Castle, which I think we should share publicly, because I like this story a lot.
So yeah, the 75th anniversary was during COVID lockdown. So everything had to take place, kind of the big military pageantry, all had to happen within the confines of Windsor Castle. And I remember talking to the chap that was in charge of organising that parade. It all had to be socially distanced, so it was quite an effort to pull that one off. And he said to me that when they were rehearsing, Queen Elizabeth II had been there looking out of the window, having a check on how they were doing things, and then she fed back some notes about what she didn't quite like. Sadly, she's no longer with us, but her family will be here, of course, representing her, thinking about her. And I think that's what's going to be really poignant for the royal family, as it is with families up and down the country. For example, my aunts just messaged me saying, don't forget your great-grandparents were outside Buckingham Palace for the celebrations. And I think that's the wonderful thing about these moments, isn't it? All of these stories start to come to light, and especially from the elderly people, the veterans who are still with us now. A lot of them have said, well, I didn't talk about it because everyone went through it. Yeah. And yet we all want to hear those stories. They are such important living history, not least because we shouldn't forget what they went through. A remarkable generation that we will probably never see again.
Rhiannon, very much so, very much so. And you can see some of them there, the veterans. Around 30 or so of them here today have made the journey to the capital. They have front row seats for that procession outside Buckingham Palace. The King and Queen will be sitting in amongst them. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is in and amongst the crowds lining the Mall, hearing all the different stories about what's brought them out today to mark this anniversary. Laura.
I think one of the stories that really sticks in my mind is the story from the family of one of the veterans who's currently sat in the podium waiting for the arrival of the royal family. He's 101 years old. He is Norman, and his family have come all the way from Cambridge. Norman Brown, their granddad, their husband, their dad, and they were talking about, for him this is a special moment. Obviously, I'm just looking at the convoy going past here. I wonder if that is the royal family making their way towards the palace. I think I just saw Princess Royal, Princess Anne in one of those cars. And you know, it meant so much to them to be here to support him on what is a really important day for him. And it's interesting, you're right, the stories that in the case of Norman are living memory, but for many other children growing up, they don't have a grandparent or a great-grandparent left who can pass these stories on. But take a look at the crowds now, we'll just move around. You can see they are, you know, 4, 5, 6 people deep, certainly at the front there, people who were some camping overnight, believe it or not, but the others getting there early in the morning, here for a number of different reasons. And all of the stories they have, as I say, the reasons for being here are varied. Many tourists who just happen to be in the area, but for lots of people, I think there is an acknowledgement that today's anniversary, today's celebrations and commemorations will be the last time, really, such a large number of veterans will be able to take part, to sit and watch the parade as it begins and starts to make its way along the Mall. This is the last big anniversary of its kind, so an extra special reason for people being here today.
Chat with Rhiannon. Laura, thank you very much. Laura Bundock there in amongst the crowds on the Mall. Some of the stories have been so lovely to hear today as to why people have made the trip to central London to watch the military procession and flypast that will be unfolding throughout the course of the afternoon. Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is alongside me. I persuaded my husband to bring the kids in today because I was like, you've got to be here.
Amazing. It's
the build-up. We haven't even got into the official proceedings yet. Our events commentator Alastair Bruce is standing by, but it's just worth talking about what's going to be happening where we are once again, Rhiannon, because this will be the culmination, won't it? Here outside Buckingham Palace, where the veterans will be watching the procession come down the Mall there, that incredible view you see before you there.
The stage is set.
It certainly is.
And I think what's always amazing about these events is how they manage to clear this area around Buckingham Palace. They clear the Mall, they keep the crowds to one side, hoping that the crowds will get the best possible view. And we will see soon the royal family arrive on the stage here to join those veterans. And then, just before midday, we will have we'll have Big Ben strike, and then we will have Timothy Spall reading out the words of Churchill, and then we will see that enormous sea of troops heading down Whitehall, and then through Admiralty Arch, and then down the Mall, and of course later on that spectacular fly past. We keep seeing all these vehicles heading towards Buckingham Palace. We can't quite see through the windows. We're not sure exactly which members of the royal family are going to be there. We do know that joining the King and Queen will be the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, the Duke of Kent, and also Princess Anne and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence, as well. So a full accompaniment of the royal family, no doubt thinking about their own members of the family who were there during that important wartime generation.
Well, it promises to be a very special and poignant afternoon. You can watch it all unfold right here on Sky News. And with that, the man guiding us through proceedings this afternoon, I'll hand over to our events commentator, Alastair Bruce.
And Buckingham Palace will be the centre of this great celebration, and a celebration that is also a commemoration and a reflection on what was the cost of the peace that we have enjoyed now for 80 years in Europe. And a chance to reflect also upon how VE Day, which took place in 1945, on the 8th of May, is being built up to by a number of events that will take place, but beginning today. With the state standard flying over Buckingham Palace, members of the royal family have gathered ready to lead the nation. The King and Queen will be joining all those who are here. The Prince and Princess of Wales also coming with the Duke of Kent to play their part. And for the King and Queen to be carrying on a tradition of leadership that the King's grandfather, King George VI, with his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, who we knew as the Queen Mother, who with this winged statue of victory over Queen Victoria's statue saw these very skies challenged by so much. Their memorial down the Mall, which will have the perfect vantage of the celebration of what was achieved by the generation that King George VI led as the armed forces of the then British Empire and Commonwealth of Nations fought to achieve peace against the tyranny of Nazi Germany. He's shown there wearing the uniform of an Admiral of the Fleet that he wore almost every day of the war, and also the Order of the Garter, the oldest order of chivalry in England. In fact, after the war in 1948, he celebrated the anniversary of the foundation of that order in 1348 by appointing most of the wartime leaders to the Order of the Garter. Below him, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who in her own way carried on the example he set and was for the generation of those who had fought the Second World War an icon of the heroic struggle that the United Kingdom faced with the British Empire alone as the only nation facing the onslaught of Nazi Germany through Europe in 1940 to 41. They will, from that stationary position, witness the parades of today's armed forces, as it is in their hands now that the responsibility for keeping the peace sits. And the armed forces will be gathering right now under the guidance we saw of the Garrison Sergeant Major who spoke earlier on. The Major General commanding the Household Division, who is in command of this parade. He will have given the orders, Major General James Bowder, who served in the Grenadier Guards. He's flanked there by the guns of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery, who will take their position at the head of this procession, as the guns always take precedence when they're on parade. The cenotaph at the center of this parade, which was erected after the First World War, initially out of lath and plaster, intended really for only a single event of commemoration, but it summoned the thoughts of the world. And at the top, today covered with the Union flags, is the empty tomb into which every widow, every family member, every parent could imagine their own loss, and around which we all gather every year for the annual act of national remembrance. Whitehall with Big Ben, and it is at 12 o'clock when this ceremony will begin. And it was at 12 o'clock that Winston Churchill spoke to the nation after the bells had chimed in the approach to the noonday time. And again, this city at the heart of an empire that was then at war with its allies, led by Winston Churchill's leadership as Prime Minister. And it is to this point that our thoughts will begin this parade. The pressure upon those shoulders for the maintenance of freedom against tyranny. And the Guard of Honour in the background of the Royal Navy, Royal Marines, the Army, and the Royal Air Force, all prepared to salute the principal focus of today's events, which will be the veterans. Many veterans are gathered in the Royal Box today with their families, wearing their Second World War medals. The lady in the front there, just at the bottom of our picture, I can see wearing her war medal from 1939 to 1945. There she is with a purple hat. She proudly wears the war medal, made up of the national colours of red, white and blue. War medals were handed out to all those who served beyond the shoreline of the United Kingdom, and amongst those gathered as His Majesty the King leaves Clarence House to make his way down to Buckingham Palace. The King wearing the uniform of Admiral of the Fleet, which his grandfather King George VI wore almost every day of the Second World War, and all the photographs of his various speeches shows him in that uniform. The King continuing the responsibility of representing the nation. Entering the palace through the North Centre Gate and off to the Garden Gate. The King will meet up with his family. The Prince and Princess of Wales are here, along with the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, the Princess Royal, and the Duke of Kent. There was a direct hit during the Second World War on Buckingham Palace, which took out many of these railings that we see standing today, and Queen Elizabeth is renowned to have said, "At least we can look the East End in the face." In fact, the King and Queen were in Buckingham Palace at the time. A sign that every family was touched by the challenges of the Second World War. The Chief of the General Staff, General Sir Rowley, taking his position along with other chiefs. And in the centre there, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, the Chief of the Defence Staff. Again, amongst the very veterans who earned the victory all those years ago. And the bunting today, designed by young children who have provided their influence, and it is, after all, for the children that a world needs to be kept safe. Think of the memories in those wise faces. Senior political leaders who will be joining in the parade, and military commanders, the Prime Minister and his wife. The organisers of the event today, who have shaped this commemoration, greeting the Prime Minister. And past the great statue of agriculture with the tamed lion. These statues that marked the strengths of the British Empire that was under threat during the Second World War. All parts of it around the world, nations that still are part of the Commonwealth, were involved in the struggle in their own way. The Queen Victoria Memorial, which was built just before the First World War. In fact, King George V unveiled it in the company of his cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm II, who was, after all, so focal in the First World War as an enemy of the United Kingdom. As the Prime Minister takes his place, our eyes will shortly move to Parliament Square again, where the Guards of Honour are waiting. The military bands are prepared. And at 11:59, we will hear the quarter chimes of Big Ben sound before they strike the hour at 12.
Winston Churchill's second Ministry of Health speech, delivered on 8th of May, 1945.
Ça va commencer?
My dear friends, this is your hour. This is not a victory of a party or of any class. It's a victory of the great British nation as a whole. We were the first in this ancient island to draw the sword against tyranny. Every man, woman and child in the country had no thought of quitting the struggle. When shall the reputation and faith of this generation of men and women fail? I say that in the long years to come, not only will the people of this island, but of the world, wherever the bird of freedom chirps in human hearts, look back to what we have done and they will say, do not despair. Do not yield to violence and tyranny. March straight forward and die, if need be, unconquered.
And now Warrant Officer Emmy Jones, an Air Cadet, will present the Torch of Peace from the Commonwealth War Graves Commission to the veteran Alan Kennett, who was 18 when he joined the Royal Air Force in 1942.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you and your generation, thank you for securing our freedom 80 years ago. Our freedom. May I have your permission to stop? May I have your permission to start the parade? Sir, please. Carry on.
To start the parade, he's received permission from a veteran who knew the dramas of war throughout his childhood. And there, with his word of command, we'll begin this ceremony with the marching down towards the Mall of the Armed Forces. He gives his salute to the Major General commanding the Household Division. The Major General, commanding the Household Division, Major General James Bowder, on the White Charger, with his retinue of senior officers leading this procession, and following at the march on the ground is his garrison sergeant major, who we saw start this parade, and immediately following him the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery, as we see the flags in the background of the dependent territories of the United Kingdom, amongst them the Channel Islands, who of course achieved their freedom on VE Day from German occupation. Flags of the dependent territories, which are always present during these significant events for royal occasions in Parliament Square. The Major General salutes the cenotaph in respect of all those who died, and it is a recognition of the cost of victory that we hold in mind today. But also let's think of the widows who were left alone and who had a lifetime ahead of them, bringing up children without their husbands, and others who'd been in relationships who were alone and had to face the world and life, and who are now, certainly the children of those lost, are now in their 80s. We remember their sacrifice too. The Major General leading the parade, passing the memorial to the women at war with all the clothes that each of the different services, the Land Army, that women were called into because so many men had been called up in an army that was of a different age to that today. But it was the whole nation that took part in struggling for the peace and freedom that we still enjoy today. We can hear the commands by the commanders of the half companies lining the route to bring all those involved to attention to play their part. We're seeing the Household Division, the lifeguards, their standard there. And the red tunics and white plumes of the lifeguards give way to the Blues and Royals, also bearing their standard. They wear blue tunics and have red plumes. And each of these two parts of the Household Cavalry Mounted Regiment play their part in training for and being ready to deliver calculated, precise and legal violence against the King's enemies, should that need ever arise again. And it is this responsibility on the armed forces to always be ready to protect the peace. That is their responsibility. Again, saluting the cenotaph as they pass. And the King's Lifeguard turned out because they're on duty at Horse Guards Arch. Horse Guards building always marked the entrance to the Royal Palace, and he's saluting the guns, which are the colours of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. Meanwhile, at Buckingham Palace, the King has come to join the veterans, the Queen too. Obviously, for both of them, their parents served in the Second World War. The King's mother and father both played their part. The King's father was serving in the Royal Navy and went on after VE Day to serve in the war in the Far East, leading ultimately in August 1945 to victory in Japan Day. The Princess of Wales having a chat with her veteran. He is wearing the France and Germany star. He could well have played his part in D-Day and all the efforts involved in achieving that success. But the parade is still a long way from the King and Queen and the royal family waiting here at the Queen Victoria Memorial outside Buckingham Palace. The Guard of Honour of the Grenadier Guards. And I don't think I'm going to add the words that soldiers, sailors, airmen and women added to this tune, but it certainly referred to Adolf Hitler and to his head of media relations, Joseph Goebbels. Let's see if you can remember them. And the frisky horses as they come round the corner just beside Trafalgar Square, going from Whitehall and then under Admiralty Arch in order to go down the Mall. And you'll see the sand has been deployed on the street just to make it easier for the horses' hooves to get purchase on what is a very, very slippery surface otherwise for them. You'll notice as we go down the line of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery that from the beginning to the end, the horses get gradually darker and darker. And this is a uniform they maintain. So that F subsection, which is right at the back, are the darkest horses, and A subsection that always leads the lightest horses. The front of the procession, led by the Major General, is now on the Mall. And again, the famous red tarmac. They add an iron oxide to the tarmac to give it this red carpet feel through the verdant trees of Green Park as it leads up to the Victoria Memorial and Buckingham Palace. And we can see where the King and Queen and the veterans, the principals of today's event, are waiting for the arrival of that procession. All the time, wherever you may be in the United Kingdom or watching us from around the world, it was from the air that so much of the terror of Nazi Germany's blitzkrieg faced that generation that fought through it all in order to defend the freedom that is shared today. And we're seeing there the service men and women from Ukraine who have especially wanted to take part in this because it is in their hands now the challenge to fight for peace in Europe and the defense of their land. The Irish Guards Band leading the flags of the Commonwealth nations. And our thoughts wherever you are in the Commonwealth as your flag and that of the Commonwealth itself march past. And servicemen and women of NATO following there from different parts of the Commonwealth and also from the other nations of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was so imperative for maintaining the peace, expensively earned during the Second World War. Band of His Majesty's Royal Marines Collingwood leading the Royal Navy's marching detachment. And as we see the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines passing by, let us think of the Battle of the Atlantic for the battle in the Pacific, where out at sea the Navy faced eminent dangers, not least keeping the United Kingdom fed with the convoys. Let's also remember the merchant marines who, in their ships, were so regularly hit, and the U-boat threat, which they all faced. And now this new generation is ready to defend the seas and our trading routes. The senior drum major of the Household Division, leading the mass bands of the Household Division. And the Commonwealth nations. Guards of Honour there, changing arms to give the weight of the SA-80 rifle that they're carrying a chance to rest on one side and then to the other. It makes the responsibilities of being on parade throughout the day that much easier, as the colour of the Grenadier Guards at the centre there, carried by the ensign. It is colours that regiments of the British Army and many other armies throughout the world, for which those who fight set their focus to defend. And there is the King's colour and the King's Colour Squadron of the Royal Air Force, who are taken from the Royal Air Force Regiment, and it's their responsibility to protect airfields, which were so important as gradually through the war, as the Allies moved ever closer to Berlin, the need to keep protecting the advance. who are leading the British Army's marching detachment. And amongst those marching here are the Royal Logistic Corps, the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, 2 Medical Regiment and 1 Medical Regiment, the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, the 4th Battalion Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, 5 Force Battalion Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, and of course number 10, the Queen's Own Gurkha Logistic Regiment. Halfway down the mall now, and the Major General's retinue are approaching the point where they will pass by and salute the King and Queen and the veterans. Imagine the feeling of a previous generation running down the mall, delighted that war was over, thrilled for the young that they had survived, and excited for the life that lay ahead. And perhaps for those walking a little slower, the parents of those who were not coming back, who wanted to be here to mark what had been achieved, and yet with heavy hearts. With a salute to the King and Queen. Prime Minister helping the Queen recover her water. And I'm quite close to where the King and Queen are. There's a lot of pollen around here from the trees coming down, and it will be affecting all those present. But the view of the guns of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery as they will salute their Majesties, and I know that their salute will also be for those veterans watching on. After the Second World War, there was a victory parade, and it was on the Mall here that King George VI took the salute from representatives of the armed forces of the United Kingdom and the British Empire, and also of the Allied nations who had achieved the victory against such terrible challenges. Just as King George VI was kept informed of the ups and downs of the war from Winston Churchill, so the King today receives an update from his Prime Minister about the situation that the United Kingdom Armed Forces finds itself in, as the training of Ukrainians is taking place to try and protect all that is valuable in Europe today. And King George VI knew how close this country came to defeat when it stood alone against Germany. As the opening event of this 4 days of events to commemorate, reflect on, and also celebrate VE Day, 80 years on from 1945, the arrival of the armed forces down the Mall is as good a start as any, because their salute to the experienced and wise eyes of those veterans who are with their king. Those eyes look at them now to represent a threat to the world, to make sure that no one takes advantage and threatens again the peace that enables all of us to live our lives, to laugh, to enjoy events, and to work and live. The NATO soldiers, we have soldiers here from all parts of NATO following their flag. And from Germany there, and also following at the rear of this part of the ceremony, you see the square hat of a Polish soldier, and then at the back the Ukrainians. And I think the reaction from those gathered reminds us what they're facing. The Ukrainian soldiers marching in their traditional way at the back of that gathering of NATO and Commonwealth soldiers approaching now the saluting base, the King and the veterans. Meanwhile, passing the King, the lifeguards, and they have lowered their standard in salute to their Colonel-in-Chief. King now saluting as the Blues and Royals, with their standard lowered to the Colonel-in-Chief, pass by and head back to their barracks at Knightsbridge. And the Queen's father, who served in the cavalry, for her strong memories of her father, as so many people watching this will have memories of parents who may not still be with us, but who lived through and fought for the peace that is still prevalent in Europe, but who taught us as a generation how expensive that peace was. And next to come down and pass by the King will be the Guards of Honour of the Armed Forces, who will take their place for the events later on. The Irish Guards still leading down to the saluting point. The Commonwealth representatives. To the King as they move now to their position at Buckingham Palace for events later on today. Returning to Wellington Barracks, where their parade began. All along the front there, the members of the royal family, the Duke of Kent, the Prince and Princess of Wales. Prince of Wales is wearing his Royal Air Force uniform today. He served with the Royal Air Force for some time. And also the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh and the Princess Royal to the right of the King and Queen. The King's having a very good conversation with that fine veteran who has much to say, the Duchess of Edinburgh there with the Duke of Edinburgh as Colonel Scots Guards. As the Irish Guards band bring to salute to the King the flags of the Commonwealth, of which he is head. Nations that the King's grandfather, King George VI, was sovereign of, and who himself became the first head of the Commonwealth for. And as they turn off to the left and give their salute with an eyes right to the King, he returns the compliment. And following the nations of the Commonwealth, again in salute to the head of the Commonwealth. And then the service people from the Commonwealth who salute the King in the case of some of the nations and the head of the Commonwealth in relation to some of the others. At the back there you see the flag of the United Kingdom. There are the Australians, the Canadians, the New Zealanders. And then for NATO, there are 3 from Albania, 6 representatives from Bulgaria, 6 from Croatia, 3 from France, 6 from Germany, 3 from Italy, 6 Lithuanians, 4 Luxembourgians, 7 from Poland, 5 from Romania, 6 from Sweden, and 3 from the United States of America. And then, poignantly indeed, the King will receive his salute from those facing war very shortly, those training here to serve in the war in Ukraine. Splash of great colour on this slightly cloudy spring day, which reflects upon that moment of brightness and joy that came into the world after 5.5 bitter years of war. And the Royal Corps of Army Music brings the Army detachment there halfway down the mall. But at the end of the Second World War, my father was serving with the Royal Navy, and it is they who will shortly march past the King. And he was in the Mediterranean, and a sense of great joy for him. He served in 3 Russian convoys, one after the other. And led by the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines, the Royal Navy of today with the Royal Marines presenting their salute to the King. In the Second World War, as the sailors walked around London, people used to come up and touch the blue neck cape of their uniform because it was supposed to bring them good luck. And of course, they loved wearing that. It got plenty of attention and plenty of people came up to say hello. And after VE Day celebrations began, there was a lot of excitement in the pubs and in the streets for everyone to enjoy. And coming down the Mall, led by the mass pipes and drums, the women of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, who did so much behind enemy lines in the Second World War, and these their successors, trained to do just that, should the challenge arise today. And there they are, the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry. They're not paid for their work, they're all volunteers, and they train to use their languages, to go behind enemy lines, and to provide whatever is required. And the dangers that the Special Operations Executive face, particularly young women who knew French and were parachuted into France in order to play their part in keeping the ultimate victory on target. And they're followed by the uniformed civilian services, the police, the prison and probation services, the fire and rescue, the Women's Royal Voluntary Service, the ambulance service. Imagine their contributions to the challenges that were faced by so many. His Majesty's Coast Guard, St John Ambulance, the Red Cross, the Merchant Navy, who I was referring to before, who did so much to keep us fed as a nation during the Second World War, and the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. That made sure the Royal Navy was properly victualled and fuelled. Pipes and drums on the right-hand side there, in the saffron kilts of the Irish Guards, and in the light blue tartan, the pipes and drums of the Royal Air Force. Also present here, the pipes and drums of the Scots Guards and the pipes and drums of the Royal Regiment of Scotland. And after seeing the Royal Navy, the Army and the Royal Air Force pass by, it is important to see the contribution of the civilian services too. And far up the Mall, we're seeing the arrival of the cadets and the youth movements, who obviously represent the challenges of the future and who will carry forward the responsibility of maintaining the peace. But they will be down at the saluting base later. Meanwhile, passing by His Majesty the King, we're about to see the Royal Air Force. And the Prince and Princess of Wales's children there. Princess Charlotte, Prince George and Prince Louis, getting advice from their parents on what they're seeing. And it is the future and for the young that the Royal Air Force today are committed in their duties to serve and protect the nation, as their forebears, the pilots of the Battle of Britain and throughout the Second World War, bravely took on the German Luftwaffe and protected the skies above this great city. The preparations are being made by the Royal Air Force for the Flypast that will take place later. And for those pilots entering the skies that were so expensive to protect, and yet now are peaceful, and long may that remain. You can imagine the horrors for so many people living in London and the great cities of the United Kingdom and cities far-flung around the world, as the endless bombardment, and latterly in the ending years of the Second World War, both the V1 and V2 bombs, the doodlebugs, and the rockets that just came out of the sky. The Guards Chapel that's close by to the left of this picture is where one V2 rocket landed and killed all those present, or almost all, attending a Sunday service. The revived Guards Chapel is a memorial to them all. shortly receive the salute of the civilian services. And in order to be spot on time, the planes are now moving into position and taking off from RAF Coningsby. And shortly they will be in their pattern in order to fly over in salute at the end of this parade to mark this 4 days of celebration for the achievement of peace by the forebears of people like the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, and also those in the civilian services who will now salute the King. As they mark the service of their forebears and how we depend on them all today, be we on land, sea or in the air. Princess Royal is Commandant-in-Chief of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, and she will, from that right-hand position of our picture, be looking on and proud of what has been achieved throughout history. There are more George Crosses at their headquarters, earned by former members of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, than I've seen in one place ever before. And here, the civil services salute the King. And in the forefront of our picture, plenty of scouts. And the scout movement, in its own way, played a part in the Second World War, and that is also recognised every year at Remembrance, when King's Scouts have the privilege of handing out the service sheets to all those who come and take part, and then they provide a guard of honour at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office as the King and members of the royal family go out to lay their wreaths. The scouts and the guides who do so much to encourage the youth, who look for adventure and from whom we always want to keep the danger of war. And here come those youth organisations. And there are 10 members of a large number of youth organisations: the Army Cadets, the Royal Air Force Cadets, the Boys Brigade, the Royal Naval Cadet Forces, Fire Cadets, Scouts, Girl Guiding, Sea Cadets, Girls Brigade, St John Ambulance, the Jewish Lads and Girls Brigade, and the Volunteer Police Cadets. As they look tiny as the final of these groups, the 8th group to march past the King, yet they represent the future and so much more because of their enthusiasm and those of their adult volunteers who lead them. King preparing to receive their salute, the last of these groups come by His Majesty, the royal family, and these honoured veterans from the Second World War.
Leo's giving me the heads up. You can see what comes down the mouth.
The brilliance and enthusiasm again of the musicians in the youth organisations, particularly those represented here, but wherever you go to meet youth organisations, their musicians are just brilliant. Let's enjoy their music. The responsibility of the King and his government to keep peace in the world and carry on the maintenance of the peace we currently enjoy, that was handed to us by these veterans of 1945 and the 5.5 years of war before them. It is a challenge to the leaders of a nation, but it is the privilege of the young to enjoy the inheritance of that peace. And that salute the final of the groups to pass by both the King and King George VI. And for King George VI, those bitter years, a crown he hadn't ever thought he would have to wear, and so soon after the abdication of 1936, he found himself as the sovereign and leader of a nation and of an empire at war. The Major General, commanding the Household Division, has saluted the King and taken leave, and he now steps off. His duty having been done with this ceremonial parade to mark the beginning of celebrations of VE Day 80, and having taken leave, he and his retinue will return to Knightsbridge Barracks, where they will dismount and prepare for events throughout this few days, where the armed forces will play their role. And we'll see the King and the Queen and members of the royal family leave the saluting base and come across the mall as Princess of Wales introduces her children to the veterans. And there at the end of the row, the royal children pass the Duke of Kent, dressed as a field marshal. His father was killed in the Second World War. It was a cause of great sadness to King George VI to lose his younger brother. He served himself in the Scots Greys, now known as the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, as the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children head back in with the King and Queen. The great statues that mark the powers and investment of effort of the British Empire standing around this Queen Victoria Memorial, led by Vice Admiral Sir Tony Johnson Burt, who is the master of the household to the King and Queen. He is responsible for running Buckingham Palace, which is where the next events of this VE Day commemoration will take place. And the Royal British Legions. National President takes leave of the King there. The Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. The Princess Royal, dressed as Commandant-in-Chief of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, who we saw marching past. And again, I underscore the immense bravery that particularly young women who were dropped by parachute behind enemy lines and faced the danger of living in occupied France or wherever in order to advance the approach of victory. The Prince and Princess of Wales. Equerries and Chiefs of Staff following into Buckingham Palace, where a reception will take place and the chance to witness from the balcony the flypast of the Royal Air Force. Much of Buckingham Palace is undergoing renovation at the moment. And the frontage has been completely restored now. It was added to the palace by Queen Victoria because she had 9 children and she needed space for nurseries. And it has now become the most famous facade of any building in London, particularly with the frontage that was added to it in 1913 by Sir Aston Webb, and it is that frontage that we see today. So the aircraft are in the air and making their way towards Buckingham Palace for the next part of this opening event to commemorate VE Day 80 years. For those who watched it, they've probably all got stories of their own from their families that have been passed around the dining room table or remembrance each year, and they are part of the inheritance of that piece. And for the young there, a chance to see that the country is still committed to its defence. And it was the armed forces and civilian services and youth organisations of today who have led that opening shot, I'll call it, to this 4 days of commemoration. The Union flag, which marks the whole length of the Mall. And we'll stay up for the commemorations of the King's Birthday Parade later this year, and there will be further state visits to the United Kingdom of heads of state with whom the United Kingdom wishes to create alliances and connections with, in order again for the strategic diplomatic importance of maintaining peace. For the royal family to appear, the band and the King's Guard will form up in order to play their part in the salute that will take place shortly, and the scene will be set for that fly past when it comes. So we're not going to see the fly past for a little bit longer. There's a chance for everybody to take a breather as the reception inside Buckingham Palace, which is one where the King and Queen and members of the royal family will get a chance to meet with and talk to the veterans who represent the many, but who are now very, very few. and this building of Buckingham Palace that was a focus of loyalty through the Second World War, and the idea that it was here that King George VI and Queen Elizabeth held steady, although they spent much of the time at Windsor Castle nearby protecting their two children, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rhodes. There was a plan that should danger come, the Mall would be used as a landing strip for an aircraft to come in and lift the King and Queen, and if they were present, the princesses, and fly them away from London in the event of an invasion, or even after that, if the invasion reached close to London and the King had wanted to stay close. There were plans for the King and Queen to be taken to Canada if necessary, and it's interesting that to Britain came other heads of state. Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands escaped from Holland when the Nazis invaded Holland, and she arrived at Victoria Station and reputedly rang up the King and Queen and said, could she come round, because there had been no real plans. And she was brought to Buckingham Palace, where a room was found for her, actually in the frontage that looks now down upon this site. And she led the Dutch government in exile from London. Music being played now from the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. We will hear music like sea shanties and Colonel Bogey meets Uncle Sam, and The Longest Day, reflecting the challenges of D-Day, the beginnings of the recovery of freedom, when in the most audacious military undertaking, the armed forces of the United States, the United Kingdom, and of Canada started to gain our independence. Meanwhile, everyone can enjoy the music as we wait for the Flypast.
Culminating here outside Buckingham Palace. Alastair, talk to us about what we've been watching unfold this afternoon. It's been quite the occasion.
Well, it's the start of this 4 days of commemoration and celebration. I think it was a celebration in its own way. The crowds are here to celebrate, just as happened when news of the surrender came through, and it came through in stages. And I think for families, particularly in London, those who were serving here, who had friends, they all just charged up the Mall and went to call for the King and Queen. And Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret Rhodes themselves came out of the palace and came round and sent a message in to ask the King and Queen back out onto the balcony again in order to celebrate. It must be difficult for our generation to comprehend how relieved all the young were that the war was over. And the music, the military bands suddenly represented not the fight that the King and Queen had to lead the nation through from 39 to 1945, but they represented joy and excitement and the hopes of a better life and a new world. But of course, Britain was absolutely crushed by having had to defeat Hitler, and it was a really long, hard road for people, and rationing went on and was still in effect when the coronation came in 1953 of Elizabeth II. So it just shows how impactful the war had been. And we can see the balcony is prepared now for the King and Queen. And it is here that the then King George VI and Queen Elizabeth appeared for the balcony appearance on VE Day. They came out on the 8th of May and they had Churchill with them. And that must have been their view. And imagine it just filled with rejoicing people from London and from far away who'd come to take a part. And all the rules about what you could and couldn't do were ignored. People climbed up on the statuary of Canada Gate, South Africa Gate, and Australia Gate, which are the gates around this Queen Victoria Memorial.
Our events commentator, Alastair Bruce, guiding us through that military procession. And what a sight it was, starting in Parliament Square, heading past the Cenotaph, through Admiralty Arch, along the Mall to the cheering crowds, and culminating here in Buckingham Palace. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is alongside me. And while Alastair was busy working there, Rhiannon, we were busy working as well.
Well, taking it all in and enjoying it,
that's what we call it, that's what we call it. And it was quite the sight. Talk us through, because a lot of eyes on the veterans and the royals watching on as well. Our cameras mainly looking at proceedings, but we had one eye on the special box as well.
We certainly did. I think for everyone sat in that box, they were viewing what really was the military's tribute to the sacrifice that was made during the Second World War. Over the next 4 days, we are going to see a huge number of events reflecting back on the important 80th anniversary of VE Day. We're just seeing some pictures of the King here, and also the Prince of Wales, and also the surprise guests that we hadn't expected. So alongside the Prince and Princess of Wales, we also saw Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. Of course, for William and Kate, it is always very important weighing up what events the children should be seen at. I think today, for them and for the family as a whole, it was integral that they were there. So in a way, making that point that they continue to want to reinforce is that the next generation really needs to hear for themselves from those veterans who were there 80 years ago, who witnessed the celebrations, but also witnessed the sacrifice of the Second World War. And yet it really was the royal family gathered together. We had the King, the Queen, the Prince and Princess of Wales, their children. We also had the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, Princess Anne and her husband, and the Duke of Kent, all there. And I think what was especially touching, and we spoke about this, was they were interspersed with the veterans, the most important people here on this day.
And we could see there the King in conversation with the veteran sat to his left, and he spoke to the veterans alongside him throughout the course of the procession, pointing things out, having a bit of a laugh with them. It was a real sense of celebration, yeah.
Really animated. It's a lady called Joy True, who he was sitting next to. during the Second World War, she joined the Women's Auxiliary Air Force when she was only 17 years old. She's now 98. But yeah, it reminded me of when we saw the King last year at D-Day commemorations, having these wonderful conversations with veterans, always for him, beaming from ear to ear, really taking it all in, like you and I have, being fortunate enough to sit alongside the veterans and actually hear from them what it was like 80 years ago, to, yes, hear that the Nazis had been defeated, but also reflect on what war had meant to them, the family members that they had lost, and the King here standing, saluting. Often it's the other way round, isn't it? People standing and saluting him. But I think what's so important for him today is that we put the veterans first, and we use this time to reflect back on their stories. They are in their 90s, they're in their early hundreds. They may not be with us when we reach that next important celebration of VE Day. Today, we really must listen to them.
They very much were the guests of honour. You can see them sitting in there with the senior royals, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer there as well, Leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch. You can spot her there on the right-hand side of that picture you were just seeing, and the Mayor of London amongst them as well. But the veterans, very much the guests of honour in that rather well-known lineup there. Let's just talk about the younger royals. You can see them there watching intently. And we always, of course, have an eye on Prince Louis, don't we?
Of course.
Always so animated, as you put it earlier on about the King. Always so animated at these occasions. And they are only brought out for very special occasions. That just adds to the significance of what we're seeing today. And, of course, this is just the start, Rhiannon. VE Day itself, not until Thursday, but so much happening until then.
So that's right. We obviously have today, we have the military procession, which we've just witnessed. We will then, in the next, 45 minutes, see one of those spectacular flypasts, which always kind of catch your breath as they fly over Buckingham Palace.
It's the veterans heading into the palace now, because, of course, they have a tea party with the King and Queen.
Well, they have an extra special moment this afternoon, and I think that will be the part of today that really the King and Queen will particularly be looking forward to. Over the weekend, palace aides kept stressing that the royal family were wholly focused on these VE Day commemorations. And as we talked about before, like many families up and down the United Kingdom, the royal family have that very specific link back to the Second World War. They will have had alongside them there the Duke of Kent, who was alive during the Second World War, who they wouldn't have had alongside them was, of course, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Philip, who was mentioned in dispatches because of his service during the Second World War. But also for the King himself, this week will be an important time for him to reflect back that his grandfather during the Second World War held this incredible place in people's hearts. He was there, of course, on VE Day, delivering an address, thanking the nation for the sacrifices that they'd made. But right through the Second World War, as a family, there was a sense that we're in this with you. We are here to support you. And as the wonderful veteran that you spoke to reflected, as everyone was gathering here 80 years ago, there were shouts of, "We want the King," because him and his family were seen as so central to that war effort.
Alastair Bruce, our events commentator, who's been taking us through the course of the afternoon, put a post up on social media with an excerpt of King George VI's speech, saying, "We knew that if we failed, the last remaining barrier against a worldwide tyranny would have fallen in ruins. But we did not fail. We kept our faith with ourselves and with one another. We kept faith and unity with our great allies. That faith and unity have carried us to victory through dangers which at times seemed overwhelming." It's worth letting those words sink in, isn't it, Rhiannon? Because while today we do look at the past, as we've been reflecting throughout the course of the day today, we're very much looking at the here and now and what's to come.
And that was very much reflected in the military parade that we saw. It could be very easy to think, well, this is another part of kind of the British pageantry that we see when it comes to these big events. But it was important that within that procession, there were also representatives of Ukrainian troops. There were also representatives from NATO. And I was recently in Italy with the King, where he delivered a speech at the Italian Parliament, where he very pointedly talked about how young people today, whether it's on television, whether it's on their mobile phones, are having to witness the conflicts of today. And as he said, we can't take peace for granted. That is an important message that I think they will want to deliver today, but over the next 4 days, as on Thursday we mark the moment that VE Day was marked.
And that noise behind us is the street cleaners, because we are so used to pomp and pageantry here in Great Britain that, you know, the clean-up operation starts immediately afterwards, and such is the true British spirit of the crowds watching. They got a round of applause for the street sweepers, the final part of this procession. But there's much more to come here as well, isn't there? The Flypast and, of course, the balcony appearance, again, so significant, particularly on the 80th anniversary.
That's right. And look, as comes with any kind of anniversary like this, we look back at that wonderful archive footage, don't we? That's the joy of my job. It's when I'm putting reports together, you have that chance to kind of really sort of submerge yourself in the pictures from the time. And yeah, for the King and the Queen and for all of their family, there will almost be a kind of mirror image of that time 80 years ago, where it was the King's grandfather, the Queen Mother, Princess Elizabeth at the time, Princess Margaret, came out onto that balcony with Winston Churchill, and they joined the crowds in that moment of relief, of celebration, but also a time to commemorate the sacrifices that had been made.
And there's also that wonderful tale about Princess Elizabeth and her sister Margaret literally joining the crowds.
They got to escape for once.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
It's worth recounting that, because as you and I have been discussing, we've been speaking to veterans, and the veteran that I spoke to, was lucky enough to speak to this week, Pat Outram, said the gut instinct of everybody when they heard that VE Day was finally here was to come to London. And where do you go when you come to London? You come to the palace, you call for the King, we want the King, we want the King. And in amongst that crowd, of course, was Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret.
Given what was a rare moment of freedom, if you like, the two princesses had spent much of the war in Windsor, because it was seen that that was the safest place for them to be. Of course, Queen Elizabeth II, she wanted to do her bit, so she did sign up to be part of the auxiliary territorial service, and there's wonderful archive footage of her kind of behind the wheel of a kind of military vehicle. She wanted to do her bit. But yeah, on the day that Britain celebrated the end of the Second World War, her and her sister were allowed to mingle with the crowds and be normal for a moment.
Going
I suppose.
unnoticed.
Yeah, going unnoticed and joining in, as the veteran that I've spoken to and you've spoken to, the singing and the dancing as the country reflected on that freedom that had been won. But also you can't forget how they must have had to take a breath and think, well, what happens now? What comes next after such a tumultuous period?
We should just remark that behind us are a lot of cadets who have come down to support today's parade, carried out by serving members of the armed forces, remembering those who served in the Second World War, young cadets from the Royal Navy, the Royal Marines, the British Army and Royal Air Force, part of the procession, and some of those, you can see some scouts as well coming along to support them. The Flypast coming up, I know that's what a lot of people are standing by for. Alastair Bruce has rejoined us. He's had a glass of water. He's had a little break because he was talking us all through those wonderful events, that incredible procession we were lucky enough to witness, and you at home watching, whether it's at your street party, your barbecue, or maybe just in front of the TV with a cup of tea, or as the veterans keep telling us, a glass of sherry, which seems to be their tipple. And hopefully, Rhiannon, they'll get that at the tea party today. Do we know whether it's cups of tea only?
I'd say, having been in the palace on numerous occasions, I'd say it's cups of tea. I'd say that they're not going for the other stuff.
Oh, well, look, this is... You can see here this scene of a huge swathe of people coming down the Mall. They should be passing us any moment. They're being very patient. You can see the line of police in front of them. They're now being allowed to come down the Mall. Now it's been cleared after the procession because, of course, everybody wants to get up close to the Queen Victoria Memorial statue, just beyond it to see that famous balcony at Buckingham Palace where the King and Queen will come out. Any other members of the royal family, do we know, Rhiannon?
So it'll be the King, the Queen, the Prince and Princess of Wales. I expect they'll also be joined by Prince George, Prince Louis and Princess Charlotte. Of course, they were kind of a last-minute announcement, but also we had the King's siblings as well. So the Duke of Edinburgh with his wife, the Duchess of Edinburgh, Princess Anne and her husband, Sir Tim Lawrence, and the Duke of Kent also, of course, there when the UK celebrated the end of the Second World War. So yeah, I think this has been an important moment for the entire family to come together and with the nation say their thanks to that special generation.
Well, that's what's coming up. Those people, you know, walking patiently, but all of them quite keen to get to the front. Alastair Bruce, let's reflect on what we've seen so far today.
Well, I think what I'm seeing now makes me laugh because this is so organised. In 1945, there was such exhilaration. People were running down the Mall. People were so excited. They could not believe that the misery of 5.5 years of war was over, that their youth could now really breathe. I know there was still the battle for victory in Japan ahead, and nobody knew how long that would take in May 1945. But all the forebears of these very well-behaved people being corralled down the Mall by the police, all their forebears were just beyond exasperated with joy. I mean, can you imagine a release, a joy, and everyone sort of, there was much more love around than there normally was. I don't know quite how to describe this. There was a lot of kissing, a lot of grabbing of people and hugging.
Should we call it euphoria? Should we call it euphoria?
Yes, we'll call it euphoria.
An all-encompassing term.
But it was a moment of just complete national celebration that it had been achieved, that peace had come, and that there was a hope to build a life, a career, a hope, a family, whatever people wanted, that they could really develop again without the danger of being bombed.
Yeah. I was filming in Piccadilly Circus in the build-up to today. And there's some wonderful archive footage of people in Piccadilly Circus, obviously celebrating all near the fountain, climbing lampposts. And we were filming by the now famous lamppost from those scenes. And it was very strange to think, you know, traffic's going past as normal, tourists taking pictures, and there's this one lamppost, and you transition from those scenes of people climbing it, waving Union flags, to today, people going about their business, and that's what VE Day afforded us now, Alastair, which is, you know, worth remembering today amongst all that we're witnessing today. It's, you know, it secured us our freedom.
I think 80 years of peace, and particularly generations who have been born since war and many years since war, almost 2 generations since war, find it almost impossible to comprehend quite what a sense of relief it was. Yes, we look at and we hear about what's going on in Ukraine or in Gaza or whatever else, but we can't truly comprehend what it must have been like to live in the constant danger of what that war represented, not just to life itself, but also to your relations who might be far across the world fighting, and you don't know whether they're alive or dead. Or certainly in my mother's family, they had one uncle who was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. He'd been taken prisoner in Singapore. I know that was a war that with Japan still had to be dealt with, but there was so much constraining everybody and their emotions and the difficulties that they'd faced that this moment was such relief.
Took many weeks and months for a lot of those people to find out on VJ Day whether their loved one had indeed returned home. They've caught us up, the crowds that have been lining the procession throughout this afternoon. There they are, again, so orderly. So orderly.
There was no health and safety back then, though. There's plenty now.
Yeah.
There's plenty of it now.
We've got barriers, we've got police, we've got people in high vis, but all patiently walking through with their Union flags, I mean, hats, all taking photographs, of course, because it's 80 years on. But Rhiannon, this is, again, a piece of history, isn't it, today?
And I think, for example, last year I went to Normandy for the D-Day commemorations. And what continues to strike me is that people want to take these moments to remember. In Normandy, you had these amazing kind of reenactments everywhere you went, people dressing up in uniforms, out of a mark of respect, because they believe that we should remember the stories from 80 years ago. And this is the same here. And we've had reporters out in the crowds today talking to people who've come along, some of them with their own grandparents or great-grandparents who were there at the time, others with pictures saying, well, my grandparent was there, and this is the story that I was told. And that's the important part, I think, about not just today, but the next 4 days, is that sharing of stories. Because I spoke to a veteran earlier in the week who'd never shared her story before. But she said they started the war as a family of 7. They ended the war as a family of 3. And I said, well, why have you not talked about this before? And she said, well, that's just what we lived through. It's what we went through. And for us now to look back on that, and in a way, the charmed life that many of us live, it's hard to imagine the torment and the struggles that they went through. And yet, as Alastair said, VE Day was a time to celebrate and think, what next? How do we move on? And we have had peace secured for us by people making the ultimate sacrifice. And actually, you talk to a lot of the veterans and they will say, we were the lucky ones. We were able to live a life. It was my brother, my sister, my friend who was unable to continue to live that life.
Yeah. Alastair, I wonder if you could pick up on that, because I know that you will have spoken to many veterans over the years that will have shared their story. And as Rhiannon said, it's probably not until they get on in years that they start to think about sharing their story, because they want to pass it on. As you said, it's something you live with. The realities of war is it's not something that those who survive it want to talk about a lot. That's just the nature of it. But as they reach their older years, they do want to share that and pass that on.
Can I reflect upon my cousin Andrew Bruce?
Please do.
Was 20 in 1944, serving with the 3rd Battalion Scots Guards. His tank was hit. He was badly injured. They thought he was dead. He could easily have lost his leg, but he kept it. And he is now 101, and he may well be watching us from Scotland. He's now called Lord Elgin. But he has endured a lifetime with an injury. It never fully healed. And NHS Scotland treat his leg 2 or 3 times a week to prepare it and look after it. And you think that as a result of the Second World War, there was a social change in Britain that led to the creation of the NHS. And so war itself was a catalyst to so much change. And I want to think about my cousin Andrew as he marks 80 years of peace, which he and his generation did so much to earn.
Well, cousin Andrew, Lord Elgin, I'm sure you are watching this afternoon, and that is our tribute to you this afternoon. Of course, so many veterans here, around 30 or so of them, but Rhiannon, so many who cannot be in the capital today. VE Day, of course, on Thursday, so they will perhaps be marking it with their family in their local village or town or whatever, however they choose to mark the occasion. But it's worth remembering those that can't be here.
Yeah, and actually I was talking to some representatives from the Royal British Legion the other day who were making that point, that while so many people can be here in the Mall, they can join these celebrations, for a lot of those who were actually there 80 years ago, they might be sitting there in front of the television watching it. Some of them actually thinking, oh, well, I wouldn't want to go out into that crowd anyway. It's a little bit too busy. That was what the veteran said to me the other day. Oh, I don't really go out much.
Well, yeah, and it is a bit nippy today, to be fair.
But that is why the Royal British Legion do such a fantastic job by making sure that they still feel special and important, by helping to connect the likes of us up with veterans so they can still share their stories, by suggesting to them, oh, well, there's this quieter event that you can go to so that they can still feel part of it, and make sure that they still feel special and involved. And yeah, the Royal British Legion do such a fantastic job at making sure that they are so central to these moments while we still have them with us. And that is what is so precious and what we should remember over the next 4 days.
I don't know if our cameras can still see the royal box where the King and Queen were earlier on, but the position that the King and Queen and the veterans were sitting is now been taken over by air cadets.
It's full again.
I think it's actually marvellous. They're going to get the most wonderful view of the Flypast as it comes down.
That is the forward-thinking and foresight and, agility of those cadets to think, do you know what? I know where we can get the best seat.
Nab a seat.
That is the best of British, isn't it? Finding a way in by any means necessary and getting it done. it's worth pointing out the cadets that are here, many of them taking part in the procession today, Alastair. Young cadets from the Royal Navy, the Royal Marines, the British Army and the Royal Air Force part of today's procession, and many of them not taking part, lining the route to support them.
Yes, and playing their part in the whole thing. I think it's just, whenever you reflect upon war and the achievement of having achieved victory, you just look at what was it for. It was for the future, and so it is into the young's hands, into the next generation's grasp. You hand peace, and it's a very vulnerable thing, as Ukrainians and others around the world know, to lose peace, to see your environment, your home, damage happening to your children, your families, your houses. This is not the way the world seeks to be. And yet it seems that nations continually find reasons to go to war. And you have to be a strong nation to advise others to leave you alone. And it's clear that in 1939, the United Kingdom and the British Empire was not particularly well prepared for war. And there was a phony period, but very quickly the nation put itself to war. The whole nation put itself to war, and that's why they ultimately won. But in a sense, the Second World War was the end of a very long civil war in Europe, which started in 1914 and ended in 1945, and there was a big gap in the middle. And as a result of the settlement, there has been peace for this period of time. But one always wonders how vulnerable it is.
Just looking at these scenes on the Mall, if you are just joining us here on Sky News, this is the scene live outside Buckingham Palace. Crowds have not long been allowed to come along the Mall because, of course, it was the site of the parade a little under an hour ago. But the crowds, they've moved fast, haven't they, Rhiannon? Because it's worth reminding people who are just tuning into us what's about to happen within the next 10 minutes or so.
So we previously had members of the royal family and veterans from the Second World War on that stage that you can see there on the Queen Victoria Memorial. They left there about half an hour ago and made their way inside Buckingham Palace, I suspect for a comfort break, maybe a quick cup of tea, and then they will be heading up the stairs and making their way to the centre room, and eventually just before, I think it's around 1:45, we are likely to start to see members of the royal family heading out onto the balcony. You can see the state standard flying there above Buckingham Palace. About 1:45, we're going to see the members of the royal family on that balcony, and we will see a spectacular flypast from the Royal Air Force, including vintage aircraft, but also
only one, sadly.
Is it only one, Alastair?
One
Alastair's right across all the details.
No, it's just very sad because do you remember there was a terrible accident with one of the aircraft? And
in Kent, yes.
So the single-engine aircraft, like the Spitfire, we're not going to see, which is very, very sad. So we will see a Lancaster and the roar.
Yeah,
the roar. I always remember my parents used to love that roar because it reminded them of how reassuring it was to hear our own bombers flying overhead. And the engines then had a throatier quality than perhaps the jets do today. But at the moment we can't do anything because there's so many helicopters.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you can hear now, it's not a Lancaster bomber, it is indeed some police helicopters, obviously just securing the site ahead of that flypast. But there will be a lot of modern aircraft in as well. Just having a little read about some Typhoon fast jets and some P-8 Poseidons. Now, I'm not really up on my military aircraft. Rhiannon?
Me neither, I'm afraid, and you've got the notes and I haven't.
Well, yes,
I've fallen short.
Well, I'm reliably told that we're going to have some P-8 Poseidons that have been involved in the tensions with Russia. They conduct reconnaissance missions surveying Russian vessels near UK waters, and some Voyager aircraft which have delivered equipment to Ukrainian forces and fly Ukrainian recruits to the UK for training. Again, Alastair, a nod there to what's happening at the moment.
What you're going to see is a number of aircraft from across those that are available to the Royal Air Force as part of NATO, which are regularly scrambled in order to intercept missions by Russia and those who would do us ill, who try to come close and test our resources and our strengths and defences. And it's a reminder that while we enjoy our days wandering around London or wherever we may be in the United Kingdom, the armed forces are always on guard, ready to protect the interests of the United Kingdom and trying to dissuade anyone who would seek to change the status quo. And that's the responsibility we were handed by our forebears in 1945.
It's worth reflecting that there are events happening outside of London, Rhiannon. VE Day is on Thursday. Today, the public have been encouraged to take part in street parties, community celebrations, to enjoy this bank holiday and focus the minds on VE Day. Talk to us about what's been happening, because some of our correspondents have been at street parties up and down the country today. Hopefully, we'll speak to them a little bit later on.
Yeah, the likes of Catterick Garrison, they're holding a big event on HMS Belfast. There's kind of a big street party. Can you have a street party on a ship?
Well, you could have a good boat party.
The equivalent anyway.
Party.
Yeah.
And of course, that's one of the last
Trestle
surviving
tables.
vessels, isn't it, from World War II? One of the last.
Yeah, and it was saved for the nation by a member of Parliament called Sir Morgan Giles, who was its last captain, and he had served on board the ship, and he protected it. And I think there it stands. It's a wonderful visit, and it's run by the Imperial War Museum, and it always makes me laugh because they've got these models of sailors around going. They're all at funny angles.
Oh, the camera wasn't on you then, Alastair. Can we just cut back to Alastair for that recreation?
No, I'm afraid, but they're all sort of standing at funny positions in their naval uniforms.
You're thinking somebody in the armed forces would not stand like that while on duty.
That they're representing the action of those times, but over a period of many years, they have looked a little more tired, but still the ship does it in its own way, and I think they'll have plenty of chance to go and dance with those models, if nothing else, during the street party today.
The director's cut to you now, but I think we've missed it. I think we've missed the moment there with Alastair recreating the model pose. But in terms of the street parties, again, obviously there's a boat/street party on HMS Belfast.
And basically, the government have said, look, it's a bank holiday. No, we don't actually mark the very day of VE Day until Thursday. But look, let's use the bank holiday as a moment where the nation has a day off and has time to kind of all come together and celebrate. Just looking at the numbers of people down the Mall, though, I just think it is so heartening to see so many people have decided to make the trip here into London, to make the effort, because you do wonder, with everything that's going on in modern life, do people care as much? Do people want to look back? Do people want to reflect? But every time we see one of these moments of national celebration, I am always completely taken aback by the way that the public want to get involved. And I think in people's hearts there's a really special place for that wartime generation. The veteran who I spoke to the other day said, I don't think there's going to be another generation like us. And I had to say, I think you're right. I think that the challenges that they went through, the struggles that they went through, the loss that they went through, most of us will never, thankfully, have to comprehend that. And that is something so precious and special that we need to remember today. And you can see a little boy there with his ear defenders on and his Red Arrows outfit on, ready for that
He's ready,
fly past.
unfurling his flag, with a little help from his dad.
But as he grows up, I'm sure he will be told by his parents, you were there for that 80th anniversary of VE Day. And that's very, very important.
Yeah, I got my husband to bring our children down today because I said, you don't want to miss this. This is one of those moments where there won't be many more, again, involving veterans. And it is a real moment in history. Even if they don't understand it now, in years to come, the photos that will be well, they're all digital now, aren't they? There won't be any dog-ear photographs.
I got into trouble probably earlier on for pointing out that the music we're listening to now has some very, very famous words. And those of you who know them will know that if you can remember them, they refer to an element of Hitler's life and Goebbels' life. But maybe we can hear that music.
Do you know what's drowning it out?
Helicopters.
It's
again.
the helicopters.
Yeah, helicopters again, getting in the way.
But you know what? I'm not too familiar with those kind of songs, Alastair, but even I know what you're talking about. So, yeah.
Something to do with the Albert Hall.
Yes, I think so. We won't sing that. But there has been a lot of music happening today with the marching bands. We've got music being treated to music now. I think they're turning up the volume just for us there. We're being treated to music now, and then we'll have the Flypast. Then what happens after that? It's the tea party.
Yeah, and I think that's a really lovely moment for the royal family.
Yeah, I know you've spoken a lot about that. Alastair, what insights do you have? Because you've been to a tea party or two at the Palace.
Yeah, what are they going to have?
Well, I think... Thanks for that.
Well, Rhiannon says they'll only stick to tea, and I was thinking not even a glass of sherry. That's what the veterans always offer me when I talk to them.
Plenty to drink afterwards. So the tea party is what it is. And actually, you know, they're a generation that always love to have a good cuppa. And I think that the survival of London, of Coventry, of many other of the cities around the world, you know, whenever awful bombing missions had taken place and people's houses had been destroyed, there'd be a neighbour who'd say, have a cup of tea. And that's how they fought back. So I think having a cup of tea here at the Palace with a few nice things to eat is a good way to celebrate. And those that have got the energy, particularly the veterans, if they want to, there is no limit to the number of places that would be welcoming them later on. Here, there, up in the north of Scotland, west coast. You know, everyone would be delighted to see a veteran today, and their Second World War medals mark them out. And to mark people's gratitude, often with a bit of alcohol at the end of the day, which reminds us of what was being consumed in legion quantities here in 1945.
Just looking at those helicopters overhead, surveying the scene here outside Buckingham Palace. Crowds gathering, many people draped in flags. Some of them have got those hats, you know, the hats that are Union flags that are umbrellas.
They've not needed them, though.
They've not needed them, because that was the worry, not just for the parade, but also for the Flypast as well, because the conditions have to be just right for the Red Arrows, Rhiannon.
Yeah, I was listening to the radio earlier. One of the pilots who was taking part in it was talking about how actually a couple of days ago they had a practice fly past over Lincolnshire, so people over Lincolnshire got to see the rehearsal.
Oh wow!
He said it completely was perfect. They're hoping again for the same, and he did say it looks like the weather was going to be in their favour. But also, interestingly, if you're not here in London, if you happen to be, I think, in Norfolk and Suffolk and Kent, you might also get to see the Flypast, because of course they can't. You have to keep going, don't they? So it's not just here in London.
They don't just stop behind Buckingham Palace and turn around.
You're going to get to see the Flypast. But yeah, I think that tea party in Buckingham Palace is going to be very important for the King. Look, you have to remember, of course, he is head of state. It's important that he leads national moments like this. He is head of the armed forces, so it's important that he is there to salute his troops. But I think when he sits down with those veterans, he's just like one of us. He wants to hear their stories, and we saw that when he made the efforts to go to Normandy for the D-Day commemorations last year, despite only being diagnosed with cancer a few months before. The D-Day commemorations was something that he was desperate to go to. And we saw wonderful pictures of him at the time, holding hands with veterans and just beaming from ear to ear, kind of taking in everything they had to say. And again, we saw that we can see some curtains kind of twitching. So we wait to see if the doors are going to open soon.
I couldn't tell whether that was a door shaking or our camera shaking. Here we go. It was a door shaking. Here come the royal family.
The first of the aircraft to fly over the King and Queen as they stand on the balcony with other members of the royal family, the Lancaster bomber. From the Battle of Britain memorial flight, with its great roar, it will fly across the Mall and straight over Buckingham Palace and give its salute to a generation who did so much to defend our skies and achieve victory in 1945. And for the King and Queen, just as it must have been for King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, with their two daughters, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose, with their champion Prime Minister, Winston Churchill between them. Let us remember quite what a victory it was in 1945 and what that generation gave to us all with this war. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster saluting the King and Queen as they're followed by a Voyager and an A400M Atlas from the Royal Air Force coming down following the line of flight established by that Second World War veteran. They curl away and lift out of the London Heathrow flight path in order to return and safely head back to base. Following on, the C-17 Globemaster, that great workhorse of the sky, which today does so much to support the armed forces on operations. It too salutes VE Day 80. Each of them a great roar across this gathered crowd of celebrants in front of Buckingham Palace as the King and Queen and the royal family look on. 3 aircraft next, a Poseidon P-8, which is escorted here by 2 Typhoon. Flying over the gilded statue of Victory above Queen Victoria and watched by the King and Queen, Princess Royal, the Duke of Kent and the Prince of Wales. And now 1 rivet joint, which is escorted by 2 Lightning. Listen to the roar. And the after roar of those engines as they turn. But now, as we reflect upon the parade today, here they come. The greatest salute the Royal Air Force can give as 4 Lightnings with the 9 Hawk of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, in red, white and blue. And the smoke hanging over London there as the King and Queen have taken that great salute from the Royal Air Force of yesteryear, the Lancaster, and those aircraft which have continued to say, we salute what was given to us in 1945, the immense privilege of peace, as the national anthem is played at Buckingham Palace.
don't know about you watching at home, but I have got goosebumps. It is always incredibly special to see these fly past, and that one did not disappoint. Alastair, you talked us through it expertly. Thank you so much for that. Your thoughts on what we've just seen?
Well, the King and Queen stepping away now from the balcony, and I'm reminded again of King George VI and Queen Elizabeth coming out not once but about 8 times. First of all with Churchill and the princesses, and then again and again themselves. All the royal family leaving too after witnessing this. In today's terms, what they have done is reflect the value of peace for 80 years, the cost of it, the recognition that it needs to be protected. And we watch the armed forces of today and the youth organisations of today marching down the Mall as a way of saluting and recognising that you can never stop protecting peace. It is such a vulnerable thing, and we are so grateful to the generation that gave so much to deliver it to us in 1945 here in Europe.
And Rhiannon, cheers from the crowd as the royal family came out onto the balcony, which is always an indication that the fly past is imminent.
I think for the royal family, of course, we hear the national anthem, we hear the cheers for the royal family. For them, their involvement in these moments is to reflect the attention onto those who really matter. And that is the veterans who are with us, dwindling in their numbers because of their age. And what they will do now is they will go inside Buckingham Palace and they will take time to talk to those veterans and really mark the day with them, to hear their stories, and I think to signify to the nation that we should forever be grateful for the sacrifices that they made, and that we should never forget what they lived through. The King recently in Italy, in a speech, said we are constantly being reminded, whether it's on our phones or TV screens, of conflicts going on around the world. We should not take peace for granted. And all of the symbolism and the celebratory spirit that we see here today, the waving from the balcony, that is the important message that they will be delivering over the next 4 days. Is let's not forget the sacrifice. Let's thank them for the peace that they achieved, and let's not forget that should never be taken for granted.
Well, it was a wonderful unifying moment that the crowd enjoyed here, the thousands that have headed to London to watch today's military parade and enjoy that fly past. Let's talk to Laura Bundock, who's in amongst the crowds.
Yeah, hi there. I've got the reverse going on now. So a few moments ago, we had the rush towards Buckingham Palace. This is the rush to get back to the tubes and various hotels wherever people are. So the crowds here had this massive push when they open up the barriers. And they'd been queuing, hadn't they, from the very early hours this morning, some even overnight. They get the chance to go a bit closer to Buckingham Palace, to stand underneath or near that iconic balcony to get a good view, not just of the royal family, because all faces are up the Mall watching as those aircraft come over in formation for the fly past. But, you know, certainly here, the atmosphere, you know, these are always very special days. And I think everyone here, the people I've been speaking to, very keen to share the moment, really. We've heard so many stories being shared from veterans, from family members, from relatives who knew some of the veterans taking part on the podium there, some with current serving personnel who were taking part in the parade, and all wanting to be a part of this moment. And very much two things strike me. People saying, look, this is probably the last one of these big anniversaries where we'll all come together in this way, with veterans who'd served 80 years ago among their number. And the other thing people were saying is how nice it was to have the Ukrainian soldiers represented in the parade as well. Very much a reminder of the fragility of peace and the importance of peace in a world that we're living in today. So the crowd's now heading home after the fly past. Looks actually like it's about to start raining as well, so perfect timing there. But certainly for a lot of them, it's been a really long day waiting. But from what I can see, the people I've spoken to, it's all been very much worth it too.
Laura, thank you. I just have to say that's not an official weather forecast from Laura Bundock, because we've got a few more hours broadcasting here from Buckingham Palace. I'm really hoping there isn't any rain. We've done so well so far, but nothing could rain on that parade. Alastair, your final reflection on what we've watched here today?
we have had the chance to start a 4-day period of reflection upon the value of peace 80 years ago in Europe. A generation that had given that to us and who we still live amongst. There are less of them, but we witnessed the veterans with the King and Queen and the royal family and leaders of government watching this promise to continue looking after that peace with the armed forces marching by. Tomorrow is the 2nd anniversary of the King's coronation, and in a sense it's continuing a story that was certainly picked up by an unwilling king when he came to the throne, George VI, in 1936. And he then, with that drama, he was himself crowned in 1937, and within 2 years found himself leading the British Empire through the Second World War as a figurehead for loyalty in the most difficult times. And we've witnessed his grandson, King Charles III, come out on the balcony, continuing that line of monarchy, and with Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, his grandmother, and we remember Queen Elizabeth II leading these sort of events through the last few years. And I think it's just continued that sense of obligation to the generation that delivered victory in Europe in 1945. And I know we have a few days more to go of this recognition, and then we look forward to victory in Japan, which came 80 years ago in August. So it was a great challenge for this country. It was completely crushed, the nation, in so many economic ways, in so many social ways, and it had to rebuild itself from here. But, the energy of all these people here who have had the stories from their forebears, I can feel the rain. It's just coming down.
It turns out it was an official forecast.
It was an official forecast. And I
There's
don't
me
think
clinging on to the optimism of the day.
The spirits,
definitely not. People are still here. They're taking photographs of everything, enjoying the atmosphere. But yeah, a few umbrellas have popped up. And I just want to reflect on something Laura picked up on there, which is this is the 80th anniversary. And this feels significant because it may be the last big anniversary. I can just see Laura Bundock out of the corner of my eye now looking at me as if to say, I told you so. But she did say that this is probably the last anniversary we'll have where we will have a cohort of veterans amongst us.
Well, they're all in their late 90s and early hundreds. So it is probable that we won't be able to have them in the same way. But the bottom line is, it's simply magnificent that we've been able to see them with the royal family today, watching this parade and launching this 4-day period. So as far as I'm concerned, it has been a huge success. Everyone's enjoyed it. And we have marked VE Day in this 80th anniversary year.
Well, Alastair, we appreciate your commentary this afternoon, taking us through everything. And it is Bank Holiday Monday. Events will start today. This has kicked off a week-long series of events, with VE Day being, of course, on Thursday. You can see the crowds departing now, but there are a whole series of events going on across the UK throughout the course of this week to mark VE Day. The Tower of London, the poppies will return. You may remember the scenes from 2015, I think it was, when ceramic poppies were laid on the grass at the Tower of London. People travelled from all over the country to see those. It was so popular that as a commemoration, that returns to London this week. There is, of course, a special service of commemoration at Westminster Abbey taking place this week. And it's not just in London, right across the UK. Communities will be coming together in towns and villages to remember those lost in World War II, those who are still with us, and the significance of VE Day, Victory in Europe Day, the day that the Allies defeated Nazi Germany and brought victory and peace to Europe. If you're watching us here on Sky News, our coverage isn't over yet. We're with you right the way until 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be speaking to some of those involved in today's military procession and enjoying events, including that Flypast and the appearance of the royal family on the balcony. We're reflecting on what has unfolded, and we'll bring you the highlights as well. My thanks to Alastair Bruce, our events commentator for the afternoon, who I think you'll agree did a sterling job for us. My thanks to Alastair and the team. We will return at the top of the hour. It's 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News live from Buckingham Palace. But it has been quite the day. A day of ceremony and splendour, remembering VE Day 80 years ago this week. That day marked victory in Europe when people right across Britain, including a young future Queen Elizabeth, flooded onto the streets to celebrate Nazi Germany's surrender in the Second World War.
My dear friends, this is your hour. This is not a victory of a party or of any class. It's a victory of the great British nation as a whole. We were the first in this ancient island to draw the sword against tyranny. Every man, woman and child in the country had no thought of quitting the struggle. When shall the reputation and faith of this generation of men and women fail? I say that in the long years to come, not only will the people of this island, but of the world, wherever the bird of freedom chirps in human hearts, look back to what we have done and they will say, do not despair. Do not yield to violence and tyranny. March straight forward and die, if need be, unconquered.
With his word of command, we'll begin this ceremony with the marching down towards the Mall of the Armed Forces. He gives his salute to the Major General commanding the Household Division. The Major General salutes the cenotaph in respect of all those who died, and it is a recognition of the cost of victory that we hold in mind today. The front of the procession, led by the Major General, is now on the Mall. As the opening event of this 4 days of events to commemorate, reflect on, and also celebrate VE Day, 80 years on from 1945, the arrival of the armed forces down the Mall is as good a start as any.
Well, in the last few minutes, there was a flypast in front of the crowds here outside Buckingham Palace and the royal family.
First of the aircraft to fly over the King and Queen as they stand on the balcony with other members of the royal family, the Lancaster bomber. From the Battle of Britain memorial flight, with its great roar, it will fly across the Mall and straight over Buckingham Palace and give its salute to a generation who did so much to defend our skies and achieve victory in 1945. And for the King and Queen, just as it must have been for King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, with their 2 daughters, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose, with their champion Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, between them. Let us remember quite what a victory it was in 1945 and what that generation gave to us all with this war. Flight Lancaster saluting the King and Queen as they're followed by a Voyager and an A400M Atlas from the Royal Air Force, coming down following the line of flight established by that Second World War veteran. They curl away and lift out of the London Heathrow flight path in order to return and safely head back to base. Following on, the C-17 Globemaster, that great workhorse of the sky, which today does so much to support the armed forces on operations. It too salutes VE Day 80. Each of them a great roar across this gathered crowd of celebrants in front of Buckingham Palace as the King and Queen and the royal family look on. 3 aircraft next, a Poseidon P-8, which is escorted here by 2 Typhoon. Flying over the gilded Statue of Victory above Queen Victoria and watched by the King and Queen, Princess Royal, the Duke of Kent and the Prince of Wales. And now 1 rivet joint, which is escorted by 2 Lightning. Listen to the roar. The after roar of those engines as they turn. But now, as we reflect upon the parade today, here they come. The greatest salute the Royal Air Force can give as 4 Lightnings with the 9 Hawk of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, in red, white and blue. And the smoke hanging over London there as the King and Queen have taken that great salute from the Royal Air Force of yesteryear, the Lancaster, and those aircraft which have continued to say, we salute what was given to us in 1945, the immense privilege of peace, as the national anthem is played at Buckingham Palace.
Well, what an afternoon it has been this Bank Holiday Monday to start a week of VE Day celebrations and commemorations. Thousands of people lining the military parade route and coming down the Mall here to Buckingham Palace to see the royal family come out onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace to watch the Flypast. Our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, is not far from me, somewhere here on the Mall. She's been taking it all in with the crowds. Laura.
Yes, hello, from just really around the corner at the top end of the Mall, where you've got two-way traffic. You've got a whole bunch of people heading away from Buckingham Palace and then a whole load who didn't manage to get that close earlier on heading towards the palace. Let me introduce you now to a couple who were near the palace. This is Deborah and Chris from Potter's Bar. Can I just say you look the part?
Thank you very much.
I'm loving the party hats. Tell me what brought you down. When did you decide to come here, Chris?
This morning, really, it was a last-minute decision, but my dad fought in the war. Dad was in Burma, so we thought we'd come just to sort of remember those things that he did.
For his memory, really?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Did he talk to you about his time?
He didn't say a lot, but we found after he died, we found his diaries, and they contain lots of information of the terrible things they went through. And Dad was 18 when he went out to Burma, and it was a different world. It was awful.
I mean, as there was VE Day being celebrated in the UK, for many others, like your dad, it carried on.
It was still going on, yes, and so, yeah. So it's in part remembrance for Dad as well.
Deborah, how did you find the atmosphere? Describe it. How close did you get to the palace?
Well, we were a bit further back actually, but it was great. We had our little stalls to stand on so we could see all the bands, so we were waving our flags. Yeah, brilliant time.
Is this your first time to one of these anniversaries?
We've been to past
we've been
ones,
to
haven't
a
we?
few before, yeah.
And we do the London Marathon, so we sort of we quite enjoy these.
Like to be in the big crowds, really. And does it feel more poignant, Deborah, given that we probably won't get another big anniversary like this one with veterans here too?
Exactly, and I think we have to remember. It's very important that we remember.
You, Chris, you were telling me about it's nice to see the children, the younger generations here.
That's right, yeah, as I say, they should. We have to remember things like this, hopefully to learn for the future, which we shall see. But, yeah, it's lovely.
Brilliant. Thank you both very much. I hope you wear those hats for the rest of the day. We will. It's a little bit of sparkle in the grey clouds. Thank you ever such a lot.
Thank you very much.
That's Deborah and Chris making their way now back from the palace, like the many other thousands here, to catch a glimpse of the parade, the Flypast, and of course the royal family too on that iconic Buckingham Palace balcony.
Laura, thank you. I really did like their hats, but I think I've just seen Best Dressed. You can just see in amongst those legs there, that lovely dog getting a lot of attention. I think that woman's just asking for a high five. Oh, a paw. Here we go.
Very well behaved.
Yes, very well turned out in a Union flag outfit. Its owner wearing a rather resplendent red, white and blue dress as well. But that dog getting a lot of attention down there on the Mall. A lot of people dressing up and getting into the spirit of things today, Rhiannon, because of course today is a day of celebration. Unlike events like D-Day, for example, when we commemorate that, it's a really sombre affair, and today does have that backdrop and that history to it. But it is a moment to remember Victory Day in Europe and the jubilant scenes that were just behind us 80 years ago.
I think moments like this are a wonderful opportunity to sort of look back at the footage from 80 years ago. And as we saw the crowds heading down the Mall towards Buckingham Palace and then saw members of the royal family coming out and waving to the crowds and watching that fly past, you couldn't help but remember those scenes from 80 years ago. As Alastair Bruce was saying, it was a bit more organised this time. 80 years ago, it was certainly a lot more chaotic as people with, well, how could you just describe it, with joyful abundance kind of flocked here to central London.
He was talking about kissing and alcohol, let's not sugarcoat it.
Okay, yeah, that's that as well. And they were just here to kind of celebrate this moment and the surprise, I suppose, that it had finally come, because now we're so used to kind of getting updates on our phones and our televisions regularly about what's happening around the world. You have to remember that many of them had no idea what was going on in Germany, didn't necessarily know what was happening to their relatives. And then they would have heard, a lady I was speaking to earlier in the week talked about hearing on the radio that it was finally over. It had finally come to an end, hearing from the likes of Winston Churchill and the King at the time that it was done. the Nazis had been defeated. And today was a chance to kind of come together and almost recreate that celebration, I suppose.
Yeah, that sort of feeling here of jubilation. The veteran that I had a conversation with for Sky News last week, Pat Outram, 101, showed me a letter from her sister. They were both code breakers, but her sister was stationed abroad in Egypt and Italy. And she would write her a letter every week. And she wrote her a letter on VE Day saying, we knew this moment was coming. We'd heard rumours about when it would be, but today is the day. And she underlined the word colossal. She said, this is a colossal day, but all I feel is mental exhaustion, which I thought was really interesting because we focus on the jubilant scenes, but the 5-6 years really leading up to it, just the toll it took on the people and to survive it. They call themselves the lucky ones, don't they? But just the mental exhaustion that led up to VE Day, which is of course on Thursday. Today really does mark the start of a week-long pattern of events right across the UK, not just here in London, Rhiannon.
I think today was chosen as a moment to kind of have this moment outside Buckingham Palace again remind us that this was the backdrop 80 years ago for those jubilant scenes. It's a bank holiday, so an opportunity for people to get those trestle tables out in their streets if they want to, get the bunting out and enjoy time with their family members who maybe were part of that wartime generation, but also come together with their neighbours as well to I don't know, talk about their relatives who are no longer with them. I think as the week goes on, of course, Thursday is the day that we marked VE Day, and there will be a more kind of sombre reflection at Westminster Abbey and a celebration, of course, the fact that war was over, but also the sacrifices that were made as well. So I think throughout the week we will see those very difficult kind of mixture of emotions reflected, which, as you said, veterans still talk about now, is that it was over, but life had changed beyond recognition.
Well, we will be following events marking VE Day throughout the week here on Sky News. More events taking place in London and right across the UK. After ceremonial events here in the capital, celebrations continuing this afternoon. As Rhiannon was saying, there are parties right across the country, those traditional street parties that are so much part of the fabric of Great Britain when it comes to these kind of occasions. One of them on board HMS Belfast, the only surviving British gunship from the Normandy landings. Alice Porter is there live from us. She's on board HMS Belfast. Alice.
Hello, yes, I'm here on HMS Belfast, and it's here that the gun salute will be taking place later this afternoon, using the very guns that were involved in D-Day, because whilst HMS Belfast is very much embedded within London's landscape, the vessel played a key role in World War II. It escorted vessels through the Arctic, but it also was one of the first ships to open fire on the German defences along the Normandy coast on D-Day. So it plays a really significant role within our own military history, and therefore it's no surprise that it's playing a key role today with hosting not only a street party but that gun salute that's going to be taking place later this afternoon. And you can see people who are gathered here all enjoying the street party. There's going to be music playing, and this is going to be very much open to the public later on today. And importantly, some of the people who've been invited today are those people who were children during VE Day and still have wonderful memories, that it's more important more than ever that we hear some of those personal stories. And actually, I was speaking earlier today with the Special Effects Advisor, who's the man who is organising this extraordinary gun salute that will be taking part later today. And he was telling me about that he will be organising the gun salute and very much pressing the button next to medals of his own grandfather who served in World War II. And so I think for many of the people who are gathered here on HMS Belfast, many of them are here perhaps professionally, maybe as cadets, as veterans, or in his case, as a special effects advisor. But many of them also have a very personal connection to World War II, to VE Day, and today is very much an opportunity to celebrate that for so many people around the country.
Alice, thank you so much. Alice Porter there, our correspondent on board HMS Belfast. We're reflecting with Alastair Bruce that that's the ticket to have today, isn't it? A street party on board HMS Belfast. Alice Porter across events there for us. As you can see, people still here outside Buckingham Palace, the crowd's slowly dispersing. A lot of them hanging around to wave at us, actually, which is quite nice.
I've got some friends over there.
Oh, have you? Oh, I thought they were fans. You know them. Oh, you know them. But yeah, waving their flags. There is a real sense of people wanting to stick around, enjoy the moment, take the selfies, soak it all up, because this 80th anniversary, the next big anniversary will not have the veterans amongst us. It will be different.
It will be completely different. And you have to remember, all of these crowds now who are kind of taking in the atmosphere, spending a bit of time outside Buckingham Palace, they were very much kept behind the barriers, kind of as the military procession kind of went past, in a way that the military's tribute to the Second World War veterans. So I think because the rain has passed, thankfully, it's time for people to kind of have a wander around, take their photos, and remember those events of 80 years ago, which no doubt they'll be showing their children as well.
It's such a shame. Just around the corner, out of camera shot, is a man in a two-piece Union flag suit. But I could see our digital team, the Sky News Online team, are with him. So expect photos on the website. That is very good. That might even beat the dog's outfit, because the dog was winning best dress for me so far today.
Everyone's made a real effort, haven't they?
Yeah, of course. And it wouldn't be an occasion such as this without a shower or two. Can we talk about what's going on behind us at Buckingham Palace? Because the commemoration events haven't finished. In fact, the veterans are being treated like royalty themselves today, as they should be, because they really are front and centre, the main focus of what today is about.
That's right. So at the moment, there is a lovely tea party going on, especially for the veterans, with the King and Queen playing host and hostess alongside the Prince and Princess of Wales. And I think for the royal family, they know that this is an important moment, that they lead these events, especially for the King as head of state, as head of the armed forces. But I think sitting down with those veterans, he'll be just like you and I, just taking in the stories of those that are around him. And what was interesting is when they were sitting on the stage just in front of Buckingham Palace watching the military procession, I thought it was wonderful to see. It wasn't just a front row of members of the royal family. It was interspersed with veterans as well. And the procession took, an hour?
Look at this young man here on our screens. Can I just divert your attention
bless
there?
him.
This is what today's all about. Sorry, please continue.
All I can think about is my little boy at home, who apparently has been enjoying watching the horses on the telly. So I need to get him an outfit like that. I think for the royal family, when they were sitting next to the veterans on the stage, they were all watching the military procession walk past. And we can see the pictures now. Look, you saw the Princess of Wales there. She was talking to the veteran alongside her. The King could not have seemed more animated talking to Joy True, who actually signed up when she was 17 years old. And I think this is going to be the most important part for the royal family today, is having the time to sit and talk and share those stories. And more of that will be going on inside the palace now, taking time to reflect back on the people who really matter today, the veterans.
Oh, Rhiannon Mills, thank you very much. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills there, who's been with me all day today. And you can see there the Prime Minister was amongst the guests as well. In fact, Rhiannon, stay with me because we have a special guest joining us. He is Captain Tom Windsor-Clive, who is serving in the Coldstream Guards and was part of today's parade. Hello, lovely to meet you.
Lovely to see both of you.
Well, from where we were standing, it looked like it passed off incredibly well. How was it?
Of course, it's always a glorious British day, and it always passes off without any hitches. Well,
of course.
That's what we hope.
Of course. Right, what can you really tell us? What was it like to be part of today?
So I think, like all of us, it's great having a great patriotic day, seeing the Union flag, seeing everyone on the Mall, seeing the red arrows, but also seeing our wider partners from across our allies working together, being as one, which is very special.
A lot of the people lining the route are obviously here for the 80th anniversary, but as I was reflecting with some serving members of the armed forces earlier on during our coverage. They're here very much to support our current armed services as well, and that must be very encouraging.
I think
for you to be
I think
part
especially
of
for part of the Coast Guards,
Mm.
we've got 375 years of history behind us, and everything from Waterloo to World War II, we learn from that to make sure we get better and better for the future. So it's very much learning from our past to put into place in the present to make the future better and safer and work stronger.
And I would imagine there are many privileges as part of what you do, but one of them is getting to meet veterans, those who are still with us, and them talking to you. And I just wonder what those conversations are like from, former serving member of the armed forces perhaps to a current one, what that conversation is like.
It's amazing how you reminisce with a lot of the old serving, love it, hearing about our stories, because their stories are very similar. I was reading through my great-uncle's letters this morning of his time in World War II, and he was overlooking a bridge in Germany. It's like, oh, there go the Germans getting off a 3-tonner, probably eating boiled beef, just like we do. And it's amazing how little it changes, but how special we learn from them for the future.
And can you talk to us about your great-uncle and his role?
So he was involved in Northwest Europe, to part of the push into Northwest Germany, and they found one of the last bridges intact over the River Ems on the 3rd of April 1945. And Captain Ian Liddell then went ahead and, on his own, went to and pretty much stormed the bridge to defuse 6 500-pound bombs. And then my great-uncle and his cousin, the Earl of Plymouth, were there behind with all their soldiers and 3 company, the Spotted Dogs, providing suppressive fire to make sure that he could then defuse the bombs as he ran across the bridge, cutting wires. And a miracle managed to survive. Ended up throwing his wire cutters at the Germans as his last defence.
It must be so important for you to be able to tell his story as well as take part in that parade.
It's phenomenal. I think so. My sword, my bearskin when I am on parade, was worn by him as well.
Oh wow!
So it's quite special knowing also the whole Coldstream Guards has gone from the last 300 years, and we're still wearing similar kit to what we did 200 years ago. So it is a special privilege to be part of it.
Give us some idea about the preparation that it takes, though, to kind of put on a parade like this. How many weeks, months are you preparing for it?
Years.
Okay.
It is phenomenal in the mornings, seeing all the soldiers preparing their kit, spending hours doing it. But it is quite special when we do the early morning rehearsals, when the whole of London is asleep. You're there marching around, coming down the Mall, complete pitch darkness. As you see people coming back from a night out. It's hilarious.
I bet they can't believe their eyes after one too many at the pub. The parade today, did you have family lining the route as well, watching at home? Because again, with your great-uncle's story, with your connection to the military and your family's involvement, this must be a very special day.
So I think it's very lucky. I knew my brother was somewhere here, but I couldn't see him. You're
not allowed to look, that's why.
Exactly. Couldn't see anything. My parents and my cousins were there in the pub at home, but also the local village back home in Albourne. They got a huge VE Day ceremony, get all the Americans coming in as well.
Yeah.
So it's a huge village effort, but also a huge family effort, and just a joy being patriotic.
Yeah, and something that Rhiannon and I have been talking about today is the number of young faces in the crowd. I mean, little ones will always come out for a Flypast, right? I know that's how I got mine here today, to talk to them about the red arrows. But just passing on the knowledge of World War II, even though they don't get it yet, and they may not get it for many years, just having them as part of these occasions, how important is that in making sure that the story of what happened to, whether it be their relatives or in general what happened in World War II, making sure that that's passed down through generations?
I think it's very special knowing what we've had before and be able to pass on to the young generations.
And seeing those veterans sitting right there.
But it's amazing seeing the veterans sat right there, but also seeing the young generation in their combats, learning from what they did, because it's in the story, but it's in the history books they learn at school. So it brings history to life, which is so important. So they learn from that, to then try not to do the same mistakes we did.
The King said recently in a speech, we can't take peace for granted. At the moment, we see on our phones and on TV screens conflict going on around the world. You must look at those veterans and think, actually, they teach us so much in terms of what we should remember.
They teach us what they fought for, but then we also learn from them for what we're fighting for at the moment, to try and bring peace. Whether we can, it'll be hard, but we'll always fight for peace and for our allies for what we're doing.
And just a final word, I know you're not allowed to look anywhere apart from where you're going in the parade, but I don't know if you saw the King saluting you all as you went past, which I think we reflected on that was quite a poignant and special moment.
So often we see people standing for the national anthem.
Yeah.
We see people saluting the King, and yet he was there, head of the armed forces, saluting you all as he walked past. What does that mean, especially with his recent cancer diagnosis and everything he gives to the country?
He is an amazing person to look up to, and his involvement with the armed forces, but also not just the armed forces, but the nation in the whole. He does a lot for us, a lot of work, tirelessly. So it is a complete honour to be able to march past him, saluting, and actually knowing he's working tirelessly for the armed forces and the country.
Oh, well, listen, Captain Tom Windsor-Clive, serving in the Coldstream Guards, thank you for coming to talk to us, and congratulations on today. The parade passed off without a hitch. Not that you're telling us whether it did or not.
It looked perfect, didn't
yes,
it?
It looked perfect. It looked perfect. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you, Rhiannon, as well, for the moment. You're watching the coverage of VE Day celebrations live here on Sky News. The commemorations officially beginning on the toll of Big Ben at midday, which was then followed by Winston Churchill's famous VE Day speech delivered by the actor who played him in the King's Speech, Timothy Spall. The military procession then got underway with around 1,300 servicemen and women marching past the cenotaph and towards us here at Buckingham Palace, where they were greeted with cheers, claps and whoops from the crowd gathering as the procession reached the Mall. As the procession reached the gates of Buckingham Palace, the King stood up and saluted soldiers as they passed by. The King, the Queen and other senior members of the royal family were enjoying the spectacle in a stand outside the palace just at the foot of the Queen Victoria Memorial statue, along with veterans and some politicians. At the time, it was one of the war's most closely guarded secrets. Now, Bletchley Park is famous as one of the most important factors that helped the Allies win the war. Last week, I was privileged to speak to one of the surviving codebreakers, Pat Outram, and she told me about her role in it all.
We spent a lot of nights going down to the cellar or to an air raid shelter, and it was tiring, the blitz, because you did lose a good deal of sleep. And as soon as you heard this warning siren, you know, you knew this is going to be another interrupted night.
You worked with Bletchley Park. You were a codebreaker because you could speak and understand German. Where were you posted? What did you do?
Well, I joined the Women's Royal Naval Service, the Wrens, because there was a bit of a naval tradition on one side of the family. And after training, they sent me to the northeast Yorkshire and the coast up there. Because I had conversational German, I could listen to the German naval ships talking, because they tended to talk as they went in and out of the Baltic into the North Sea. So the Yorkshire coast was quite a good place to do a listening watch.
What was it like to be there on the coast? Because you were in the danger zone, effectively. You could have been bombed, and you actually think that it's a miracle you weren't.
I suppose in a way it was, because, yes, we were right opposite enemy territory. I don't think we thought a lot about that, actually. Of course, you had blackout and everything. You didn't show any lights. And they probably wouldn't have known what our little remote stations actually were doing, because they'd taken over guest houses and places like that for us. It was could be very boring if there was no traffic that night, or it could be all go and you were writing down as fast as you could, particularly coded messages.
You were stationed on the coast, and on the south coast, I think this was, and you had a special chance encounter on the cliffs in the build-up to D-Day with Winston Churchill. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened there?
Well, I used to like to go and sit in a quiet corner of the cliffs near Dover, if I'd been on a night watch, say. And I think it was one morning about breakfast time that I was sitting with my library book, and a little file of people came up the path from the car park way down below on the road. And I was rather surprised to see Winston Churchill at the head of this little group of officers and civilians. And so they came past and they said, "Good morning." So I said, "Good morning." And they went and stood on our cliff, looked across at Calais, which was directly opposite the white cliffs over there. And then they went away again. And I thought that was rather odd. What was our Prime Minister doing at breakfast time on our cliff? But they went on to other places round there, and it was all very carefully planned that it would be reported back to the Germans. And because they were looking at that east end of the channel, that's where the invasion of Europe was going to be. And of course it was going to be way down to the west in Normandy. So it was a very deliberate ruse, actually. A little bit of history, really.
Yeah, and you had a front row seat, you and your library book, just looking for a bit of peace and quiet, and you're there for one of the most pivotal points of the war. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, VE Day meant a great deal because we were, listening to the German occupation of France, and VE Day was very important, but VJ Day was more important for our family because of my father, who'd been taken prisoner in the Far East when he was out there with the British Army. So we still had a few months to wait before the Far East was settled, and he did actually come home.
You did keep a small diary, and I'm just interested in this entry from VE Day, which says, "Great tension. Victory announcement expected all day, but it was delayed. Very hot. It has been postponed, and we went to Whitehall and Piccadilly." Then on the 8th, which is, of course, VE Day. Lovely day. Staff only allowed us half a day off. Enormous crowds. Saw royal family and Churchill at the Palace. Dined at Prunière and saw all the floodlighting. Lovely.
We sort of instinctively headed for the palace because we thought the king would appear, and lots of people were shouting, "We want the king," and things like that. And they did come out on the balcony, and everybody cheered, and, a great feeling of celebration. And they did a sort of walkabout, I think, and met ordinary people in the forces. And, it was a really wonderful time because the war had been going on for, I think, 4 years. And at times you wondered, would it ever end?
We've also got a letter from your sister as well.
Oh, yes.
"My double darling Patsy, isn't this just so wonderful and overwhelming? We knew it was on its way, but wow, it just leaves me feeling mentally exhausted. I wish I had been in London. it must have been underlined colossal.
Yes.
The enormity of it.
Well, Jean and I always kept in touch very much. And she was in North Africa and Mediterranean.
I want to ask you about your medals that you're wearing. Perhaps you can talk us through them. What are they?
Well, I've got the standard British ones for being in the forces in the war, and then a rather beautiful French medal.
The Légion d'honneur.
The Légion d'honneur. It's their top military medal, and originally given, I think, by Napoleon to his troops for their success against the British. However, the French very kindly at the end of the war gave some of us this, I think, for our contribution in the liberation of Europe, really. And, of course, France was occupied for a long time, and it must have been enormously relieved to be independent again. So I think it's a very kind and courteous gesture. They gave some of us a Légion d'honneur, which I do prize.
Well, it was a real privilege to speak to Pat. Pat, thank you for our conversation. Pat Outram there, one of the codebreakers from World War II, has a remarkable story. Well, our royal correspondent Laura Bundock has been listening to a great deal of stories down on the Mall today, because so many people coming into London this afternoon that have stories from their family or reasons why they want to come down here to mark this occasion. Laura, who are you with now?
Let me introduce you to three sisters, all from Dagenham, and one granddaughter, sorry, Crystal at the end there, who decided to come along yesterday, really, isn't it, Anne? Tell me what kind of spurred you, what prompted you to come?
Well, I'm very patriotic, as all my friends will tell you, and I just thought, do you know what, it's a really special day. You know, people fought and died for us. We need to come up and just show that we respect them and we remember them. So, yeah, it's just a very special day.
And Maggie, for you, what was the atmosphere like when you were here?
Incredible, incredible. I say, for the youngsters to the old, I'm one of the old ones, I'm 72 this year, and obviously I wasn't here for all that, but I remember my parents and grandparents, and I think if it wasn't for people like that, I wouldn't be here, because of how they fought.
Patricia, I'm loving the get-up here right now. We need a bit of colour on this grey day.
We do.
And you don't even like trains, but seeing what was going on here made even you jump on a train, yeah?
Yeah, I suffer from anxiety and I don't like to get on a train on my own, but I thought if those guys could do that for us, I can get on a train and come up and show them the respect that they deserve.
Was it worth it?
Oh, 100%. The flyby, the atmosphere, the people that are up here, I just wish more people were here and could feel like we feel today. It's amazing.
And a good view of the balcony over there at the palace.
Girls were right up the front, saw all the royals there, looking absolutely stunning. Kate is amazing. William, fantastic. It's just something else.
And Crystal, let me come to you, because lots of people have been saying it's nice to see younger people here. You're 15. When you know this lot was saying come along, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, well, if all these people did this for us years ago, why shouldn't my generation also come and respect that? Because it's just like, if they didn't do that, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And what's your takeaway today, having been amongst the crowds, having seen the military, seen the Flypast, seen a bit of the royals perhaps as well?
I just think it's great to just respect what, World War II ended and we won World War II and we did it. So why should we not go and respect people for that?
Yeah. So an important day for all of you then. Are you going back? Is it back to Dagenham now? What's the plan, Anne?
Pub lunch for sure. Yeah. A few glasses of wine, pub lunch, and then home. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, well, safe travels. Thank you all very much
Thank you very much.
There we go. So the crowd's very much starting to thin out here on the Mall. I mean, you heard it really all there. They said it all, didn't they? This kind of urge to come and be part of something, but an urge to kind of show respect as well, and thanks and gratitude to everyone for everything that happened 80 years ago. And it was nice hearing from Crystal there, just a teenager, still feeling very much that sense that she wanted to be a part of it too.
Laura, thank you. People are celebrating and remembering in so many different ways right across the country. Those ladies there offer a pub lunch. There are a number of street parties happening across Great Britain today. This is Downing Street, the table quite literally set on this rather grey afternoon, but look at all the colour there, all the bunting and flags, the Union flags adorning Downing Street there as they get ready to do their bit to commemorate VE Day, which is of course on Thursday, but this bank holiday Monday starts a week-long commemoration, various events happening here in London and, as I said, right across the UK. Well, I'm pleased to say that I'm joined now by John Clokey here at Buckingham Palace, a former Navy regular whose father helped plan the Normandy landings. He's here alongside our Royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And John, it's really good of you to come down and see us here at Buckingham Palace today. To tell us the story of your father, where was he on VE Day?
So on VE Day itself, 8th of May 1945, my dad was still at Bergen-Belsen, where he'd been one of the liberators about 3 weeks prior to that, 4 weeks prior to that, was just heading up towards Lübeck and Hamburg when obviously the announcement was made that the war was over.
Your father, Captain Kenneth Clokey, as I said, he helped plan the Normandy landings as an intelligence officer and fought through Europe up to the liberation of Bergen-Belsen, which is where he happened to find himself on VE Day. And today we've very much been talking about the celebratory side of VE Day and reflecting on where we are now, the crowds 80 years ago, you know, the utter sense of euphoria that peace had finally come to Europe. Very different experience for your father, though, I would imagine, being at Bergen-Belsen, knowing that the end was close, but being surrounded by the very worst of that World War.
Yes, I think it was, because it was obviously a mixed feelings that everybody was delighted that the war was over, but particularly towards the end of the war, my dad had lost 14 of his close friends on that battle, going through France, Germany, Belgium. And then I think to encounter what he did at Bergen-Belsen really was, I think, you know, the final disaster, really, in terms of, you know, you just, words fail you. There is nothing that you could say. So, of course, delighted that the war was over. But I think probably knowing him as the man he was, I think, you know, what he saw there stayed with him for the rest of his life. And he, in fact, went to the Nuremberg trials because he was keen to make sure that those who were responsible paid the price, effectively.
How much did he talk about what he had seen? Because I went to Normandy last year for the D-Day landings. There was one veteran who will always stick with me, and I said, can we talk? And he said, I've not talked at all, and I don't want to talk about it now. He had completely shut away. He didn't want to share his experiences. How about your father?
Yes, I'd say very much the same. He was a quiet man. My mother said that after he returned from the war, from the Nuremberg trials, that he pretty much talked to her about almost nothing else for a long time, and thereafter virtually didn't mention it again until I myself joined the Royal Navy, and then we did have a chat. But that was the only time. I'm fortunate enough to have his war diaries, so I can sort of recall things that he didn't tell me, piecing together what my mother told me as well. So I've got a good story. But
and his war diary, I'm just going to get the war diaries, which are just out of shot here.
Yeah, Rhiannon will get that. And we've also got Cloudy from our team, who's bringing in your father's jacket. And this was the actual jacket that he was wearing on VE Day when he was part of that liberation of Bergen-Belsen.
It was, yes. I mean, he wouldn't have been wearing these then, but yes, absolutely. This was what he wore when they went into Bergen-Belsen, and what he was wearing at the end of the war. It's slightly moth-eaten now, but my dear old dad would be 105 if he was still alive today, so I think that's fitting to bring that along as a little piece of history.
It's very moving to actually see that in person, and for you as a family to have that.
Yes.
Incredibly special.
Yes, it was. And indeed, and I think the whole Bergen-Belsen story very much brought that home to the British population, because it was the only concentration camp that was actually liberated by the British, as opposed to the Americans, who liberated most of the rest of them. So Bergen-Belsen has always had a particular place in terms of the whole story of the British war effort, effectively.
It's the only concentration camp that Queen Elizabeth II actually went to visit. I was there for that visit, and it's It's a horrendous place that you go to, a place now of remembrance, but you can just see the mounds where they just had to bury as many bodies as they can. Someone who was there at the time, who liberated, talked about the smell. It was the smell that hit you. But in this diary,
yes,
there's I don't know whether you can see this very clearly, but there's a roll of honour, and next to it your dad's written.
My pals.
Yeah. And it was his friends who never came back.
Yep. 14 of them.
Yeah.
And I've been around the war cemeteries, the Commonwealth war cemeteries with him, and I've seen, his mates and where they are. He's pointed them out to me. So.
And as a family, it's very important for you to keep his story alive. I know you were saying that your son has just joined the Royal Navy,
He has.
fourth generation.
Fourth generation, yes.
A very proud family legacy there for him to continue. How important is that for you?
Yes, I think it's very important, and my son has just joined the Royal Navy. He's serving in HMS Dragon at the moment. I didn't want to push him into it, so as we do with children, we kind of let them find their own way, and hopefully at the right time you perhaps give them a little nudge, and here we are. He's now been in for 2 years.
What was it like being in the crowds? Because you were there.
I was.
Lining them out with everyone else.
I was, yes, absolutely. It was tremendous atmosphere. Actually, way more people than I even thought were going to be here, which was really, really good news. The weather held off. The Red Arrows were able to get through. From a personal perspective, I was obviously immensely proud seeing our armed forces, the Commonwealth, but also seeing a small contingent of Ukrainians there, because in my day job, I'm working for Capita Team Fisher, and we are training as part of our Royal Navy work, helping to train Ukrainians ourselves. So for me personally, that was actually very poignant to see a small contingent of Ukrainians marching with everybody else.
Your father saw the very worst of what happened during World War II.
Yeah.
He was part of the Normandy landings as well. Did he talk to you about that? I would imagine Bergen-Belsen, the most difficult topic to talk about. But the Normandy landings, what did he tell you about that time?
Yes, he did, actually. In fact, I did the Normandy landings with my father when he was still alive. And yes, he was quite engaged by that, and we walked around the different parts of Juno Beach. I actually served in HMS Juno when I was in the Royal Navy as well, which was quite an interesting coincidence. So we walked around the Normandy beaches. We went to the Commonwealth War cemeteries, obviously, which was very moving and poignant when he pointed out his various friends. But he talked about that quite a lot, and he was involved in some of the planning for it as he was in Brigade Intelligence Officer. So I had a good insight into that while he was alive. And I think, that is something, it's the largest amphibious operation the world has ever seen, and hopefully ever will see. So it's something that will go down in the annals of history.
And for your family, what does it mean to you that we have today? We actually have 4 days of commemorations to think about the celebrations, but think about the sacrifice. How important is it for you that, as a nation, we're taking time to stop and remember? I think it's immensely important, and I think coming together as a nation is something that perhaps we do less and less these days than perhaps used to happen. I remember, I can't quote them exactly, but Churchill's words when he spoke on the day was along the lines of, "Dear friends, this is not about politics and not about class that we celebrate this victory, but it is as a country." And I couldn't put it any better than that. Obviously, I couldn't put it possibly. But I think he was right. This is about coming together as 80 years later as a country in ways that we seldom see sometimes today. So I think it's just a great occasion.
And a final reflection, how will you be remembering your father this week?
I remember him with pride. I remember him probably if he were looking down at me thinking, crikey, because he was a man of few words, and he was a very modest man. He was never one to blow his own trumpet, so I'm happy to blow it for him.
Very modest man, but a very brave man. John, thank you so much for coming on to talk about your father, Captain Kenneth Clokey, part of the planning and the initiation of the Normandy landings and also the liberation of Bergen-Belsen. What a man he was. Thank you so much for coming in and remembering him with us today. We wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, stay here with us on Sky News, our special coverage of the VE midday anniversary continues. We can see people still here on the Mall, Rhiannon. Such is the occasion today, people taking photographs, just taking in the atmosphere. The bunting's still up, the skies might be grey, but the rain has disappeared. It was only here for a few moments. But just your thoughts on what we've seen today on this 80th anniversary of VE Day.
Usually for these events, the crowds very quickly disappear. But I think the fact that they are still here, taking in this moment, taking their photographs, making their own memories, says it all about why people wanted to come here today. Many families here will have relatives who were part of that important wartime generation. This week is about remembering them, whether they are still with us today or no longer with us. And that's what the royal family have also been doing today and are doing at the moment, hosting a tea party inside Buckingham Palace, making sure that the veterans are really front and centre of these times to yes, celebrate what was achieved 80 years ago, but also to remember the sacrifices that were made for the peace that we have today.
And taking time to listen to their stories. I know our colleague Jonathan Samuels met Colin Bell, a 101-year-old veteran who carried out 50 bombings across Germany. And as he said, lived to tell the tale. I've spoken to Pat Outram, again, 101, a codebreaker on the South Coast, taking the Enigma code to Bletchley Park. And I know you've spoken to veterans as well. Remarkable, these stories. We'll talk about them more throughout the course of the afternoon, because we're not done here yet, Rhiannon. The crowds might be dispersing, but we're here to bring people the highlights and the flavour of what's been happening today, because as we've been saying, it is just the start of a week-long course of celebrations. One of those celebrations later today taking place in Downing Street. Will be there live. Street parties happening right across the country. You can see the table is set, the bunting is up. We will bring you what is happening throughout the rest of the day here on Sky News after the break.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Good afternoon, it is 3 o'clock and you're watching Sky News coverage of the VE Day anniversary. Celebrating victory in Europe 80 years on, and the remaining veterans who helped deliver an end to the Second World War. 1,300 members of the UK Armed Forces, their NATO allies and soldiers from Ukraine parade past the royal family. The procession comes to an end with a flypast in front of the royal family, kicking off 4 days of commemorative events. Party on the streets, people across the country celebrate with their family and neighbours, just as the country did 80 years ago.
Also ahead, Israel approves plans to capture all of Gaza. Officials say a new offensive plan would mean the Strip's civilian population would move southward. Plus, more Trump tariffs. Find out what the US president is planning to do with the Hollywood that, in his words, is dying a very fast death.
Hello and good afternoon to you, live from Buckingham Palace, where it has been a day of ceremony and splendour, remembering VE Day 80 years ago this week. That day marked victory in Europe when people across Britain, including a young future Queen Elizabeth, flooded onto the streets behind me to celebrate Nazi Germany's surrender in the Second World War.
My dear friends, this is your hour. This is not a victory of a party or of any class. It's a victory of the great British nation as a whole, that in the long years to come, not only will the people of this island, but of the world, wherever the bird of freedom chirps in human hearts, look back to what we have done and they will say, do not despair. Do not yield to violence and tyranny. March straight forward and die, if need be, unconquered.
With his word of command, we'll begin this ceremony with the marching down towards the Mall of the Armed Forces. He gives his salute to the Major General commanding the Household Division. The Major General salutes the cenotaph in respect of all those who died, and it is a recognition of the cost of victory that we hold in mind today. The front of the procession, led by the Major General, is now on the Mall. As the opening event of this 4 days of events to commemorate, reflect on, and also celebrate VE Day, 80 years on from 1945, the arrival of the armed forces down the Mall is as good a start as any. The first of the aircraft to fly over the King and Queen as they stand on the balcony with other members of the royal family, the Lancaster bomber. across this gathered crowd of celebrants in front of Buckingham Palace. Now, as we reflect upon the parade today, here they come. The greatest salute the Royal Air Force can give, as 4 Lightnings with the 9 Hawk of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, in red, white and blue. And the smoke hanging over London there as the King and Queen have taken that great salute from the Royal Air Force.
Let's take you live to Downing Street. You can see the table is set for a street party there outside number 10. The bunting is up, the place settings are out. It mirrors a number of events happening right across Great Britain today to mark the start of these VE Day commemorations. VE Day itself, of course, on Thursday, but people being invited there to Downing Street to take part in that street party. I'm joined here by our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills, and we were just wondering what was on the menu, weren't we?
I know, I'm kind of straining my eyes to try and see.
I can see some finger sandwiches. You have to have those at a street
cake
party,
as well,
right?
surely.
Yeah, mugs of tea. There's some commemorative 80 mugs as well. It looks, the cameraman heard us. Camera operator heard us. Cake, you were right.
Cake. Is that a chocolate eclair?
That looks like some kind of apple strudel cake.
No, that... Oh.
I mean, I know my cake. Bread and butter pudding.
There we go.
There you go. We got there eventually.
Apparently, lots of people have been Googling how to make bread and butter pudding.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to put out on social media my mum's recipe. Yeah, so that is a very lovely scene there in Downing Street. Yeah, I've had a chicken sandwich and some Percy pigs.
Half a chicken fajita wrap.
Oh, yes, exactly. Well, listen.
Not complaining.
No, not at all. We've had a front row seat here for today's proceedings, as have you watching at home. Rhiannon, your reflections on what we've seen today, and what was the standout moment for you?
So, look, we're going to see 4 days of events. I think today was an important moment for the country on a bank holiday to basically focus on the veterans, those who gave so much during the Second World War to allow us to have the relative peace that we enjoy today. The procession down the Mall was very clearly the military's tribute to that amazing wartime generation. And in the stand in front of Buckingham Palace, as well as members of the royal family, it wasn't just members of the royal family in that front row, it was also veterans as well. And you could see the King, in particular, engrossed in conversation with one of those veterans, Joy True. And I think for them, that has been the singularly most important part of today is, yes, the King, he is head of state, he is head of the armed forces. He knows that it is important that him and his family are here to lead these moments of national celebration and commemoration. But ultimately what they do is reflect the attention onto those who really matter. And that in this case is the veterans who are still with us, sadly dwindling in numbers because many are in their 90s and early hundreds, but still have the most incredible stories to tell, which ultimately we should all learn from. And that, I think, is what the royal family will be hoping to show us as they take part very heavily in events throughout this week.
Because as we stand here on a now empty scene, there were thousands flooding down the Mall here to Buckingham Palace to watch the Flypast and the royal family on the balcony. What's going on now here is behind closed doors.
It is.
In the garden of Buckingham Palace, the rain holding off, because there's a special tea party for the veterans that we saw here earlier on watching the parade.
And that's going to be such an important moment for the King, the Queen, the Prince and Princess of Wales, other members of the royal family who are also going to be joining them as well, sitting down with those veterans who've been brought here by the Royal British Legion. And that's no small task, obviously, because they're elderly, these veterans. It's a big effort that they make to be here, to sit out kind of watching on that stage and then to go inside. But for the royal family, be a lovely moment to kind of sit in there and actually, in the quiet, relative quiet of Buckingham Palace, take time to listen to their stories and their recollections of what they remember of those amazing celebrations that took place here outside Buckingham Palace 80 years ago.
Yeah, those first-hand accounts really are a privilege to listen to, aren't they, Rhiannon? Well, let's join our correspondent Alice Porter. We can see Downing Street warming up for a street party, but there is a street party on a boat, not just any boat, HMS Belfast, one of the last warships remaining from World War II and that era. It's docked in central London, and Alice is at the party there. Alice.
Yes, and you've come to me at the perfect time because afternoon tea has just been served. As you can see, we've got tiers of cakes and scones with, of course, clotted cream and jam. Lots of people who are gathered here for very much kicking off the street party here on HMS Belfast. Lots of people gathered, including lots of young cadets, but also people who have a personal experience to World War II. Many people who've got memories of VE Day in particular. And it's worth saying what an incredible setting it is to be here. We've very much got the Tower of London just in front of me, such an iconic setting. And I'm joined by James Taylor, who is the Principal Curator for the Imperial War Museum. You have been instrumental in organising so much of today. How has it been getting to this moment?
Well, it's been wonderful. I mean, this is it's a unique moment in our shared national history, and so you can see here we've been recreating kind of VE Day street party feel, and we've got people here from all kinds of organisations, all manner of different countries, and what we're going to be doing very shortly is firing the guns of HMS Belfast to mark VE Day. So the guns that you can see here, as well as the main armament at the front and the anti-aircraft guns as well. So a very dramatic moment.
And it's worth saying, isn't it, because I only discovered this today, that the guns that are being used on the gun salute today are the very guns that were used on D-Day, because HMS Belfast, while it's very much embedded in the landscape of London, it's so known within the landscape here, but it, of course, played such a vital role within World War II.
Well, it did. I mean, it was involved in the Arctic convoys from 1942, and then, as you say, it led one of the bombardment forces on the 6th of June 1944 D-Day, and put out of action a German gun battery that otherwise might have threatened the landings on Golden Juno beaches. So yes, an absolutely key role. And then on VE Day itself, it was actually being refitted to go out and join the British Pacific Fleet, where it would take part in the war against Japan. But fortunately, that didn't happen because Japan surrendered before HMS Belfast had to fire its guns in anger again.
So this ship really played an important moment within British history, but today we've also got people who are on the ship who have personal memories and recollections of World War II, and in particular VE Day. It must be important more than ever that we listen to those stories whilst those people are still alive.
Yes, it is, and it's been a great privilege to have those people on board today. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have been part of a generation that grew up with stories of the Second World War from my own family, and they've been passed down. But one of the things I would say, this is a conflict that is now passing from living memory, but the collections at Imperial War Museums make sure those people will always have a voice.
Something that really struck me earlier, I was speaking to the very aptly named Alex Gunn, who is the one organising the gun salute that will be taking place later today. And like so many people, he has a personal connection. He's got the medals of his grandfather who served in World War II. I mean, how often do you encounter in your work at the Imperial War Museum people who have those personal connections with the past?
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate to work at the museum for many, many years, and I've been lucky enough to encounter all kinds of people who served in all kinds of roles. And one must remember that the Second World War, there were lots of soldiers, sailors, airmen, women fighting with serving in the armed forces as well, but also the people on the home front. What the end of the war against Germany meant was an end to the killing, not just on the fighting fronts, but here as well. 60,000 British civilians lost their lives during that war, and that's something we also need to remember.
Well, absolutely. Look, James Taylor from the Imperial War Museum, thank you so much. It is worth pointing out that people are really much gathered here on HMS Belfast, coming to have their afternoon tea because, of course, what would VE Day celebrations be without a very classic afternoon tea?
Alice, thank you. Alice Porter there on board HMS Belfast. Well, let's speak now to former Royal Marine and the Labour MP for Hales Owen, Alex Ballinger. Alex, good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you.
To see us here outside Buckingham Palace. You were watching the parade from Whitehall.
I was,
I
yes.
understand. Talk to me about what VE Day means to you.
Well, firstly, it was a fantastic parade, and I think it's really amazing and shows the very best of our armed forces today. But for me, the VE Day is all about service, sacrifice, and national unity. So the service of the people that served in World War II, the sacrifice of those that didn't come back, and the way the whole country came together to drive the defence industry, to support our servicemen and women, and to do everything they could to ensure that we had victory. My granddad, he served in World War II. He joined the Navy when he was just 18, and he was sent to the Mediterranean. He worked as an Aztec operator. These were the guys that pinged the U-boats.
Yes.
So they did the sonar. But he told me it was such terrible shift patterns.
It's funny the things they remember, the little details like that.
Yeah, he was doing 4 hours on, 4 hours off.
Yeah.
So he volunteered to join the commandos.
Oh, right, okay.
And he went into Sicily, and he fought up through the Italian campaign and helped liberate Italy. And he doesn't talk about the fighting too much. I mean, people from that generation don't talk about it quite so often. But he did talk about his friends, the people that he lost. And he was really part of the inspiration for me joining the Royal Marines all those years later.
I was going to say he did enough to inspire you, and it's now 4 generations of your family who have come through the Navy or
That's right, yeah. So his dad was in the Royal Artillery. My dad joined the Air Force. He would have been very pleased to see the Red Arrows flying over today. My brother, in fact, was in the Air Force as well. So it's very much a family tradition for us.
Commemorations taking place here in London, of course, the military parade and the Flypast, the royal family, very much kick-starting a week's worth of events of commemoration and celebration. You are the MP for Hales Owen. What's happening in Hales Owen over the course of the week?
It's a shame I'm here, actually. It's a fantastic event, but
what are you missing?
There's a really good celebration happening at Hayden Hill House, an old house that we have there, where they're bringing together lots of old military vehicles. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be at St Peter's Church in Cradley, where there's a lovely church service. There's a series of street parties happening throughout the whole day, and we're getting a lot of primary schools involved as well, getting veterans and vicars to speak to primary schools. So I'm looking forward to getting involved in some of that as well.
Yeah, how important is it that these community events are supported? I know that's a big part of what the government, the DCMS, the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, who have organised today's event. That's a big part of what they were doing. It's not just these big set pieces. It's very much what's happening at grassroots level as well. And for the next generations, we saw so many young faces in the crowd today. How important is that?
I mean, it's so important, isn't it? So the event here was fantastic, but not everyone can make their way down to London. So it's really important that we get the scouts, the cadets, the schools involved to learn about their history, to learn about what their ancestors, what their grandparents, their great-grandparents were doing. And to remember, because, you know, we have a war going in Europe at the moment. It's really important that we support our armed forces. We stand up to aggression. We stand up for democracy. And I think they can learn a lot on a day like today, of VE Day, by going and getting involved in those events.
The Prime Minister put out a post on social media before the parade today talking about what Labour are doing to support veterans and those serving in the armed forces. And, you know, that's better housing and better support. What is it that this government is doing to continue this legacy? I mean, look, you see the people turning out on the streets today. Yes, it's to remember those from World War II, those who are still with us, those who were lost, but it's also to support the armed forces in this country. A lot of those people lining the route, cheering them on, the current serving members. What are the government doing to support the armed forces?
Yeah, so you will have been pleased to see that we've increased defence spending to 2.5%. That's the first time we spent so much on our armed forces since the last Labour government. So we're really investing in what we need for the future, for the conflicts that we're seeing in Ukraine and elsewhere. And we're standing full square behind our veterans. You will have seen the Valour announcement earlier today. So Al Khan's an ex-Royal Marine like myself. I think he's a serving Royal Marine with the reserves. He's announced a whole range of support for veterans, housing, employment, healthcare. Because at the moment, there's a bit of a postcode lottery. But what that's going to do is going to bring together those services so they're accessible in every part of the country so the veterans can get exactly the help that they need.
OK. Alex, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Alex Ballinger there, MP, Labour MP for Halesowen. Are you heading back up there now? Or?
I'm going to, well, it's Parliament tomorrow, so I'm going to do some prep for some VE Day debates
bank
tomorrow.
holiday. Yeah. OK, fine, that's happening. And then you'll be heading back up to Halesowen, I'm sure, for commemorations later in the week, for VE Day itself on Thursday. Alex, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
That scene is set at Downing Street, that tea party there. We were wondering what was on the menu. We're also wondering who was on the guest list. And I've just been informed that we've seen the comedian Al Murray arrive, otherwise known as the pub landlord. I wonder whether he'll be leading a sing-along or something of that nature, entertaining the crowds. But there he is. I think that's the back of him just there in that green jacket talking to people there. So a lot of people arriving there in Downing Street for one of the many street parties taking place right across the country. If you're at a street party today, a little tea party, a big tea party, send us a picture at Sky News on social media. Love to see what you're up to today, because we are in London where the big events have been happening, but so many of you commemorating VE Day wherever you are. We'd love to see some pictures at Sky News. Coming up, after the break, Jane Secker will have more on today's other news. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back. Israel has approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and remain there for an unspecified length of time, according to Israeli officials. The plan reportedly also involves moving Gaza's civilian population southward and altering the way humanitarian aid is distributed throughout the region. Well, in the last few minutes, we've heard from the Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu, who says that the operation will be intensive. The population will be moved south in order to protect it. Let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, Alastair Bunkle. Alastair, it feels like we're moving backwards through history a bit here, doesn't it? Israel pulled out of the Gaza Strip, settlers pulled out back in 2005. How have we got to a point now where the Israeli cabinet has voted to go back in?
Well, firstly, it's a failure of the Israeli military to achieve the objectives that it's been set by the government, and that is to free all the hostages in Gaza, of which 59 remain in Gaza, and to defeat Hamas. And neither of those objectives have been achieved yet, despite Israel breaking the ceasefire and resuming the fighting in Gaza back in March, and they are still fighting every single day in Gaza at the moment. And the Israeli government has decided that rather than pursue negotiations for a renewed ceasefire, which really weren't going anywhere, both sides blame each other on that front, the next step is to increase the military pressure in Gaza, and that means calling up thousands of reservists. But the difference this time, and the government's been very clear about this, is that they intend to, and this is the language they use, occupy parts of Gaza. Now, commentators in Israel who are well connected with the government seem to be divided on whether that means all of Gaza or parts of Gaza, but certainly it will involve going into a lot of Gaza, large swathes of Gaza, conquering it is the language being used, and then remaining there, designed to put pressure on Hamas to come to a deal. Except that there are now, as you'd expect, some of the right-wing elements of the Israeli government saying, we will never leave. Now, whether or not it comes to fruition or not, that is what they want to happen. That is what the far right have long dreamed of, and this move is certainly a step in that direction. The Israelis say there is a bit of a window for Hamas to do a deal before this operation is launched, about 10 days before Donald Trump comes to the region to visit Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar. But as I say, there's been no sign really of much progress in ceasefire talks, so Israel looks set to launch this operation, and people are seeing that it could potentially change the landscape in Gaza for good.
Alastair, thanks very much. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll be back live in central London as the VE Day celebrations continue. We're expecting a gun salute from HMS Belfast, and this is the tea party that's going on at Downing Street at the moment. SJ's back with that and all the rest of the day's news after this break.
Welcome back. It's been a big day of celebrations across the country, and we are preparing for a gun salute from HMS Belfast. HMS Belfast, the scene of a street party. It's been called a street party. It's really a boat party, isn't it, if it's on board HMS Belfast? But one of the many parties taking place right across the country to commemorate 80 years since the end of war in Europe, the end of World War II in Europe. You can see the crowds assembled on there waiting for that gun salute. HMS Belfast, one of the last ships of that size from World War II. It's permanent residency there on the Thames in central London. It's now home to thousands of visitors every year who tour the ship and learn about its history and its part in World War II. It was decommissioned in the 1960s, and it has been there on the Thames as a reminder of World War II and the Royal Navy's involvement. Let's listen to that gun salute. HMS Belfast there taking part in that gun salute to commemorate VE Day. They are still firing. HMS Belfast, one of only 3 remaining vessels from the bombardment fleet that supported the Normandy landings on the 6th of June 1944. HMS Belfast there marking 80 years since the end of World War II in Europe, the 80th anniversary on Thursday of this week, VE Day. Our correspondent Alice Porter is on board. We'll join her in just a moment, but let's show you what's happening on Downing Street. A street party there. A snapshot of what's happening right across the country today, and there's a sing-along in progress. Let's have a listen.
It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, dearly, troubles in your old kit bag and smile, 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 smile. While you, the Lucifer, to light your bag. Smile, boys, that's the style. What's the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile. So, pack up your troubles in your old kit bag and smile, smile, smile. Pack up your troubles and smile.
Well, how do we follow that? I'll tell you how we follow that. I'll introduce you to Group Captain Gerard Curry, Station
Jez.
Commander. Jez, I can call you Jez. I like that. That's the spirit of today. RAF Valley, whose father served in the Royal Artillery during World War II. Jez, good of you to come down here to see us today. What has today meant to you? VE Day, of course, on Thursday, but this is the start of commemorations on this 80th anniversary.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, what a great way, I think, for me personally to remember my father, or to start off the week of remembering what my father did during the war. He passed away when I was 15, so was always a hero of mine. So from a personal perspective, today's been very poignant. From a professional perspective, the Royal Air Force has had a long association with those who fought during the Second World War, as have the other armed forces. So it really brings it to the forefront of our mind today.
Just 15 when he passed away. How much did your father talk to you about World War II? You were so young yourself. Let's start by telling us his name and his rank, and perhaps a little bit about what he told you.
So he was Sergeant William Patrick Curry, or Bill Curry. He was a sergeant in the Royal Artillery. He fought out in Malta. Predominantly, he was on one of the first convoys to go out there in 41 and endured, I think, 2 years of pretty much siege of the island. After that, he went through Normandy, D-Day plus 60, through France, into Belgium, Holland, and then into Germany. I was lucky in 84 when he retired that I ended up going out on a holiday with him and my mum, but I realised it was a war tour for him back to Malta to see his old stomping ground and to put some ghosts to rest. He talked quite a lot about some of the experiences he had during that time.
Did it inspire you to go on and serve?
I think undoubtedly as a young man, it planted a seed. So when I left university and I was looking for a career that gave me the esprit de corps, camaraderie, and just opportunities, the RAF was something that I really appealed to me. But I think he planted the seed from what he did during the war.
What were his reflections on the war? I'm sure you as a family have talked a lot about your father's experience. As you said, you were still so young when he passed away, and he would have told you some. I'm sure he would have told your mother more, and other family members. How have you pieced together his story, his experiences, his overriding emotion about war coming to an end in Europe?
He didn't talk a great deal. When he came back...
we hear that a lot.
You know, he didn't... I think, as I've said in some to other people today, I think there was almost a national PTSD where the nation wanted to move on and forget some of the things that they'd endured. And I think they bottled it up for a long time. When we went out to Malta, he was happy to talk about it. I think his European experience, he recalled a story where he saw two young Germans lying by the side of the road as though they were asleep, and unfortunately they were both dead. And I think that kind of made him realise the kind of futility of the conflict and war as a whole.
You mentioned sort of PTSD there, and you know, today is marking a celebratory occasion, VE Day, Victory in Europe Day, and we talk a lot about the scenes that would have happened here 80 years ago, much like we saw today, crowds surging up the Mall to see the King on the balcony, echoes of the past there. But what built up to that was not 4, it was 5, 6 years of national trauma. Even if you weren't on the front line, on the home front, people were going through it as well. I mean, we can look at some archive here of those jubilant scenes on that day 80 years ago this week. But it's important to remember the sacrifices that were made to get to that point.
Indeed, as a nation, not just the people who went and fought. And I think that we have to remember the people who went and fought were those citizen soldiers. They never intended to be in the military. They were called up in a time of national emergency, went and did their duty for however long the country asked it, and then they went back to normal life. But you can imagine VE Day here in 1945 must have been almost like a national release, that it was finally over. The bells could ring again, we could light up our buildings and celebrate what we'd achieved.
Unimaginable for generations today, really, isn't it, to get that call to go to war, because now it is your personal choice to sign up for the armed forces, whether it be the Army, Navy, the Air Force. Much like yourself, you went in and,
yes,
you know, that's what you wanted to do. Just a thought from you and your family this week as we head towards VE Day on Thursday. How do you want your father and his generation to be remembered?
I think with pride, I think with respect, and I think with gratitude. What they achieved during those difficult years of the war undoubtedly gave us the freedoms and the liberties that we enjoy today. And the UK Armed Forces have continued to support those liberties and freedoms for the last 80 years and for the years to come as well. But undoubtedly, I think we need to be grateful for what the greatest generation achieved on our behalf.
Yeah, as so many people have been saying today, we will never see a generation like them. Group Captain Gerard Jez Curry, thank you so much for coming to join us today.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to
Thanks
talk to
very
you.
much.
Thank
Lovely
you.
to speak to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scenes here live at the Tower of London. Just looking over there, you can see the poppies. You may remember this commemoration a number of years ago now. I think it was back in 2015, the ceramic poppies at the Tower of London. People coming from all over the country to see them. They have returned for this 80th anniversary. The official unveiling, I believe, is tomorrow, but there they are in situ. We're getting a little look at them now. I'm sure lots of people will be heading to the Tower throughout the course of this week as we mark VE Day on Thursday. Scenes at the Tower of London from the sky this afternoon, live here on Sky News. Now, at the time, it was one of the war's most closely guarded secrets. Now, Bletchley Park is famous as one of the most important factors that helped the Allies win the war. Last week, I spoke to one of the surviving codebreakers who took down codes, Enigma codes, on her listening watch along the south coast of England and sent them to Bletchley Park. She is Pat Outram. She's 101 years old, and she told me about her role.
We spent a lot of nights going down to the cellar or to an air raid shelter, and it was tiring, the blitz, because you did lose a good deal of sleep. And as soon as you heard this warning siren, you know, you knew this is going to be another interrupted night.
You were stationed on the coast, and on the south coast, I think this was, and you had a special chance encounter on the cliffs in the build-up to D-Day with Winston Churchill. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened there?
Well, I used to like to go and sit in a quiet corner of the cliffs near Dover, if I'd been on a night watch, say. And I think it was one morning about breakfast time that I was sitting with my library book, and a little file of people came up the path from the car park way down below on the road. And I was rather surprised to see Winston Churchill.
We're just interrupting Pat there, but we will return to her. Much more of Pat Outram, the 101-year-old veteran, throughout the day here on Sky News. We're just interrupting to show you pictures of the Prime Minister at Downing Street serving chocolate cake, that looks like, to those who have been invited to Downing Street for a street party, a reflection of what's happening right across Great Britain today. Street parties, barbecues, people taking the opportunity this bank holiday Monday to commemorate VE Day, which is, of course, on Thursday. But today starts the calendar of events that would take us through to Thursday. Events happening here in London and around the country. We will return to this street party and other events that are happening today shortly. But first, let's cross to Jane Secker at Sky News Centre.
Date 1945, the day of victory in Europe.
Hostilities will end the 8th of May.
we may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
80 years on from that historic moment, we will be at the heart of the events as we reflect, remember and celebrate together. Join us for the full story of VE Day on Sky News.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on. A lot of heat still.
We were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target. Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world. Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Hello, you're watching Sky News. Live scenes here from Downing Street. A street party taking place, hosted by the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who we saw just before the break serving cake to some of those assembled. You can see young children there and cadets tucking in to bread and butter pudding, finger sandwiches. I think there was a sausage roll there just at the front of screen being passed around. But that is the scene outside Downing Street, reflective of what's happening right across the country today. Bunting and Union flags out in force as people host street parties, garden parties, barbecues, or sit at home with a nice cuppa watching us here on Sky News. We've been treated to a military parade of the serving armed forces and cadets. And here at Buckingham Palace, where I'm standing now, there was a flypast that included, of course, the red arrows watched on by the royal family and veterans. The royal family watching the flypast from the balcony. Sir Keir Starmer there, talking to a lady, much as we saw him do in the box here at Buckingham Palace. Politicians and members of the royal family interspersed between veterans. And we saw the King during the parade speaking to a number of veterans while the parade was going on, pointing out different things and talking to them. They're now enjoying a tea party, those veterans who were watching the military parade in the gardens of Buckingham Palace as we speak. So tea parties, street parties and garden parties in full swing right across Great Britain today. The weather just about holding out where we are here at Buckingham Palace. Had reports from my family in East Sussex. They had a bit of rain earlier on, but nothing can rain on today's parade. It has been quite the spectacle. A really poignant and special afternoon marking this 80th anniversary of VE Day. VE Day, of course, on Thursday. Well, Well, I'm very pleased to say now we can speak to Robert Opie, who is founder of the Museum of Brands. Robert, good of you to come and join us here at Buckingham Palace. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. No, it's really exciting to be here at the heart of everything that's been happening.
Yes, it has, but we've had a front row seat. This is prime position. It really has felt extremely special. And you're going to talk us through some souvenirs and some artefacts you have from your museum that are pertinent to World War II. But first of all, your reflections as we look ahead to VE Day on Thursday. How are you looking at it this week?
I mean, this is a terrific example of how things would have been 80 years ago.
Oh, should we turn this around to the camera? I'll hold this up for you.
Oh, thank you.
What have we got here? Ooh.
It's a magazine called Blighty, and this is the special edition they did. Fabulous. I mean, I just love these strong graphics.
Yeah.
It's something that the museum's all about, is graphic design. And to me, that epitomizes this moment, the excitement of actually this war coming to an end.
Yeah, you can see jubilant soldiers and VE 1945 at the bottom. What do some of the artefacts that you have tell us about VE Day and the enormity of that occasion?
Well, you said it. It was a huge moment. People have been striving for this for 6 years, and suddenly it comes to an end. People can't believe it. But this almost is the evidence. Yes, it actually did happen. Without this, you might think, well, was that a dream?
Yeah. And what do these souvenirs tell us? Like, for example, Blighty magazine, what does it tell us inside? How does it recount the story of that day and how it unfolded?
Well, I mean, a magazine is a magazine. It's a moment in time. And I suppose they, from my point of view, they take us back whichever year you want. And here are the stories that people are interested in. I mean, Blighty was a bit of a kind of a one-off as a magazine. It was just topical of bits and pieces and so on. We haven't got time, sadly, to read it all.
Well, other artefacts that you have, booklets from that time on digging for victory, which of course was a big campaign.
I think that what the next slide to show you is the victory souvenir booklet. Now, this would have been
Let's have a look at this. Shall I help and hold this up as well? A cutout book.
Yes, and this is absolutely
such bold colours. I love this.
Well, it's fabulous because here you've got the scenes of the parade 1946. It was a year later because it took a long time to organise. And I don't know if we're able to open it up carefully.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me just put down various bits and pieces. Here we go. Where should we go? Oh, here we go. Cut out of a Crusader tank.
What every child wants. But this child was given one, didn't have time to open it, cut it up and everything else.
And here we go, troops
now,
as
you know,
well.
This is just what we've been seeing.
Yes, we have, yeah.
What a way to celebrate and to retain this for the rest of one's life.
It's incredible. Oh, and here we go, Big Ben as well. You've actually got some figures over there. What are those figures? Should we bring those in as well?
Indeed.
Love a bit of a show and tell session.
I mean, here we've got some dolls from the same 1940s period.
Let's hold these up.
Now you've got somebody who would have been in
very
the army.
Carefully.
Here's somebody from the RAF front. And my favourite today is this RAP guy, Air Raid Precautions man. He would have been strolling around your local town, making sure that people had been looking after their everything that they needed to deal with.
A really important figure in the community at that time.
He was, you know, he was to be obeyed, and he made sure that the blackout restrictions were being carried out properly and things like that. So really important. And have that doll, look at his cheeky face. I mean, he really is, he is a character. And he's got all his little bits and pieces here. I mean, every child would have wanted one of those.
Yeah.
But they're very scarce. You can't find these things.
Well, I'm so glad that you brought them to see us today. They are incredible in such good condition as well. Just wonder if have we got time to have a look at something else? I'm loving this treasure trove that you've brought down to us. What do we have? Do we have some postcards in there?
Well, I mean, something
like
this, you see, happy hours on the food front.
Oh, yes, this is what I was talking about, the booklets, like digging for victory. So happy hours on the food front. What was this?
So the great thing is that these things represent life at this time in a most poignant way. and that kind of cosy comfort products that people really got attached to, and the words, and these are essentially for children. You know, this is helping children to understand what's going on. You know, digging for victory, bringing in the harvest, and on it goes. I mean, it's just, I just find them so of the period, you know, picking the fruit, all these things are absolutely essential. Morale had to be kept up during the war.
Yeah, they are remarkable.
The displays in the museum really bring these stories to life. In fact, the Museum of Brands rarely is about us as human beings and how we live. And it's daily living. It's our throwaway history, which I've been trying desperately to rescue.
You've rescued some remarkable souvenirs of that time that I'm so glad you brought in to see us. Thank you very much for coming down to talk to us. It's
Come and
really
see us
bringing
in
history
Notting
to life.
Notting Hill.
I know
Not-
exactly
it's
where
only
you are.
down the
I used to
road.
live around the corner on Ladbroke
Oh,
Grove.
do
I know
you?
exactly.
You
I've
will
been
come and see
in.
us.
Yes,
Oh, you
I've been
have.
in. It is a very lovely afternoon in there.
Excellent.
Yes, just around the corner from Ladbroke Grove Tube. You can walk there. It's only a couple of minutes. Brilliant.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for coming in to see us
Cheers.
from Oadby there from the Brands Museum in West London. Well, we'll have more on the celebrations that are still happening right across the country. The military parade and the Flypast may well have come to an end, but VE Day is, of course, on Thursday. Today, there are street parties happening across the country. There's a special one going on in Downing Street right now and in Buckingham Palace behind me as well. School children there sitting next to the Prime Minister, having a chat there. We've got veterans at the garden party in the palace with the royal family. A number of street parties and celebrations happening right across the country. Take some pictures wherever you are, send them to us at Sky News. We'd love to have a look and see what you are up to today. This bank holiday kickstarts a week's worth of commemorations and celebrations ahead of VE Day on Thursday. Stay with us. We'll have more for you at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock and you're watching Sky News coverage of the VE Day anniversary. Celebrating victory in Europe 80 years on, and the remaining veterans who helped deliver an end to the Second World War. 1,300 members of the UK Armed Forces, their NATO allies and soldiers from Ukraine parade past the royal family. The procession ending with a flypast in front of the royal family, kicking off 4 days of commemorative events. Party on the streets, people across the country celebrate with their family and neighbours, just as the country did 80 years ago.
Also ahead, Israel approves plans to capture all of Gaza. Officials say a new offensive plan would move the Strip's civilian population southwards. Plus, more Trump tariffs. Find out what the US president is planning to do with Hollywood, that in his words is dying a very fast death.
Hello, a very good afternoon to you live from Buckingham Palace, where it has been a day of ceremony and splendour, remembering VE Day 80 years ago this week. That day marked a victory in Europe, when people across Britain, including a young future Queen Elizabeth, flooded onto the streets behind me here to celebrate Nazi Germany's surrender in the Second World War.
My dear friends, this is your hour. This is not a victory of a party or of any class. It's a victory of the great British nation as a whole. That in the long years to come, not only will the people of this island, but of the world, wherever the bird of freedom chirps in human hearts, look back to what we have done and they will say, do not despair. Do not yield to violence and tyranny. March straight forward and die, if need be, unconquered.
With his word of command, we'll begin this ceremony with the marching down towards the Mall of the Armed Forces. He gives his salute to the Major General commanding the Household Division. The Major General salutes the cenotaph in respect of all those who died, and it is a recognition of the cost of victory that we hold in mind today. The front of the procession, led by the Major General, is now on the Mall. As the opening event of this 4 days of events to commemorate, reflect on, and also celebrate VE Day, 80 years on from 1945, the arrival of the armed forces down the Mall is as good a start as any. The first of the aircraft to fly over the King and Queen as they stand on the balcony with other members of the royal family, the Lancaster bomber. A great roar across this gathered crowd of celebrants in front of Buckingham Palace. Now, as we reflect upon the parade today, here they come. The greatest salute the Royal Air Force can give, as 4 Lightnings with the 9 Hawk of the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows, in red, white and blue. And the smoke hanging over London there as the King and Queen have taken that great salute from the Royal Air Force.
Well, it's been a wonderful afternoon here in central London. These the scenes now inside Buckingham Palace. You can see veterans there taking it all in. They are being hosted by the King and Queen at a tea party inside Buckingham Palace. We did think it was going to be a garden party, but given the grey skies above us, although typically the sun is just peeking out right now, they've obviously decided to host the veterans indoors because they had been sitting out for quite a while during the parade. The Queen there and the King are greeting and talking to veterans. Very much what we saw during the military parade here when they were all sitting together, the royal family interspersed between veterans, the special guests today, conversing throughout the parade. The King laughing and joking with a number of the veterans and pointing things out to them in the parade, conversing throughout. The veterans, of course, right at the heart of what is happening here today and throughout the course of the week as we build up to VE Day on Thursday. The Prince and Princess of Wales there arriving. These are latest pictures, just an insight into what's going on in Buckingham Palace behind us right now. Prince George there going in with his mum and dad. They'll no doubt have been speaking to a lot of veterans. I understand a lot of photographs have been taken as well. The royal family posing for photographs with those veterans, as well as a cup of tea and a bit of conversation. Similar scenes, but they're braving the elements on Downing Street. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, hosting a street party there, a number of young people there and cadets. You can hear the music in the background. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Downing Street for us. John, perhaps you can give us a little bit of an insight as to who's there and what's going on.
Well, you can hear the band, the musicians are called the D-Day Darlings. Shortly before the PM arrived, one of the songs was Pack Up Your Troubles and Smile, What's the Use of Worrying? Well, shame the PM didn't hear it after the drubbing at the polls last Thursday. Just behind me he is, as we speak, chatting to the comedian Al Murray in the brown suit there, and I think that's his fellow podcaster James Holland. Told me they're going to go and talk to the Prime Minister inside shortly. The PM's got a big grin on his face. The people here, Sarah-Jane, well, we've got some World War II veterans who the PM sat with when he first came out of the front door, number 10. They are Ruth Brooke Clauber and Colin Deverell. But most of the people here are pretty young. There are a lot of cadets from the Army, Navy and Air Force, and some veterans as well as the D-Day Darling Juniors, as they're called. There's some musicians from the Grenadier Guards who've been playing. The juniors are coming out now. I don't know if we can just swing the camera around. Are we able to do that? These are the juniors. A real party atmosphere. Hang out the washing on the Siegfried line. PM is here with his wife Victoria, Lady Victoria. I think she
I think she's moving around as well. They start. Oh yeah, she's with. Just been pointed out to me. She's with next to the PM. Yes. So I don't know if you're able to see. There's a PM there, Lady Victoria. PM just had a word with Al Murray. Might if I get the chance. If the PM moves on, see if we can get Al Murray to come over and have a word. I spoke to him earlier. He said he would. So it's a real Second World War style street party here. I better tell you about the menu, hadn't I? Sausage rolls, pork pies, Scotch eggs, Victoria sponge cake, walnut cake, and fairy cakes with Union Jacks on. The PM earlier was pouring cups of tea from an enormous teapots with Union Jacks all over it. And he's chatting quite intently now to. I think it's to some young cadets. Yeah, some youngsters at the end of that table. You can't quite see for the photographers, but he's talking to a press photographer now. Yeah, he started off sitting outside the door of number 10, and I think you can see a close-up of the PM there. I think after the grim night he had on Thursday night, this is a bit of a respite for him, a bit of light relief actually, because it's a very jolly affair this. The music's been great actually. Second World War songs, and some military music from the Grenadier Guards band as well. And the PM is PM's about to be some selfies, I think, some photos. I think people in green, I think a medical corps of some sort. Fantastic, this music. And there's a lot of medals on display here. PM's having his photo taken quite a lot. I don't think I'm going to get a chance to talk to Al Murray right now because he's... perhaps if the PM moves... PM's applauding now, applauding the musicians who are saluting him. So there we have it. Yeah, a little break in the music there. You can probably hear me a bit better now. And the PM and his wife, Lady Victoria, posing for photos again. They've posed for a lot of photos. Big beaming smile from Lady Victoria there. PM smiling as well, grinning. And I think he might be about to move on. No, he's staying. Oh, is he about to move? No, he's wondering where he should go next. So if he moves, I'm going to try and grab Al Murray, who has a podcast about World War II, and he's about to go and talk to the PM. So I think the PM is about to move because he's shaking hands, I think. Yes, he's on the move. There's Sakir. Mr. Murray, sir, come and talk to Sky News. You're live on Sky News.
Oh, hooray.
I saw you chatting to the PM. What did he say to you? What did you say to him?
Well, I'll be honest with you. The music got in the way, and I couldn't hear what he was saying. There we go again.
This is Liberty Bell, isn't it?
It is. Yeah,
it's
Monty Python theme. Yeah, which I think, to be honest, this is a vaguely surreal scene, if I'm honest with you, or feels like one. So to have Python playing in the background feels appropriate.
Did you notice just before the PM arrived that one of the songs was "Pack Up Your Troubles and Smile"? What's the use of worrying?
Yes.
Which, after the drubbing Labour took in the elections. I don't suppose he heard it because he was still inside. But you're about to go and talk to the PM for your podcast.
Yes.
Tell me what that's about.
Well, we are with the historian James Holland, who's just over there. We have a podcast called We Have Ways of Making You Talk, which is about the Second World War, and we're obviously looking at VE Day. We're focusing on it because it's happening right now, 80 years ago, and we've been very fortunate. We're going to go and get to talk to the Prime Minister about, well, how does he see it through his prism as the person in the same office? How does he feel about the lessons of history? Does he even have time to think what they might be and all that sort of stuff? And you know, to be honest, an opportunity comes like that for a podcast like ours. You say yes.
you may know he's written an open letter to veterans today, or perhaps it was published today anyway, saying that VE Day, victory in Europe, was the greatest ever victory. I mean, obviously we've celebrated other milestones, anniversaries like D-Day last year. But would you agree that VE Day is the most important one? I guess it must be.
Unequivocally, yeah. Well, although we do have VJ Day to come, and what often happens is victory in Japan, Japanese surrender on August the 15th, which is when the government surrendered, and then the official surrender on the 2nd of September. They do get forgotten about, and there was still plenty of British soldiers deployed in the war against Japan through the summer, and of course no one knew that it was going to end when it did the way it did. They didn't know what was around the corner, and I think that's the thing to always remember, is that it is all a long time ago now, and often we see very old veterans, and I think sometimes you can think in your head that it's old people fought the Second World War, but that's not the case. They were young people. They were kids, like my grown-up kids, and that's who had to do it. And I think that's the thing to grab onto today and think about today. But it is, yes, I think it's the greatest. It's the great victory. It's the destruction of Nazism. I mean, how can anyone equivocate about that?
How did you get into history? Everybody thinks of you as the pub landlord, the comedian. How did you get into all this history?
Well, my family, my parents are very, very interested in history. My father is a historian still, on the side. That's the thing he was always interested in. And it's just the thing I got infected with. I did a degree in it, but so long ago that apparently now counts as history, in the late 80s. But the thing is what I love about it is it's just another now. You look back 80 years ago, it was a now then. They didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow the way we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow now. And that's the thing that fascinates me about it. And people are people are people are people. Throughout history, they're just put through different challenges. And that's the thing I find so interesting about it.
Well, thank you for talking to Sky News. I better let you go either to have a bit of a slice of Victoria sponge, or go inside and talk to the Prime Minister.
But the sausage rolls are good.
Sausage rolls?
The sausage
PM's
rolls are
a
good.
vegetarian.
Well, maybe they're nothing to do with him then.
I better let you go. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's a pleasure. Thanks very much.
There you go, one of the VIP guests, I suppose we could call him. Al Murray is here with James Holland, and there you go. The party's still going on. Back to you, Sarah-Jane, at Buckingham Palace.
John, thank you very much there. John Craig in conversation with Al Murray in Downing Street. Let's take you to pictures from inside Buckingham Palace. As soon as the parade and the Flypast came to a close, veterans who were watching the parade here this afternoon were invited inside to the palace to be hosted by the King and Queen for a tea party that took place inside. Let's have a look at those pictures. We can have a listen, actually, to what the King had to say to some of the veterans attending.
Anyway, it's so special to get you here for this sort of occasion. The least we can do for you.
That's all right. No.
We keep trying. Bless you.
Well, the King saying how special it is to have the veterans at Buckingham Palace today. Around 30 or so veterans attending the parade here in central London. Many of them, of course, unable to come to the capital, but marking this day in their own way. VE Day, of course, is on Thursday, but today kickstarts a week of commemorative events for this special 80th anniversary. Let's go on board HMS Belfast now, one of three remaining vessels from the bombardment of Normandy. It's docked permanently in central London on the Thames. Our correspondent Alice Porter is on board because there's been a party there this afternoon as well, Alice.
That's right, it is a wonderful atmosphere here on HMS Belfast, and what a setting as well. We're right next to Tower Bridge, and it is incredible to see the party get underway. We've been having some music that's been played from an orchestra from the Ministry of Defence, and they're here entertaining people who've come here, some of which are veterans, some are actors, who've all gathered here as this street party's got underway. And it's 45 minutes since we had the gun salute that took place here on HMS Belfast, using the same guns that were used on D-Day. There you a flavour of some of the gorgeous music that's being played by the Ministry of Defence's orchestra, who are here on HMS Belfast, which really gives a fantastic atmosphere for the people who've come here today. Because, of course, whilst this ship is permanently moored here and has been here for 50 years, it was, of course, used in World War II multiple times. It was this very vessel which was used to escort a convoy through the Arctic, an incredibly perilous journey for the vessel to take, but it was also used on D-Day, which, of course, we celebrated last year. Last year was the 80th anniversary of D-Day, which makes it the 81st anniversary, and it was very much used on D-Day. In fact, it was one of the first ships to fire on D-Day, and it stayed there around the Normandy beaches for about 33 days, so it was really integral to World War II. And if anyone hasn't come to HMS Belfast before, I'd really recommend it, because walking around, of course, it feels like you've really stepped back in time today with all this wonderful music going, people in costumes, but you can just see the history that is just built into the ship here. I mean, look at this, the quartermaster's lobby. It is wonderful. So it has been a real privilege to come here today and see very much the history of this incredible vessel brought to life, but it was such a pinnacle role today within the VE Day commemorations. The gun salute was at 3:30, and there were about 10 rounds of fire. It was important to stress this was not live shells, these were simulated shells, but it was incredible to see the coordination from the different guns, all the same guns that were used on D-Day 81 years ago. Absolutely incredible, and it's been a real privilege to be here today.
Alice, thank you. Alice Porter there on board HMS Belfast, one of only 3 remaining vessels from the bombardment fleet which supported the Normandy landings on the 6th of June 1944. More information coming out about what's happening inside Buckingham Palace, that tea party that the veterans have been invited to by the King and Queen. Prince George talking to veterans, we understand. He had a conversation with one of the veterans whose granddaughter, Samantha Davidson, said Prince George asked how old my grandfather was during the service, and she said that her grandfather, Mr. Littlefield, was very happy that Prince George had taken an interest in the past. Mr. Littlefield saying, "I'm very proud." Prince William talking to veterans, saying that it was very important for Prince George and the next generation to hear the stories from those who fought in the war. Prince George listened intently as his father chatted to Mr. Littlefield and asking his own questions. The Prince said that George is very interested in finding out about the veterans. More coming up from Buckingham Palace a little later, but Jane Secker after the break will have more of today's other stories for you.
show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display.
I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Donald Trump says he intends to place 100% tariffs on films made outside of America. Well, our correspondent Molly Malone has more. Molly, what potential impact could this have on the wider film industry, but perhaps more specifically the UK film industry?
Well, the honest answer is we don't yet know. It's not yet clear. As ever with these quick decisions with Donald Trump, there's a lot to work out and lots of questions to answer. It is, though, clearly the latest sign that he's prepared to ramp up his trade disputes with countries from across the world. He said that he feels that the American film industry is, quote, dying a fast death, and that foreign countries are incentivising American filmmakers to go there and leave America. And so he's authorised the US Trade Department to impose a 100% tariff on non-US films, so that's films that aren't made in America. I think we can hear a little bit about what the president had to say.
I'm not just blaming other nations, but other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, then we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, governments are actually giving big money. I mean, they're supporting them financially. So that's sort of a threat to our country in a sense.
Now, beyond that announcement in itself, we don't yet have more detail. Will it apply, for example, to the upcoming Mission Impossible productions, international productions that are made both in America and outside America? Will it apply to streaming services like Netflix? So lots of questions to answer. The background, though, is that the US film industry in recent years has gone through a particularly challenging time, particularly after the COVID pandemic. And people remember those strikes in Hollywood back in 2023 and more recently the LA wildfires. And as we know, this set of tariffs is part of a much wider crackdown on US imports. So there is some context, there is some background, but still, no doubt, it will send shockwaves throughout the industry and right across the world.
Molly, thanks very much. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, we'll be back to SJ live in central London as the VE Day celebrations continue.
we've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello, welcome back to our special coverage of VE Day commemorations. Among those involved in today's celebrations, 104-year-old veteran Colin Bell. The RAF hero flew a Mosquito bomber and survived 50 bombing raids over Germany. He's been sharing his memories of VE Day with my colleague, Jonathan Samuels.
How did you first realise that the war had ended?
Well, because I was at this staging post in the west coast of Greenland, where I was ferrying newly built Mosquitoes in Canada over to the UK. And I suppose it must have been about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was sleeping in a bed, I think on a bunk bed in one of the buildings. And I heard all this palaver of people shouting and firing pistols and firing off very flares, very light flares. And I said to the guy in the next bed, "What the hell's going on?" And he said, "I think it was celebrating the end of VE Day, the end of war in Europe." And I said, "Well, that's nice. Now let's get back to sleep."
When you got into the cockpit for every mission, what went through your mind?
On my first mission?
No, every mission. Were you always aware that this could be your
last?
last?
Of course you were aware, weren't you? And you couldn't fail to be aware. I mean, if you flew over Germany as I was flying in 44, 45, it was rather a hairy business. The Germans had perfected to a very fine art their ability to shoot down enemy aircraft, and they would give you it was the anti-aircraft fire that was the most difficult to deal with. German night fighters, by and large, couldn't get you, although they did poke up at about 30,000 feet. A number of Focke-Wulf 190s. They called them wild boar squadrons, and their job was to dive down on us and pick us off. But if you saw them coming, you could avoid them, and it was the job of your navigator, amongst other things, to identify them. No, the German night fighters weren't a problem, the propeller-driven ones. The real problem was the anti-aircraft fire. It was accurate, it was lethal, and it could give you that coupled with radar-controlled searchlights would give you a very hard ride, both coming in over the target and going out. And of course, the worst target of all was Berlin. It was very, very, it was a dangerous place to fly over. They didn't like us very much.
Tell me about flying over Berlin. What was that like? Describe it for me.
I'll give you an example, which is probably the most interesting of them all, and that was on my 5th raid. And due to perhaps inexperience on my part, I allowed myself to get bracketed by anti-aircraft fire. And a shell landed underneath the aircraft, and it lifted us up, and it cut off power to both engines. I just had the props milling around without power. And I didn't know, of course, what had happened. I subsequently found that it had momentarily interfered with the flow of petrol, and it was because of that that we lost power. And at this point, my navigator, Doug, who was an ex-Canadian lumberjack and a wonderful man, and generally pretty unflappable, he leant across to me and said, what do we do now? Which I thought was rather a silly question. I could put it more strongly, but I know I'm on television, so I won't. And so I said, well, we wait, don't we? And we waited, and after what seemed a long time, the power came on again, and I angled it away from Berlin. And at this point, I leaned across to him and said, you weren't frightened, were you, Doug? And he said, no, I wasn't frightened, I was bloody terrified. And anyway, in the morning, after we got back to base and landed, in the morning, I inspected the aircraft, and the whole of the back half of the aircraft was like a colander. It's full of holes. And my fitter came towards me, and he said, I think maybe, sir, you would like to have a memento of last night's raid. And I said, what do you mean? And he handed me 2 slivers of shrapnel, each a bit about 4 or 5 inches long. And I said, yeah, interesting. Where did you find them? He said, well, they were in your parachute that you were sitting on, which made me thoughtful.
And let's talk about the current situation today politically, and when it comes to what's going on in Ukraine and NATO and elsewhere. What goes through your mind when you listen to the news and see what is happening at the moment?
Well, I think we're living in very perilous times. I saw, of course, all this developing when I was a teenager, before the outbreak of war in 1939. We've spent far too much money on welfare and pensions and not enough on defence. And the reason for this is that we relied on the American protection. And so there we are, here we find ourselves in the very dangerous position of Mr. Trump withdrawing the support of the American forces from NATO and leaving us to defend ourselves. It needs to be borne in mind that, again, in my judgment, that Putin is cozying up to Russia because he wants to divide them from China. He wants to have Russia on his side, and he's quite prepared, in my judgment again, to set out the West to achieve that objective. So there you are, you have it. That's my opinion for what it's worth. But bear in mind that I've seen all this happen before, from the time that I was a teenager, living, as Churchill put it, in the wilderness years, and at the time when appeasement was rife. The situation is different now, but the dangers are the same.
Colin Bell, a veteran there, in conversation with my colleague Jonathan Samuels. What a privilege to hear his story and bring it to you here on Sky News as part of VE Day commemorations. VE Day itself, of course, on Thursday, but this bank holiday Monday kick-starting a week's worth of commemorations and celebrations. Coming up, a look at the rest of today's news. Jane Secker's standing by. Hi, Jane.
Hi, it's Jay. Yes, Israel has approved a plan to capture all of the Gaza Strip and remain there for an unspecified length of time, according to Israeli officials. Our Middle East correspondent Alastair Bruce is in Jerusalem, and he has the latest.
It's a failure of the Israeli military to achieve the objectives that it's been set by the government, and that is to free all the hostages in Gaza, of which 59 remain in Gaza, and to defeat Hamas. And neither of those objectives have been achieved yet, despite Israel breaking the ceasefire and resuming the fighting in Gaza back in March, and they are still fighting every single day in Gaza at the moment. And the Israeli government has decided that rather than pursue negotiations for a renewed ceasefire, which really weren't going anywhere, both sides blame each other on that front, the next step is to increase the military pressure in Gaza, and that means calling up thousands of reservists. But the difference this time, and the government's been very clear about this, is that they intend to, and this is the language they use, occupy parts of Gaza. Now, commentators in Israel who are well connected with the government seem to be divided on whether that means all of Gaza or parts of Gaza, but certainly it will involve going into a lot of Gaza, large swathes of Gaza, conquering it is the language being used, and then remaining there, designed to put pressure on Hamas to come to a deal. Except that there are now, as you'd expect, some of the right-wing elements of the Israeli government saying, we will never leave. Now, whether or not it comes to fruition or not, that is what they want to happen. That is what the far right have long dreamed of, and this move is certainly a step in that direction. The Israelis say there is a bit of a window for Hamas to do a deal before this operation is launched, about 10 days before Donald Trump comes to the region to visit Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar. But as I say, there's been no sign really of much progress in ceasefire talks, so Israel looks set to launch this operation, and people are seeing that it could potentially change the landscape in Gaza for good.
Bunker reporting from Jerusalem for us. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, Sarah-Jane will be back after the break with more on the VE Day celebrations.
Date 1945, the day of victory in Europe. Hostilities will end the 8th of May. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
80 years on from that historic moment, we will be at the heart of the events as we reflect, remember and celebrate together. Join us for the full story of VE Day on Sky News.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then.
There's a lot of action going on, a lot of hits still.
We were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target.
Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded.
This is one of the most severe viruses in the world.
Clearly not had very much to eat at all. A lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Oh!
Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
A show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime.
They don't care for that.
Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
Hello, welcome back. At the time, it was one of the war's most closely guarded secrets, the code-breaking effort led from Bletchley Park that helped the Allies win the war. Last week, I spoke to one of the surviving codebreakers who contributed to that work, Pat Outram, and she told me about her role.
We spent a lot of nights going down to the cellar or to an air raid shelter, and it was tiring, the blitz, because you did lose a good deal of sleep. And as soon as you heard this warning siren, you know, you knew this is going to be another interrupted night.
You worked with Bletchley Park. You were a codebreaker because you could speak and understand German. Where were you posted? What did you do?
Well, I joined the Women's Royal Naval Service, the Wrens, because there was a bit of a naval tradition on one side of the family. And after training, they sent me to the northeast Yorkshire and the coast up there. Because I had conversational German, I could listen to the German naval ships talking, because they tended to talk as they went in and out of the Baltic into the North Sea. So the Yorkshire coast was quite a good place to do a listening watch.
What was it like to be there on the coast? Because you were in the danger zone, effectively. You could have been bombed, and you actually think that it's a miracle you weren't.
I suppose in a way it was, because, yes, we were right opposite enemy territory. I don't think we thought a lot about that, actually. Of course, you had blackout and everything. You didn't show any lights, and they probably wouldn't have known what our little remote stations actually were doing, because they'd taken over guest houses and places like that for us. It was could be very boring if there was no traffic that night, or it could be all go and you were writing down as fast as you could, particularly coded messages.
You were stationed on the coast, and on the south coast, I think this was, and you had a special chance encounter on the cliffs in the build-up to D-Day with Winston Churchill. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened there?
Well, I used to like to go and sit in a quiet corner of the cliffs near Dover if I'd been on a night watch, say. And I think it was one morning about breakfast time that I was sitting with my library book, and a little file of people came up the path from the car park way down below on the road. And I was rather surprised to see Winston Churchill at the head of this little group of officers and civilians. And so they came past and they said, "Good morning." So I said, "Good morning." And they went and stood on our cliff, looked across at Calais, which was directly opposite the white cliffs over there. And then they went away again. And I thought that was rather odd. What was our Prime Minister doing at breakfast time on our cliff? But they went on to other places round there, and it was all very carefully planned that it would be reported back to the Germans, And because they were looking at that east end of the Channel, that's where the invasion of Europe was going to be. And of course it was going to be way down to the west in Normandy. So it was a very deliberate ruse, actually. A little bit of history, really.
Yeah, and you had a front row seat, you and your library book, just looking for a bit of peace and quiet, and you're there for one of the most pivotal points of the war. What does VE Day mean to you?
Well, VE Day meant a great deal because we were, you know, listening to the German occupation of France, and VE Day was very important, but VJ Day was more important for our family because of my father, who'd been taken prisoner in the Far East when he was out there with the British Army. So we still had a few months to wait before the Far East was settled, and he did actually come home.
You did keep a small diary, and I'm just interested in this entry from VE Day, which says, "Great tension. Victory announcement expected all day, but it was delayed. Very hot. It has been postponed, and we went to Whitehall and Piccadilly." Then on the 8th, which is, of course, VE Day. Lovely day. Staff only allowed us half a day off. Enormous crowds. Saw royal family and Churchill at the Palace. Dined at Prunière and saw all the floodlighting. Lovely.
We sort of instinctively headed for the Palace because we thought the king would appear, and a lot of people were shouting, "We want the king," and things like that. And they did come out on the balcony, and everybody cheered, and, you know, a great feeling of celebration. And they did a sort of walkabout, I think, and met ordinary people in the forces. And, you know, it was a really wonderful time because the war had been going on for, I think, 4 years. And at times you wondered, would it ever end?
We've also got a letter from your sister as well.
Oh, yes.
"My double darling Patsy, isn't this just so wonderful and overwhelming? We knew it was on its way, but wow, it just leaves me feeling mentally exhausted. I wish I had been in London. It must have been," underlined, "colossal."
Yes.
The enormity of it.
Well, Jean and I always kept in touch very much. And she was in North Africa and Mediterranean.
I want to ask you about your medals that you're wearing. Perhaps you can talk us through them. What are they?
Well, I've got the standard British ones for being in the forces in the war, and then a rather beautiful French medal.
The Légion d'honneur.
The Légion d'honneur. It's their top military medal, and originally given, I think, by Napoleon to his troops for their success against the British. However, the French, very kindly at the end of the war, gave some of us this, I think, for our contribution in the liberation of Europe, really. And, of course, France was occupied for a long time. And it must have been enormously relieved to be independent again. So I think it's a very kind and courteous gesture. They gave some of us a Légion d'honneur, which I do prize.
Well, a huge thank you to Pat Outram for sharing her story with us here on Sky News. You're watching continuing coverage of VE Day commemorations here on Sky News. On the way, more on today's celebrations that are happening right across the country. We'll be back after the break.